Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Sophie. The office buzzes with Halloween energy around me, orange and black streamers draped across cubicle walls like spider webs. Someone's brought in pumpkin-shaped cookies, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifts through the air conditioning. I'm knee-deep in spreadsheets and documents when my phone buzzes against the polished mahogany of my desk. Sophie Harper. Sophie, honey, it's your Aunt Marie. The tremor in her voice cuts through my professional facade like a blade. My fingers tighten around the phone, and the Excel spreadsheet on my monitor blurs at the edges. What's wrong? A pause stretches between us, filled with the distant sound of office chatter and the hum of fluorescent lights. Marie clears her throat, and I know. Before she speaks, I know. Your daddy. He passed this morning, sweetheart. His heart just gave out. The words hit me with the force of a freight train, and suddenly the Halloween decorations around me transform into something sinister. The cheerful jack-o'-lanterns grin mockingly from their perches, and the fake cobwebs seem to wrap around my chest, constricting my breathing. What do you mean? Gave out. He was working in the garden, tending to those tomatoes he was so proud of. Mrs. Morales found him when she came by with his mail. My hand finds the edge of my desk, gripping it until my knuckles ache. The garden. Of course it was the garden. I can see him so clearly, weathered hands covered in rich soil, that old baseball cap tilted at just the right angle to keep the sun from his eyes. Sophie? You still there, baby? I'm here. The words scrape against my throat like sandpaper. The funeral's gonna be Saturday. You coming home? Home? The word hits me like a physical blow. When did Somerville stop being home and start being a place I visited twice a year out of obligation? Of course I'm coming home. After Marie hangs up, I sit frozen in my leather chair, staring at the phone in my palm. Around me, the office continues its Halloween festivities. Someone laughs at a joke I can't hear. Keyboards click out the rhythm of productivity, and life marches on as if mine hasn't just tilted off its axis. The memories assault me without warning, vivid and sharp as broken glass. Daddy's hands guiding mine as we plant sunflower seeds in neat rows behind our house. See, Sophie girl, you gotta give 'em room to grow. Can't crowd 'em if you want 'em to reach for the sky. I press my palms against my eyes, but the images keep coming. Sunday dinners that stretched for hours, the dining room table groaning under the weight of fried chicken, collard greens, and cornbread that melted in your mouth. Daddy at the head of the table, carving the chicken with surgical precision while regaling us with stories from his week at the hardware store. Tell the one about Mr. Johnson and the paint mixer, I'd beg, even though I'd heard it a dozen times. Well, if you insist, he'd say with a theatrical sigh, his eyes twinkling with mischief. A sob catches in my throat, raw and unexpected. When did I stop asking for those stories? When did I start checking my phone during family dinners, mentally composing emails while he spoke? Christmas mornings when I was 8, 9, 10, racing down the stairs in my pajamas to find presents wrapped in brown paper bags because Mama believed fancy wrapping was wasteful. Daddy would already be up, coffee in hand, watching my face as I tore through each gift. Slow down there, speed racer, he'd chuckle. Ain't going nowhere. But I did go somewhere, didn't I? I left for college and never really came back. Sure, I visited for holidays and birthdays, but always with one foot out the door, always counting the hours until I could return to my real life in the city. The guilt crashes over me in waves, each one more devastating than the last. When was the last time I called him? Really called him? Not just the obligatory Sunday check-ins, where I multitasked my way through our conversations. When was the last time I asked about his garden, his friends at the hardware store, the rhythm of his days? "You sure are making something of yourself up there in the big city," he'd say during our calls, pride evident in every syllable. "Your mama and I, we're so proud." But what if I'd made the wrong something? What if all these years I'd been building a life that looked impressive from the outside, but felt hollow at the core? The Halloween cookie someone left on my desk stares at me with its orange frosting grin, and I want to sweep it to the floor. How can there be jack-o'-lanterns and office parties when my father is gone? How can the world keep spinning when the man who taught me to ride a bike, to change a tire, to stand up for myself, will never again answer the phone with his warm, "Hey there, Sophie girl"? Tears fall freely now, hot and unstoppable. I don't care if Janet from accounting sees, or if my mascara leaves tracks down my cheeks. Nothing about this pristine office life feels real anymore. The quarterly reports, the client meetings, the performance reviews, all of it fades to background noise against the deafening silence of a future without my father's voice. I think about the last time I was home, back in August for his birthday. He'd insisted on grilling despite the heat, standing over those burgers like a sentinel while sweat beaded on his forehead. "Why don't you let me help?" I'd offered, checking my phone for the third time in 10 minutes. "I got it, baby girl." "You just relax." But I hadn't relaxed. I'd spent the afternoon fielding calls from work, answering emails that could have waited until Monday, living everywhere except in that moment with him. Now that moment is all I have left, and I wasted it. The tears dry on my cheeks as I force myself to focus on the immediate tasks ahead. First things first, I need to let HR know what's happening before word gets around the office that I'm falling apart at my desk like some discount Halloween decoration. I dial Jennifer's extension, grateful when she picks up on the second ring instead of letting it roll to voicemail. "HR, this is Jennifer." "Hey, it's Sophie Harper from marketing. I need to request bereavement leave." The words taste bitter in my mouth, too clinical for what they represent. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." "What happened?" "My father passed away this morning. I need to go home to Georgia for the funeral and to help my family with arrangements." The word sticks in my throat. Arrangements. As if death is just another item on my to-do list, something to be organized and filed away. Of course, absolutely. Take all the time you need. Do you have an estimate of how long you'll be gone? I stare at the framed photo on my desk. Me and Daddy at my college graduation, his arm around my shoulders, both of us grinning at the camera. When did that hopeful girl in the cap and gown turn into someone who measures grief in billable hours? I'm not sure. A week, maybe 2. I haven't been home in a while, and there's going to be a lot to sort through. The understatement of the century. I haven't been home for more than a weekend since Christmas, and even then I'd cut the visit short, claiming urgent work deadlines that probably weren't half as urgent as I'd made them seem. "No problem at all. I'll get the paperwork started and email you the forms. Just focus on your family right now." After hanging up, I mechanically gather my things. Laptop, charger, the stack of reports I'd been reviewing before the call that changed everything. My hands move on autopilot while my mind races ahead to what's waiting for me in Somerville. The elevator descends with agonizing slowness, each floor bringing me closer to a reality I'm not ready to face. The parking garage echoes with my footsteps, the sound hollow and lonely against the concrete walls. My BMW sits under the fluorescent lights like a metallic cocoon, all leather seats and German engineering, everything that's supposed to represent success, but feels meaningless now. I slide behind the wheel and sit in the silence for a moment, hands resting on the steering wheel. Home. I need to go home. But first, I need to go to my house in Westfield Hills, pack a bag, and figure out how the hell I'm going to survive the next week, surrounded by family members who've watched me drift away year by year. The drive through the city passes in a blur of traffic lights and honking horns. My mind keeps circling back to the conversations I know are coming, the questions that'll be asked with varying degrees of subtlety depending on who's doing the asking. Aunt Marie will be gentle about it, probably wait until we're alone in the kitchen washing dishes. "So, honey, you seeing anyone special these days?" she'll ask. And when I shake my head, she'll get that look, part pity, part concern, like my single status is a medical condition that needs treating. Cousin Denise won't be nearly as tactful. She'll take one look at me and launch into stories about her 3 kids and her husband's promotion, making sure everyone knows how perfectly her life has aligned with traditional expectations. 32 and still playing the field, she'll say with a laugh that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Girl, you better hurry up before all the good ones are taken." And Uncle Robert. God help me, Uncle Robert will be the worst. He's never understood why I left Somerville in the first place. Thinks my career is just an elaborate way of avoiding my real purpose in life. "Your daddy always said you'd come home eventually," he'll pontificate over dinner. "Said you'd get tired of all that city nonsense and settle down like you're supposed to." The suburban streets of Westfield Hills welcome me with their pristine lawns and matching mailboxes. Everything here is calculated perfection, the kind of neighborhood where HOA violations are serious business, and everyone's landscaping looks like it stepped out of a magazine. I bought this house because it represented achievement, stability, all the markers of success that society told me I should want. So why does it feel like a museum exhibit titled, "The Life Sophie Thought She Wanted"? I pull into my driveway and notice Jake's truck in the neighboring spot. Through his kitchen window, I can see the warm glow of lights and the outline of movement, probably him and Lily getting ready for dinner. For a moment, I'm struck by how domestic and peaceful it looks, how different from my own pristine but sterile house. Jake Matthews has been my neighbor for 3 years now, ever since his divorce was finalized and he needed a fresh start. He's one of those effortlessly confident men who makes fixing a leaky faucet look like an art form. The kind of guy who probably never second-guesses his life choices or wonders if he's living up to other people's expectations. We exchange pleasantries when we bump into each other, conversations about weather and property values, and the occasional borrowed cup of sugar scenario. He's always polite, sometimes flirty in that harmless way that successful, attractive men can get away with. I've caught him looking at me a few times, and there's definitely chemistry there. But I've never acted on it. Too complicated. Too close to home. Too much potential for awkwardness if things went south. As I'm juggling my laptop bag and purse, wrestling with the front door lock, I hear a small voice call out from next door. "Sophie! Sophie!" I turn to see Lily bouncing on her tiptoes at their kitchen window, waving enthusiastically. She's still in what looks like a princess costume from school, probably some Halloween celebration that I would have completely missed if not for the decorations everywhere. Despite everything weighing on my heart, I can't help but smile and wave back. Lily has this infectious energy that could brighten a funeral parlor. She's always been friendly, sometimes appearing at my door with questions about my car or my job, or why I don't have any kids of my own, with the last question delivered with the brutal honesty that only 6-year-olds can manage. The front door finally gives way, and I step into my house. It's exactly as I left it this morning, spotless, organized, and utterly silent. The marble countertops gleam under the recessed lighting. The throw pillows are arranged just so on the gray sectional sofa, and everything has its designated place. It's the opposite of the house I grew up in, where Mama's knitting project sprawled across every available surface, and Daddy's reading glasses could be found in at least 6 different rooms, where the refrigerator was covered in grocery lists and church bulletins and photos held up by magnets shaped like vegetables. Standing in my perfect empty house, I'm hit with a wave of loneliness so intense it nearly knocks me over. This is what I chose instead of Sunday dinners and family chaos and the kind of love that shows up in casseroles and unsolicited advice. I need to pack a bag. I need to book a flight. I need to figure out how to face a family that's going to take one look at my designer clothes and expensive haircut and wonder what happened to the girl who used to help Daddy in the garden and never missed a church potluck. But more than anything, I need to figure out how to survive the next week of well-meaning relatives who are going to spend every spare moment reminding me that I'm 32, successful, and completely alone.
Chapter 2. Jake. The morning air carries the crisp bite of late October as I pull into my driveway after dropping Lily off at school. Halloween's coming up and the whole neighborhood's decked out like a monster movie set. Jack-o'-lanterns grin from every porch, fake cobwebs drape across mailboxes, and someone down the street has erected what looks like a small cemetery in their front yard. I grab my travel mug from the cup holder and kill the engine. Working from home has its perks. No commute, no office politics, no pretending to care about random coworkers' weekend plans. The IT consulting business runs itself these days, especially when you've got the kind of reputation that makes Fortune 500 companies throw money at you just to keep their systems from crashing. My phone buzzes with what's probably another urgent email about server configurations or network security. Nothing that can't wait until I'm properly caffeinated and settled at my desk. That's when I notice Sophie on her porch. She's sitting on the top step in what looks like yesterday's work clothes, a navy blazer that's wrinkled like she slept in it, her usually perfect hair pulled into a messy ponytail. But it's the coffee mug cradled in her hands and the tears streaming down her face that make me forget all about my morning routine. Sophie Harper doesn't cry. I've lived next to this woman for 3 years, and I've seen her handle everything from broken water mains to aggressive door-to-door salesmen with a kind of cool composure that makes Navy SEALs look emotional. Whatever's happening right now is serious. I pocket my keys and cross the small strip of grass between our driveways. Sophie's so lost in whatever's eating at her that she doesn't notice me until I'm halfway up her front walk. "Morning, Sophie. You okay?" She startles, nearly dropping the mug. When she looks up, her brown eyes are red-rimmed and puffy, and there's something broken in her expression that hits me square in the chest. "Oh, hey, Jake." She swipes at her cheeks with the back of her hand, trying to pull herself together. "Sorry, I didn't realize anyone was around. You want to talk about it?" For a second, I think she's going to give me the standard, "I'm fine," that people throw around when they're anything but. Instead, her composure cracks completely. "My dad died yesterday." The words hit like a physical blow. I've met her father exactly once when he visited last Christmas. Good man. The kind who shook your hand like he meant it and asked real questions about your life. The kind who raised daughters to be strong and independent, even when it meant letting them fly far from home. Jesus, Sophie. I'm so sorry. I settle onto the step beside her, close enough to offer comfort without crowding her space. She's got this vanilla and coffee scent that's always appealed to me, but right now she just smells sad. Heart attack. He was working in his garden and just... She makes a helpless gesture with her free hand. Gone? That's rough as hell. What do you need? You want me to drive you to the airport? She lets out a laugh that's more sob than humor. I haven't even figured out how I'm getting there yet. I can't think straight. Everything feels... messed up? Yeah, exactly. She takes a shaky sip of coffee. I have to go home for the funeral, and I'm dreading it. That's terrible, right? My father just died, and I'm worried about facing my family. I've never heard Sophie sound uncertain about anything. She's the woman who negotiates with contractors like she's brokering international peace treaties, who handles her high-powered marketing job with the kind of efficiency that makes me grateful I work alone. Why are you dreading it? Because they're all going to look at me and see this 32-year-old woman who chose a career over family, who visits twice a year and calls it enough. They're going to ask about my love life, wonder why I'm not married with kids, and I'm going to have to stand there and pretend like I haven't been wondering the same damn thing. The vulnerability in her voice does something weird to my chest. Sophie's always been the polished professional, the woman who has herself together while the rest of us stumble through life, making it up as we go. You think they'll judge you for being successful? I think they'll judge me for being alone. She stares into her coffee like it holds answers to the universe. My cousin Denise has been married since she was 23. 3 kids, white picket fence, the whole domestic goddess thing. My aunt's gonna spend the entire week dropping hints about how I need to settle down before it's too late. That's their problem, not yours. Is it though? Her voice cracks. What if they're right? What if I've spent so many years building this perfect career that I forgot to build a life? What if my dad died thinking I was too busy for the things that actually matter? I want to tell her she's being too hard on herself, but the pain in her voice stops me. Sometimes people need to voice their fears before they can move past them. You know what you need? Xanax and a time machine? A fake husband. The words come out before I fully think them through. But once they're out there, I realize it's not the worst idea I've ever had. Sophie's head snaps up, and for the first time since I found her crying, there's a spark in her eyes. What? Think about it. You show up to the funeral with a devoted husband, and suddenly all those questions about your love life disappear. No more awkward conversations about your biological clock, or suggestions about nice boys from church. She's staring at me like I've just suggested we rob a bank, but I can see the wheels turning behind those brown eyes. That's actually not terrible. She straightens up, her analytical mind clearly working through the logistics. It would shut down all the commentary about my personal life. Let me focus on grieving instead of defending my choices. Exactly. But where the hell would I find someone willing to pretend to be my husband for a month? It's not like there's a rent-a-spouse service. I take a long pull from my travel mug, letting the idea percolate. Sophie's attractive as hell, the kind of woman who turns heads without trying, with curves in all the right places, and a smile that could stop traffic. Spending a month playing her devoted husband wouldn't exactly be a hardship. Plus, I like her. Always have. She's smart, funny when she lets her guard down, and she treats Lily like she actually matters instead of just tolerating her the way some adults do with kids. I'll do it. The offer surprises me as much as it does her. I'm not the fake relationship type. Hell, I'm barely the real relationship type these days. But something about Sophie sitting here broken and worried makes me want to fix things for her. You? Her voice climbs an octave. Seriously? Why not? I'm between projects right now and Lily's on fall break soon. We can make it work. Sophie sets her coffee mug down and turns to face me fully, studying my expression like she's trying to determine if I've lost my mind. Jake, you can't be serious. You barely know me. I know enough. You're a good neighbor. You tip the delivery guys well. You never complain when Lily's soccer ball ends up in your yard. Plus, you make excellent coffee. This isn't about coffee, but she's not saying no, and I can see the idea taking root. If you did this, God, I'd owe you everything. This would solve all my problems. You wouldn't owe me anything. Consider it a favor between friends. Friends. The word hangs between us, loaded with possibility. We've been friendly neighbors for 3 years, but this would definitely cross into new territory. You really think we could pull it off? Convince my entire family that we're married? I lean back against the porch railing, studying her face. Even tear-stained and exhausted, Sophie's beautiful. More than that, she's the kind of woman who makes you want to step up. Be better than you are. How hard can it be? We hold hands, I call you sweetheart a few times, and we stick to our story. Your family wants to see you happy, right? They'll probably be so relieved that you found someone that they won't ask too many questions. What about Lily? The question catches me off guard. I hadn't thought about how to explain this to my 6-year-old daughter, who has a tendency to announce uncomfortable truths at the worst possible moments. We'll figure it out. Maybe she could come with us? Kids are great for selling the whole domestic bliss thing. Sophie's eyes widen. You'd bring Lily? To my father's funeral. She's good with sad situations. Mature for her age. It's true. Lily's dealt with her share of loss, with her mother walking out, the divorce, learning that sometimes the people you love don't stick around. And your family would eat her up. Cute kid, good manners, makes us look like we've got our stuff together. This is insane. But Sophie's sitting up straighter now, the defeated slump gone from her shoulders. You'd really do this for me? I meet her eyes, and something passes between us that has nothing to do with fake marriages or family obligations. There's chemistry here. There always has been. Maybe this arrangement would give us both something we didn't know we were looking for. Yeah, Sophie, I'd really do this for you.
Chapter 3. Sophie. I spend the rest of the day in a weird fog, alternating between thinking Jake's lost his mind and wondering if this crazy plan might actually work. By 6 o'clock, I've secured bereavement leave starting tomorrow, booked a flight to Georgia for Friday morning, and somehow agreed to have dinner with my fake husband and his daughter. The whole situation feels surreal as I knock on Jake's front door, carrying a bottle of wine and a container of cookies. I stress-baked after our conversation. My hands shake slightly as I wait, and I wonder if this is how people feel before jumping out of airplanes. Sophie. Lily throws the door open before Jake can reach it, her face lighting up like Christmas morning. Daddy said you're having dinner with us? We're having spaghetti. I helped make the sauce and only spilled a little bit. The genuine excitement in her voice melts some of my tension. Lily's wearing a bright purple dress with a tulle skirt that she's obviously chosen herself, and her curly hair is pulled into pigtails that are already coming loose. I brought cookies, I tell her, holding up the container. What kind? Chocolate chip with sea salt. Her blue eyes widen. That sounds fancy. Daddy, Sophie brought fancy cookies. Jake appears behind his daughter, and I have to admit, the man knows how to fill out a doorway. He's changed from his morning casual wear into dark jeans and a gray Henley that shows off his chest in ways that make my brain temporarily short-circuit. His sandy hair looks like he's run his fingers through it, and there's something about the domestic scene, father and daughter welcoming me into their home, that hits differently than our morning conversation. Come on in. Lily's right about the spaghetti, and I promise the sauce is better than her cooking skills suggest. Their house mirrors mine in layout, but feels completely different. Where my place is all clean lines and neutral colors, theirs is lived in and warm. Lily's artwork covers the refrigerator, books pile on every surface, and there's a fort made of couch cushions in the living room. Sorry about the mess, Jake says, following my gaze. Hurricane Lily struck about an hour ago. It's not a mess, it's an adventure base, Lily corrects seriously. Pirates might attack tonight, so we need to be prepared. I find myself smiling for the first time today. Pirates are definitely something to prepare for. Dinner is surprisingly easy. Jake's made a simple meal, spaghetti with meat sauce, garlic bread, and a salad. But everything tastes better than it should. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten anything substantial since yesterday. Or maybe it's the way Lily chatters about her day, filling every silence with stories about her friends and elaborate theories about why her teacher always wears cardigans. Miss Hannah has 17 cardigans, she announces, twirling spaghetti around her fork. I counted. She must get cold very easily, or maybe she collects them like some people collect stamps. 17 seems like a lot, I agree. That's what I told Tommy Rodriguez, but he said his mom has more shoes than that, so maybe it's normal for grown-ups to have lots of the same thing. Jake catches my eye across the table, and there's something warm in his expression that makes my stomach flutter in ways that have nothing to do with the wine. After Lily finishes her second helping of garlic bread, Jake clears his throat. Lily, Sophie needs to go visit her family in Georgia, and we're going to go with her. Lily perks up immediately. Like a trip? Are we staying in a hotel? Will there be a pool? We'll probably stay at Sophie's family's house, Jake says carefully. It's going to be a sad trip though, kiddo. Sophie's daddy died yesterday. The change in Lily's expression is immediate. Her face grows serious, and she looks at me with the kind of compassion that children somehow manage better than most adults. I'm sorry your daddy died, Sophie. That must make you very sad. The simple sincerity in her voice brings tears to my eyes. Thank you, Lily. It does make me sad. When my mommy went away, I was sad for a really long time. Daddy said it was okay to be sad, and that eventually it wouldn't hurt so much, but it was okay if it still hurt sometimes. Jake's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly, and I realize Lily's talking about her mother leaving, not dying. The comparison makes my heart ache for both of them. Your daddy's very smart, I tell her. Will we go to the funeral? I've never been to one. Are they scary? They're not scary, Jake answers. They're just sad. It's a way for people to say goodbye and remember good things about the person who died. Lily nods thoughtfully, processing this information with the seriousness of someone much older. Will there be other kids there? Probably some, I say. My cousin has children around your age. Will they be sad too? Maybe a little, but they'll probably be happy to meet you. Okay. She takes another bite of spaghetti, apparently satisfied with this explanation. How long will we stay? Jake and I exchange glances. We haven't actually discussed logistics beyond the basic plan. About a month, I say, making an executive decision. Maybe a little longer. Will I miss school? It's your fall break, Jake reminds her. Perfect timing. Lily brightens at this. Oh yeah, so it's like a vacation but sad? Something like that. She accepts this with the resilience that kids somehow manage, already moving on to more pressing concerns. Can I bring my stuffed elephant? And my art supplies? Oh, and my new books? We'll pack everything you need, Jake assures her. After dinner, Lily insists on showing me her room, which is an explosion of pink and purple, with fairy lights strung around the windows and more stuffed animals than any child could reasonably need. She gives me a detailed tour of her book collection, her dress-up clothes, and her rock collection, which apparently includes several specimens that are definitely just regular rocks from the backyard. This one's my favorite, she says, holding up what looks like a piece of quartz. I found it when Daddy and I went hiking. He said it might be special, but I know it's magic because it sparkles. It's beautiful, I tell her honestly. When Jake finally suggests it's time for her to play quietly so the adults can talk, Lily skips off to build something with her Legos, leaving us alone at the kitchen table with our wine glasses and the sudden weight of what we're planning. She's amazing, I say, watching her through the doorway as she dumps out a container of colorful blocks. She is. Sometimes I can't believe she's mine. Jake's voice carries a mixture of pride and something else, maybe fear that he's not enough for her. You sure you're okay with her coming? She can be a lot. I like her energy, and you're right about her helping sell the story. What family wouldn't love her? Jake nods, then leans back in his chair. Okay, so logistics. How long have we been married? The question hits me with the reality of what we're doing. We're actually going to lie to my entire family about being married. It should feel wrong, but mostly it feels necessary. 2 years? I suggest. Long enough to be settled, but not so long that people will wonder why they haven't heard about you. How did we meet? I think about this, swirling wine in my glass. At the coffee shop on Elm Street. I was working on my laptop. You came in with Lily. She spilled her hot chocolate on my papers. And I offered to buy you dinner to make up for it. Right? But I said yes because Lily was so apologetic and cute, not because I was interested in you. Jake grins. Ouch. Way to wound my ego. But then you grew on me. You were funny and good with Lily, and you actually listened when I talked about work instead of just waiting for your turn to speak. I am an excellent listener, he agrees, and something in his tone makes me think he's not entirely joking. When did we get married? In the summer? Small ceremony, nothing fancy. We wanted to focus on blending our family. That works. It explains why none of my family was invited. I take a sip of wine, surprised by how easily this story is coming together. What about kids? My aunt's definitely going to ask when we're planning to expand the family. Jake's expression grows more serious. We're taking it slow. Lily's still adjusting, and your career is demanding right now. Good. That buys us time without having to commit to any specific timeline. What do I do for work? IT consulting. You work mostly from home, which is why you can travel with me. And you do marketing for Tech Forward Solutions. We develop software for small businesses. Jake nods, filing this away. Okay, what else? Pet peeves, favorite foods, embarrassing habits. You hate when people don't use turn signals. I'm addicted to true crime podcasts. You put hot sauce on everything. I can't function without coffee. You know an alarming amount about my eating habits. Your kitchen window is open, and I can see you cooking most nights. We spend the next hour building our fictional relationship, and it's surprisingly fun. Jake's quick with details, and he has a way of building on my ideas that makes the story feel natural instead of rehearsed. By the time we've covered everything from our first fight to our pet names for each other, I'm starting to think we might actually pull this off. What if someone asks about the wedding? I ask. My mom's going to want details. We eloped. Vegas, just us and Lily. Very spontaneous. Very romantic. You think my family will buy that? They'll want to. Parents worry about their kids being alone. Your mom's probably been praying for someone like me to come along and make an honest woman out of you. I laugh despite myself. You don't know my mother. Conservative Southern lady who raised daughters to be independent but still believes marriage is the ultimate goal? Okay, maybe you do know my mother. Jake reaches across the table and covers my hand with his. The contact sends an unexpected jolt of electricity up my arm, and I have to remind myself this is all pretend. We got this, Sophie. Your family's going to love me. Why? Because you're charming and handsome and good with kids? Because I make you happy. That's all they really want to see. There's something in his voice that makes me look at him more carefully. His blue eyes are serious, and his thumb brushes across my knuckles in a way that feels less fake and more real. Sophie, Daddy, come play with me. Lily's voice breaks the moment, and Jake drops my hand like it burns. We both clear our throats and push back from the table, but the awareness between us lingers as we head into the living room. Lily has built an elaborate city out of Legos, complete with houses, roads, and what appears to be a castle in the center. This is where the princess lives, she explains, pointing to the castle. But she's not waiting for someone to rescue her. She's an adventure princess who rescues other people. My favorite kind, I tell her, settling cross-legged on the floor. You can be the adventure princess, Sophie. Daddy can be the dragon. Why am I always the dragon? Jake protests, but he's already getting down on the floor beside us. Because you're big and you have a loud roar. Show Sophie your dragon roar. Jake looks at me with an expression that clearly says, "This is what I deal with," then lets out a surprisingly convincing roar that makes Lily dissolve into giggles. "Okay, adventure princess," she says to me. "The dragon has captured all the people in the village, and you have to save them." For the next hour, we play out Lily's elaborate scenarios, and I find myself relaxing in ways I haven't in months, maybe years. Jake throws himself into the game with the kind of enthusiasm that makes me understand why Lily adores him, and watching them together creates an ache in my chest that I'm not ready to examine too closely. When Lily finally starts yawning, Jake scoops her up for bedtime, and I help clean up the Legos, trying not to think about how natural this feels, how right it feels to be part of their evening routine, part of their world. This is just temporary, I remind myself. A month in Georgia, and then we go back to being neighbors who wave at each other from our driveways. But as I watch Jake carry his sleepy daughter upstairs, her arms wrapped around his neck and her head on his shoulder, I can't shake the feeling that some things, once started, are impossible to stop.
Chapter 4. Jake. Saturday afternoon finds Sophie curled up in my leather armchair, laptop balanced on her knees while I spread real estate brochures across the coffee table. Lily's at Emma's house for a playdate that'll run until dinner, which means we actually have uninterrupted time to figure out the details of this insane plan we've committed to. "So we'll be staying at your mom's house?" I ask, glancing up from a listing for rental cars in Atlanta. Sophie nods, fingers flying across her keyboard. She's got plenty of space. 4 bedrooms, and she's been rattling around in that house alone since Dad died. She'll probably be thrilled to have people to fuss over. "What's she like?" "Your mom?" "Sweet. Overbearing. The kind of Southern woman who thinks the solution to every problem is more food and unsolicited advice." Sophie's mouth curves into a fond smile. "She's going to take one look at you and decide you're not eating enough. Fair warning, she'll try to feed you constantly." I lean back against the couch cushions, grinning. Sounds like my kind of woman. "Don't encourage her. She's also the town's unofficial information network. Everything we say or do will be analyzed and reported back to her bridge club within hours. So no pressure." "Exactly." Sophie closes her laptop and looks at me seriously. "Jake, these people have known me my entire life. They're going to be watching for any sign that something's off. We have to be convincing." The weight of what we're attempting settles over me again. Convincing her family we're married means convincing people who know Sophie better than anyone. People who'll notice if I don't know how she takes her coffee or which side of the bed she sleeps on. "We should probably know more basic stuff about each other," I say. "Like, what's your middle name?" "Grace, after my grandmother. What's yours?" "Michael, family name too." I pick up my beer from the side table, studying her face. "Favorite color?" "Deep blue. Like the ocean right before a storm." Something about the way she says it, the specificity of the description, makes me want to know why that particular shade means something to her. But we're building a fake marriage here, not exploring deep emotional connections. "Mine's green," I tell her. "Forest green, specifically." "Let me guess. Because you're outdoorsy?" "Because it was my mom's favorite. She always said it reminded her of new growth, fresh starts." Sophie's expression softens. "Past tense. She died when I was 15. Cancer. I'm sorry. Long time ago." I take a swig of beer, pushing away the familiar ache. "What about siblings?" "I know you have a sister." "Rachel. She's 2 years younger, married to a guy named Mark. 2 kids. They live about an hour from Mom." Sophie tucks her legs under her in the chair. She's the one who stayed close to home, did everything right. Perfect Southern daughter. There's something in her tone that suggests a story there, but before I can dig deeper, she's moving on. So the funeral's Tuesday. We'll fly down Monday morning, which gives us Sunday to get our story straight and pack. I haven't been on a real trip in years, I admit, and I can hear the excitement creeping into my voice despite the circumstances. Lily's going to lose her mind when she sees the plane. Sophie raises an eyebrow. You realize this isn't a vacation, right? We're going to a funeral. The reminder hits like cold water. Right. Of course. Sorry. It's okay. I know you didn't mean it that way. She runs a hand through her curls. It's just... This is going to be hard enough without feeling like I'm putting on some kind of performance for entertainment. Hey. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. I get it. This isn't a game to you. It's your dad, your family. I promise I'll be respectful. She studies my face for a long moment, then nods. I know you will. You're a good man, Jake, even if you are certifiably insane for agreeing to this. Takes one to know one. That earns me a small smile. Fair point. I pick up one of the travel brochures, glancing at autumn foliage tours and pumpkin patches. It'll be peak fall season down there. Lily's never seen leaves change colors like they do in the South. There's this apple orchard about 20 minutes from Mom's house, Sophie says. And for the first time today, she sounds genuinely enthusiastic. They do hay rides and have this corn maze that's supposedly impossible to solve. Lily would love it. We could take her. You know, as a family. The word feels strange in my mouth, weighted with possibilities I shouldn't be considering. Yeah, Sophie says softly. We could do that. There's something in her voice, a wistfulness that makes me want to promise her things I have no business promising. Real family trips, real memories, a real future that extends beyond this elaborate charade. Is there anything I should worry about before we go? I ask, forcing myself to focus on practical matters. Any exes who might make our lives miserable? Old flames who'll take one look at me and know something's up? Sophie shakes her head quickly. No, I only have one ex worth mentioning, and he's been long gone for almost a decade. What happened? His name was Daniel. I was 23, thought I was in love. Thought he was the one. She picks at the hem of her sweater, not meeting my eyes. Turned out he had different plans. Broke my heart. Moved to California. Never looked back. The casual way she says it doesn't hide the hurt underneath. Even 9 years later, I can see the ghost of that betrayal in the set of her shoulders. I'm sorry. That's rough. Ancient history. She looks up, managing a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Besides, if he hadn't left, I wouldn't be here now, would I? Wouldn't have my career, my house, my incredibly complicated fake marriage to my attractive neighbor. You think I'm attractive? The question slips out before I can stop it, and Sophie's eyes widen slightly. I think you know you're attractive, Jake Matthews. There's something electric in the air between us suddenly. A tension that has nothing to do with funeral planning or fake marriages. Sophie's looking at me like she's seeing something new, and I'm looking back like a man who's been starving without realizing it. Sophie. We should probably get back to planning, she says quickly, but she doesn't look away. Probably. Neither of us moves. The afternoon light streaming through the windows catches the gold flecks in her brown eyes, and I find myself thinking about what it would be like to kiss her. Really kiss her. Not for show or for her family's benefit, but because I want to. Because sitting here in my living room, watching her plan our fake life together, I'm starting to wish some of it could be real. Jake? Her voice is barely above a whisper. Yeah? This is a bad idea. Which part? The fake marriage or all of it? but she's leaning forward slightly and I'm doing the same, drawn by something I don't fully understand. Probably. The space between us shrinks 2 inches and I can smell her perfume, something light and floral that makes me want to bury my face in her neck. Her lips part slightly, and I'm about to do something incredibly stupid when the front door slams open. Daddy! I'm home! We spring apart like teenagers caught making out, Sophie fumbling for her laptop while I nearly knock over my beer reaching for the scattered brochures. Lily bounds into the living room, cheeks flushed from playing outside, Emma's mom trailing behind her with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I know I'm early, Emma's mom says, but they wore themselves out, and I figured Lily might want some downtime before dinner. No problem at all, I manage, hoping my voice sounds normal. Thanks for having her. After quick goodbyes and promises for Lily to have Emma over soon, we're alone again. But the moment has passed, broken by reality and 6-year-old energy. Sophie! Lily launches herself at the chair, climbing into Sophie's lap without invitation. Guess what we did? We made friendship bracelets, and Emma taught me how to French braid, and we played dress-up with her mom's old clothes, and... Sounds like you had an amazing time, Sophie says, and I notice how naturally she adjusts to accommodate Lily's weight, how her hand automatically smooths down my daughter's wild curls. Are you and Daddy still planning our trip? Can we go to Disney World? Emma went last year and said it was the best thing ever. We're going to Georgia, remember? I say. For Sophie's family. Oh, right. The sad trip. Lily's expression grows serious for about 2 seconds before brightening again. But we can still have fun parts, right? Like when Gran. DMA died and we were sad, but you still let me get ice cream for breakfast that one time. I catch Sophie's eye over Lily's head, and something passes between us. Understanding, maybe. Or recognition that this trip, whatever else it is, will matter to all of us in ways we can't predict. I think we can manage some fun parts, Sophie tells Lily. And the smile she gives my daughter is so genuine, so warm that my chest tightens. This woman is going to break my heart. I can see it coming like a train in the distance, and I'm standing right on the tracks. But as Lily chatters about all the things she wants to do in Georgia, and Sophie listens with the kind of attention most adults don't give children, I realize I don't care. Some things are worth the risk.
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 5. Sophie. The humid Georgia air hits me like a wall the moment we step off the plane, thick and sweet with the promise of autumn that hasn't quite arrived yet. My stomach churns as we make our way through the terminal, Jake pushing our luggage cart while Lily skips beside him, her curly hair bouncing with each step. It smells different here, Lily announces, wrinkling her nose, like flowers and old things. That's the South for you, I tell her, though my voice comes out tighter than I intended. Everything here has history. Jake's hand finds the small of my back, a gesture so natural it almost fools me into thinking this is real. You okay? I want to say no. I want to admit that walking through this airport, seeing the familiar magnolia trees lining the walkways, and hearing the slow drawl of conversations around us, makes me feel like I'm 16 again and desperately trying to escape. But Lily's watching me with those bright blue eyes, and I can't fall apart before we even make it to the rental car. I'm fine. It's been a while. The rental car counter takes forever, Jake dealing with paperwork while I try not to pace. Every minute we spend here is another minute closer to seeing Mom, to walking into that house where Dad's absence will hit me like a physical blow. "Why is your face all scrunched up?" Lily asks, tugging on my sweater. I force my expression to relax, just thinking about sad things, about a lot of things. She nods like this makes perfect sense. When I think about too many things at once, Daddy says my brain gets crowded. Is your brain crowded? Yeah, sweetie. My brain's pretty crowded right now. Well, when my brain gets crowded, I count things. Like how many red cars I can see, or how many people are wearing sneakers. She glances around the terminal. Want to count with me? Before I can answer, she's already started. 1 person in sneakers, 2 people in sneakers, 3. By the time Jake finishes with the rental agreement, Lily's counted 17 people in sneakers and has moved on to counting suitcases with wheels. My breathing has steadied, the tight knot in my chest loosening just enough to function. "Ready?" Jake asks, keys dangling from his fingers. As ready as I'll ever be. The drive through Atlanta traffic gives way to smaller highways, lined with towering pines and the first hints of changing leaves. Lily presses her face to the window, commenting on everything she sees. Why are all the houses so far apart? At home, Mrs. Jenkins' house is right next to ours, but here you can't even see the neighbors. People have more space down here, I explain, watching familiar landscape roll past. More room to spread out. Do they get lonely? The question catches me off guard. I don't know. Maybe sometimes. I would get lonely. I like being able to wave at Mrs. Jenkins from my bedroom window. Jake catches my eye in the rearview mirror. What about you, Sophie? Did you get lonely growing up here? The honest answer sits heavy in my throat. Yes, I was lonely. Lonely and restless and desperate for something bigger than Friday night football games and church socials. But that's not something I can explain to a 6-year-old. Sometimes, I say instead. But I had good friends and family. Tell me about your mom again, Lily says. Is she really going to try to feed us all the time? Oh, honey, you have no idea. She's probably been cooking since yesterday, convinced that plain food has left us all malnourished. What kind of food? Everything. Fried chicken, cornbread, green beans that have been cooking so long they've forgotten they were ever vegetables. Sweet tea that's basically sugar water, with a hint of tea flavoring. That sounds amazing, Lily breathes. It is. And terrible for you, and you'll love every bite. We pass the sign for Somerville, and my stomach drops. 20 minutes. 20 minutes until I'm standing in my childhood home, pretending to be married to the man currently drumming his fingers against the steering wheel and stealing glances at me when he thinks I'm not looking. You're doing that face thing again, Lily observes. What face thing? The scrunched up thinking face. Are you nervous about seeing your mom? Sometimes children see too much. A little. Why? She's your mom. Moms are supposed to be happy to see you. If only it were that simple. It's complicated, sweetheart. Adults always say things are complicated when they don't want to explain them properly. Jake barks out a laugh. She's got you there. Okay, fine. I'm nervous because I haven't been home in a long time. And sometimes when you stay away too long, coming back feels weird. Like putting on clothes that don't fit right anymore. Lily considers this seriously. But you'll still be Sophie, right? Even if the clothes don't fit? Yeah, I'll still be Sophie. Then it'll be okay. The simplicity of 6-year-old logic never fails to amaze me. If only everything could be solved with such straightforward thinking. We turn onto Maple Street. And suddenly, we're driving past the McFarland's white Colonial, where I learned to ride a bike. past the empty lot where the old Hampson house burned down when I was 12, past Mrs. Ray's garden that still looks like something from a magazine spread. "It's so pretty here," Lily whispers, and she's right. Somerville in October is beautiful, all golden light filtering through leaves that are just starting to turn, front porches decorated with pumpkins and cornstalks. "There," I say, pointing to the blue Victorian at the end of the street. "That's my mom's house." "Whoa," Lily breathes. "It looks like a fairy tale house." She's not wrong. The wraparound porch with its white gingerbread trim, the tower room on the 3rd floor, the garden that Mom has spent decades perfecting. It's the kind of house that belongs in storybooks. It's also the house where I spent 18 years feeling like I was suffocating. Jake pulls into the driveway, and before he's even turned off the engine, the front door flies open. Mom appears on the porch, wiping her hands on her apron, her silver hair perfectly styled, despite the fact that she's been cooking all morning. "Oh, Lord," I mutter. "What?" "She's wearing the good apron. The one with the lace trim. She only wears that for special occasions." "We're special occasions?" "You're about to be her new favorite people." As if on cue, Mom starts down the porch steps, and I can see her beaming even from here. Behind her, Rachel appears in the doorway, looking polished and perfect as always, in a way that makes me immediately conscious of my travel-wrinkled clothes. "Here we go," I whisper, and Jake's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. "We've got this." I hope he's right. Mom reaches the car just as we're climbing out, and suddenly I'm enveloped in her familiar embrace, encapsulated by lavender perfume and fabric softener, and something indefinably comforting that I'd forgotten I missed. "Oh, honey," she whispers against my hair. "I'm so glad you're here." For a moment, I let myself sink into the hug, let myself be someone's little girl again, instead of the successful career woman who has her life perfectly under control. When she finally releases me, her eyes are bright with unshed tears. "And you must be Jake," she says, turning to him with the kind of smile that could power small cities. "I'm Diane Harper. Welcome to our family, sweetheart." She hugs him too, which surprises me. Mom's not usually a hugger with strangers, but something about Jake seems to have won her over already. "Thank you for having us, Mrs. Harper. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. Please call me Diane. Or Mom, if you're comfortable with that." She turns to Lily, who's been watching this exchange with wide eyes. And this beautiful angel must be Lily. "Hi," Lily says, suddenly shy. "Your house is really pretty." "Why, thank you, sweetheart." "Would you like to see inside?" "I've got fresh cookies cooling on the counter, and I think there might be some chocolate milk in the refrigerator." "Mom, they just got here." I start, but Lily's already perking up. "Chocolate milk? Really?" "Really. Come on, let's get y'all inside before the neighbors start gossiping about how long I kept you standing in the driveway." Rachel appears beside us, looking immaculate as always. "Hey, sis." She hugs me, but it's the kind of hug you give acquaintances at church functions. "Jake, it's so nice to finally meet you. Sophie's told us so much about you." "All good things, I hope." "Oh, you know Sophie. She's always been selective about what she shares." There's something in Rachel's tone that makes me tense, but before I can analyze it, she's already moving toward the car trunk. "Let me help with these bags." As we gather our luggage, Mom chatters about lunch and the funeral arrangements, and how the whole church is planning to attend because Dad was so beloved. Her voice fills the spaces where awkward silences might grow, and I find myself grateful for her endless stream of conversation. "I've got fried chicken and all the fixings ready," she says, leading us up the porch steps. "I know y'all must be starving after that flight. Airplane food isn't fit for human consumption, if you ask me." The front door opens, and suddenly I'm standing in my childhood home for the first time in 3 years. Everything looks exactly the same. The family photos lining the hallway, the antique furniture Mom inherited from her mother, the smell of lemon oil and whatever she's been baking. Wow, Lily breathes, turning in a slow circle. It's like a museum, but nicer. Lily, Jake says quietly, but Mom laughs. She's absolutely right. I do tend to keep things the way they've always been. Change has never been my strong suit. Her eyes find mine as she says it, and I know she's talking about more than furniture arrangements. Come on into the kitchen, she continues. Let's get some food in you before we have to head to the church.
Chapter 6. Jake. The church parking lot overflows with cars, forcing us to park 2 blocks away on a side street lined with ancient oak trees. As we walk toward the imposing brick building with its white steeple reaching toward an overcast sky, I count at least 50 people milling around the entrance, all dressed in respectful black and navy. Damn! I mutter under my breath, then glance down at Lily. Holy cow! That's a lot of people. Language, Sophie says automatically, but there's no heat in it. She has a tense expression on her face, her hand gripping mine so tightly I can feel her pulse racing through her fingertips. Daddy, why are there so many cars? Lily asks, having to skip every few steps to keep up with our pace. Because Mr. Harper was very loved, I tell her. When someone touches a lot of lives, a lot of people want to say goodbye. Sophie's breath hitches beside me, and I squeeze her hand tighter. The woman who confidently negotiated million-dollar marketing deals has been replaced by someone fragile, someone who looks like she might bolt at any second. We can leave whenever you want, I tell her quietly. Just say the word. She shakes her head. I can't. Mom needs me here. The crowd parts as we approach, and suddenly we're being enveloped by relatives I've never met, but who somehow know all about me. An elderly woman with Sophie's eyes pulls me into a hug that smells like peppermint and mothballs. You must be Jake. I'm Aunt Lorraine, Sophie's daddy's sister. Bless your heart for bringing our girl home. Before I can respond, she's moved on to Sophie, and I'm being introduced to Uncle Robert and Cousin Mary Beth, and what feels like half the population of Georgia. Everyone wants to shake my hand, tell me how sorry they are for my loss, comment on how beautiful Lily is. Y'all make such a lovely family, says a woman who introduces herself as Sophie's second cousin, twice removed. Sophie always was meant to have children. She was so good with all the little ones at family gatherings. Lily preens under the attention, charming everyone with her questions about the stained glass windows and whether the organ is as big as the one she saw in a movie once. Within minutes, she's been adopted by a group of Sophie's younger cousins who promised to show her the best hiding spots in the church basement. Can I go with them, Daddy? She asks, eyes bright with the prospect of new friends. I glance at Sophie, who nods. Go ahead, sweetheart. Stay where the grown-ups can see you. As Lily disappears into the crowd of children, Sophie's composure finally starts to crack. Her shoulders tremble, and she wraps her arms around herself like she's trying to hold everything together through sheer force of will. The service itself is a blur of hymns and scripture readings and stories about a man I wish I'd had the chance to meet. Sophie sits rigid beside me, her hand clasped in mine, staring straight ahead at the mahogany casket draped with white lilies. When the pastor invites people to share memories, a steady stream of community members stand to talk about Jonathan Harper's kindness, his dedication to his family, his 40-year commitment to teaching high school history. He made learning fun, says a young woman who can't be much older than 20. I hated history until I had Mr. Harper. He made the past feel alive, like those people were our neighbors instead of names in a textbook. Sophie's grip on my hand tightens with each story, and I can see her fighting back tears. When an older man talks about how Johnny Harper never missed a single one of Sophie's debate tournaments, even driving 3 hours to watch her compete at state level, a single tear escapes and rolls down her cheek. I want to comfort her, But we're surrounded by 200 people, and I'm not sure how far this fake marriage thing extends. So I settle for rubbing my thumb across her knuckles, a small gesture that I hope provides some comfort. After the service, we file outside for the burial. The cemetery sits behind the church, all weathered headstones and ancient magnolias that have probably witnessed a century of farewells. Sophie's family gathers around the gravesite, but she hangs back, standing apart from the crowd with her arms wrapped around herself. That's when I see her really break. Her shoulders shake as silent tears stream down her face, and she stares at the casket like she's trying to memorize every detail. The strong, confident woman I've come to know dissolves into someone raw and grieving, and every instinct I have screams at me to protect her. Damn the fake marriage charade. She needs comfort, and I'm the closest thing she has to real support right now. I move behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist and pulling her back against my chest. "Hey," I whisper against her ear. "I've got you." For the charade, I tell myself. This is all for show to make sure her family believes we're really together. But when Sophie melts into me, when she leans her full weight against my chest and lets me support her, something shifts in my chest. Her hair smells like vanilla and that citrus shampoo she uses, and she fits against me like she was designed to be there. "Thank you," she whispers so quietly I almost miss it. "I needed this." The honesty in her voice catches me off guard. She's not performing for her family right now. She's just a woman who's lost her father, accepting comfort from someone who genuinely wants to give it. Without thinking, I press a soft kiss to her temple, breathing in the scent of her skin. "Your dad sounds like he was an incredible man." "He was." Her voice cracks on the words. "I should have come home more. Should have called more often. I was so busy proving I could make it on my own that I forgot." "Hey!" I turn her in my arms so she's facing me, keeping my voice low so the relatives nearby can't hear. "You think he didn't know how proud he was of you?" Every single person who spoke today mentioned something about his daughters, about how much he loved you both. She nods, but fresh tears spill over. I use my thumb to brush them away, and she closes her eyes at the contact. "Jake?" "Sophie?" We turn to find Rachel approaching, her black dress perfectly pressed despite the humidity. She's removed her sunglasses, and I can see the family resemblance in her bone structure, though she lacks Sophie's warmth. "I wanted to thank you again for coming," Rachel says, her gaze moving between us with something that might be approval. "It means so much to Mom to have the whole family here." "Of course," I say, keeping one arm around Sophie's waist. "I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances." Rachel's smile is genuine for the first time since we arrived. "You know, you two look really good together. Really natural." She glances at Sophie, whose color is slowly returning. "Dad would be so proud of you for finding a good man. Someone who's clearly a wonderful father, judging by how sweet Lily is." Something warm spreads through my chest at her words. Pride, maybe, or satisfaction at being recognized as a good father. It's not something I hear often enough, especially from strangers. Most people see the single dad thing as either something to pity or something suspicious, like I must have screwed up somewhere along the way. "She's a special kid," I say, glancing toward where Lily is playing tag between the headstones with her new cousins. "Makes my job easy." "Don't let him fool you," Sophie says, and I'm relieved to hear some strength returning to her voice. "He's an amazing father. Lily's lucky to have him." The pride in her voice surprises me. She's not just playing a role right now. There's genuine warmth in the way she talks about my relationship with Lily. "I can tell," Rachel says. "The way she looks at you, how comfortable she is. That doesn't happen overnight. And Sophie, honey, I can see why you fell for him. The way he just wrapped you up when you needed it." She shakes her head with a soft smile. "Dad always said you'd know the right one because he'd take care of you without you having to ask." Sophie stiffens slightly in my arms, and I wonder if she's thinking the same thing I am. That this feels too real, too natural. That somewhere between the airport and this cemetery, The lines between fake and genuine have gotten dangerously blurred.
Chapter 7. Sophie. Mom's house looks exactly the same as it did when I left for college 14 years ago. The same faded blue shutters, the same creaky porch swing, the same collection of ceramic frogs clustered around the front steps that Dad always threatened to accidentally run over with the lawnmower. "This is where you grew up, right, Sophie?" Lily asks, her voice full of wonder as she takes in the wraparound porch and towering pecan trees. "Every summer until I was 18, I tell her, fishing the spare key from under the ceramic turtle by the door. "Your room tonight used to be mine." The familiar scent of lemon furniture polish and Mom's vanilla candles hits me the moment we step inside. Everything is spotless, as always. Mom's way of coping has always been cleaning, organizing, controlling what she can when everything else falls apart. "Sophie, that you, honey." Mom's voice carries from the kitchen, followed by the sound of her slippers shuffling across hardwood floors. She appears in the doorway, wearing the same black dress from the service, but she's removed her heels and her hair has escaped its careful updo. Dark circles ring her eyes, and she looks smaller somehow, like grief has physically diminished her. "How are you holding up?" I ask, moving to wrap her in a hug. "1 minute at a time," she says against my shoulder. "That's what Pastor Williams told me. Just take it 1 minute at a time." Jake clears his throat softly behind us. "Mrs. Harper, is there anything I can help with? Dishes, moving furniture, anything at all?" Mom pulls back from our embrace and studies Jake with the same intensity she used to reserve for boys who came to pick me up for dates. "You're very kind, but Rachel's husband already moved all the heavy things. I do have your rooms ready, though." My stomach drops. Rooms? Plural, as in Jake and I will be sharing one. "I put little Miss Lily in Sophie's old room," Mom continues, leading us down the hallway lined with family photos. "It still has all her stuffed animals and books if you want to explore later, sweetheart." Lily's eyes light up as Mom opens the door to reveal pink walls covered in boy band posters I should be embarrassed about. A twin bed with a white iron frame, and shelves lined with every Nancy Drew mystery ever written. "This is so cool." Lily bounces on her toes. "Can I really sleep here tonight?" "Of course you can," Mom says, and I catch the first genuine smile I've seen from her all day. "There's even a dollhouse in the closet if you want to play with it." As Lily explores her temporary domain, Mom leads Jake and me further down the hall to the guest room. My parents' house isn't large, but this room sits at the end of the hallway, separated from the others by the bathroom and linen closet. Complete privacy. My mouth goes dry as Mom opens the door to reveal a queen-size bed covered in one of her hand-stitched quilts, a dresser that probably dates back to the 1970s, and exactly 0 other sleeping options. "I know it's not fancy like what you're probably used to," Mom says to Jake, "but the mattress is good, and the air conditioning works well back here." "It's perfect, Mrs. Harper. Thank you for having us. Please call me Diane. Your family now." She pats his arm with genuine affection. "I'll let you two get settled. Dinner's at 7 if you want to join us. Rachel's making her famous casserole." The moment Mom's footsteps fade down the hallway, the reality of our situation hits me. 1 bed, 1 room, and Jake, who has been nothing but helpful and kind all day, but who also makes my pulse race every time he touches me. "I can sleep on the floor," Jake says immediately, reading my expression. "Or that chair might work if I scrunch up enough." "Don't be ridiculous. You're 6'3", and that chair's older than I am." I set my overnight bag on the dresser, avoiding eye contact. "We're adults. We can share a bed without it being weird." Even as I say it, I know I'm lying. Everything about Jake makes things weird for me. The way he comforted me at the cemetery. How natural it felt to lean into his strength the moment when his lips brushed my temple. And I wanted to turn in his arms and stop. Just stop. If you're sure, he says, but his tone suggests he's not entirely convinced either. The next few hours pass in a blur of family dinner conversation, and Lily charming everyone with stories about her school friends and questions about what my childhood was like in this house. Rachel's casserole is exactly as I remember, heavy on cheese and comfort, light on actual nutrition, and for brief moments I can almost pretend this is just a normal family gathering. But then I catch Mom staring at Dad's empty chair, or notice the way Rachel keeps checking her phone like she's looking for an excuse to leave, and reality crashes back. By 8 o'clock, Lily is yawning between sentences despite her protest that she's not tired. Jake stands from the dinner table and extends his hand to her. Come on, kiddo. Time to get ready for bed. But I want to hear more stories about Sophie's room. Lily whines, but she takes his hand anyway. Tomorrow, Jake promises. Right now, you need to brush your teeth and get into pajamas. I watch them disappear down the hallway, and something warm unfurls in my chest at the easy way Jake handles bedtime. No negotiation, no bribing, just calm authority that Lily responds to without question. He's wonderful with her, Mom observes, following my gaze. He is? I agree, and mean it completely. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting on the edge of the bed in my pajamas, practical cotton shorts and an oversized t-shirt, when Jake returns. He's changed into basketball shorts and a gray t-shirt that does absolutely nothing to hide the broad expanse of his shoulders. She's out cold, he reports, closing the door behind him. Apparently, exploring old dollhouses is exhausting work. I smile despite the heaviness sitting on my chest. She had a good day, considering where we were. Jake settles beside me on the bed, leaving careful space between us. How are you doing? Really doing, not the polite answer you've been giving everyone all day. The question cracks something open inside me. All day I've been holding myself together, playing the role of the grieving but composed daughter, the loving wife, the woman who has everything under control. It doesn't feel real, I admit, staring down at my hands. Like I keep expecting him to walk through the front door and ask Mom what's for dinner, or call to check on how the service went. My voice catches. Stupid, right? He's gone. I know he's gone. I saw the casket. I heard all those people talk about him in past tense. But my brain keeps forgetting. That's not stupid at all. Jake's voice is gentle, understanding. Grief doesn't follow logic. It takes time for your heart to catch up with what your head knows. I look at him sideways. You sound like you speak from experience. My dad died when I was 22. Heart attack, completely sudden. For months afterward, I'd pick up the phone to call him when something good happened at work, or I'd see his favorite beer in the grocery store and think about grabbing him one. He runs a hand through his hair. The worst part was how everyone expected me to be over it after a few weeks. Like grief has an expiration date. The understanding in his voice breaks down my last defenses. Fresh tears spill over, and I don't try to stop them this time. I should have come home more, I whisper. The last time I saw him was Christmas, and even then I was checking work emails half the time. I was so focused on proving I didn't need anyone, on building this perfect independent life, that I forgot about the people who loved me before I had anything to prove. Jake shifts closer, his warmth radiating across the small space between us. Sophie, look at me. I turn to face him, probably looking like a mess with red-rimmed eyes and tear-stained cheeks. Your dad was proud of you. Every single person at that service mentioned how much he bragged about your career, your accomplishments. You didn't disappoint him by building a life for yourself. But I missed so much time. And you're here now. You came home when it mattered. You're taking care of your mom, supporting your family. His hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb brushing away a tear. That's what he'd want to see. The tenderness in his touch, in his voice, in the way he's looking at me like I'm something precious instead of a mess, makes my heart race. This isn't part of our arrangement. This is Jake choosing to comfort me, choosing to see me at my most vulnerable and offer gentleness instead of judgment. You don't have to do this, I whisper. We're alone now. No one's watching. His hand stills against my cheek, but he doesn't pull away. I know. So why? Because you're hurting. Because I want to help. Because. He trails off, his gaze dropping to my lips. The space between us shrinks without either of us consciously moving. His thumb traces along my cheekbone, and I find myself leaning into his touch, my eyes fluttering closed. When I open them, Jake is closer, close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in his blue eyes, close enough to feel his breath against my lips. This is dangerous territory. This is exactly what we agreed wouldn't happen. But right now, with grief making everything feel raw and immediate, I can't remember why that matters. Jake's head tilts slightly, and I know that in another second, maybe two, we're going to cross a line that will change everything between us. I pull back abruptly, the spell broken. We should probably get some sleep. Jake blinks, like he's coming back from somewhere far away. Right, of course. He clears his throat and moves to his side of the bed. Do you want the bathroom first? Sure. I stand on unsteady legs, grabbing my toiletry bag. I'll be quick. Sophie? Jake's voice stops me at the door. Yeah? For what it's worth, I think your dad would be really proud of the woman you've become. All of her, not just the successful parts. I duck my head, unable to trust my voice to remain steady. Good night, Jake. Good night. I escape to the bathroom, closing the door behind me and pressing my back against it. My reflection in the mirror shows exactly what I expected. Messy hair, wide eyes, the unmistakable look of a woman who almost made a very big mistake. Except it wouldn't have felt like a mistake in the moment. It would have felt like exactly what I needed. And that's precisely the problem.
Chapter 8. Jake. I wake up before dawn, which isn't unusual for me, but feels different in this unfamiliar bed. Sophie sleeps curled on her side, one hand tucked under her cheek, looking younger than her 32 years. The morning light filtering through the sheer curtains catches the gold undertones in her dark skin, and I have to force myself to look away. Last night almost changed everything between us. Hell, I wanted it to change everything. When she was crying in my arms, when I was wiping away her tears, every instinct I had was screaming at me to kiss her, to show her she wasn't alone, to give her whatever comfort I could offer. But she pulled away. Smart woman. Smarter than me, apparently. I slide out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake her. She needs the sleep after yesterday's emotional marathon. My bare feet make no sound on the hardwood floor as I grab a t-shirt and slip out of the room. The smell of coffee and bacon hits me halfway down the hallway. Someone else is an early riser in this house. I find Diane in the kitchen, still in her robe but with an apron tied over it, standing at the stove with a spatula in one hand and a mug of coffee in the other. She looks more rested than she did yesterday, though the sadness still clings to her like morning fog. Good morning, I say softly, not wanting to startle her. She turns with a smile that's more genuine than any I saw from her yesterday. Well, aren't you an early bird? Coffee's fresh if you want some. That sounds perfect. I move to the cabinet she gestures toward and find a mug. Can I help with anything? Diane pauses in her bacon flipping to study me with sharp eyes. You cook? I make a mean omelet and I'm decent with pancakes. Plus, I've been on Lily duty for 3 years now, so I've learned my way around a kitchen. She makes a considering sound. There's eggs in the fridge and a bowl on the counter. Scrambled work for you? Perfect. We work in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The only sounds, the sizzle of bacon and the soft clink of my whisk against the bowl. There's something soothing about the routine, the normalcy of making breakfast while the rest of the house sleeps. So, Diane says eventually, her tone casual, but I can feel the weight of maternal interrogation coming. Sophie never mentioned being married. Here we go. I crack another egg into the bowl, keeping my expression neutral. Sophie values her privacy. Always has from what I can tell. That's putting it mildly. Diane slides the bacon onto a paper towel-lined plate. That girl's been independent since she could walk. Used to drive her daddy crazy how she'd never ask for help with anything. I pour the eggs into the heated pan, stirring gently. She's definitely not someone who opens up easily. No, she's not. Which is why I'm curious about you. Diane turns to face me fully, crossing her arms. She's been single for as long as I can remember. Turns down every setup I try to arrange. Claims she's too busy for dating. Then suddenly she shows up with a husband and a stepdaughter I've never heard of. The eggs are starting to set, giving me an excuse to focus on cooking instead of Diane's penetrating stare. Things move fast for us. Sometimes you just know, you know? She doesn't sound entirely convinced. How fast are we talking? We met through work. The lie comes easier than it should. It was intense from the start. Sophie's unlike anyone I've ever met. Smart, driven, beautiful inside and out. I fell head over heels before I knew what hit me. That part isn't entirely a lie. Sophie is all of those things, and I am finding myself more attracted to her every day. The fake marriage might be for show, but my interest in her is becoming increasingly real. And she felt the same way? She did. I plate the scrambled eggs, grateful for the distraction. We got married 6 months later. Been happy ever since. Diane's expression softens slightly. Well, you certainly seem to care about her. The way you took care of her yesterday, made sure she ate, didn't leave her side. She shakes her head. That meant a lot to me, seeing someone look after my girl like that. She's easy to take care of. Another truth wrapped in our fabricated story. Though she'd probably argue with me about needing taking care of it all. Lord, yes she would. Diane laughs. The first real laugh I've heard from her since we arrived. Stubborn as a mule, that one. Gets it from her daddy's side, though I suppose I contributed my fair share. The kitchen falls quiet again, but it's comfortable now, like she's accepted me into some inner circle. I set the table while she finishes with the bacon, moving around each other with surprising ease. Can I ask you something? I say as she pours orange juice into glasses. Shoot! This is Sophie's first major loss, isn't it? At least, the first one I've been around for. I lean against the counter, choosing my words carefully. I want to support her through this, but I'm not sure what she needs. You know her better than anyone. Diane's face goes soft with maternal love and concern. You're asking the right questions. Shows you really do care about her. I do. Sophie's always been one to internalize everything. Even as a little girl, she'd rather handle things alone than ask for help. When she was 7 and broke her arm falling out of that old oak tree in the backyard, she walked herself to the house and asked for a Band-Aid. Didn't even cry until we got to the hospital and they had to set the bone. I can picture it perfectly. 7-year-old Sophie determined to handle her pain without bothering anyone else. With grief, she's going to want to push everyone away. She'll tell you she's fine. She'll throw herself into work or cleaning or whatever project she can find to avoid sitting with the hurt. Diane measures coffee into the pot for another pot. The thing is, she needs people around her even when she insists she doesn't. She needs to know it's okay to fall apart sometimes. How do I help with that without pushing too hard? Just be there. Don't try to fix anything or offer solutions. Sophie's a fixer herself, so she'll get frustrated if you try to solve her grief for her. But if you're just present, available, let her come to you when she's ready. Diane meets my eyes. And don't take it personally when she pulls away. It's not about you, it's about her trying to protect herself from more hurt. This advice feels like gold. I've been operating on instinct with Sophie, following my gut about when to offer comfort and when to give her space. But having confirmation from someone who's known her entire life gives me confidence that I'm on the right track. Thank you, I say. That helps more than you know. You're welcome, and Jake. Diane reaches over and squeezes my arm. I'm glad she found you. Sophie deserves someone who cares enough to ask the right questions. Footsteps on the stairs save me from having to respond to that. Lily's voice carries down the hallway, bright and cheerful despite the early hour. Dad? Sophie? Something smells really good. In here, kiddo, I call back. Lily appears in the kitchen doorway wearing the same clothes from yesterday and sporting serious bedhead. Good morning, Mrs. Diane. Thank you for letting me sleep in Sophie's room. It was so cool. You're very welcome, sweetheart. Did you have fun exploring? I found the dollhouse and some really old books. Sophie used to read Nancy Drew. I love those books too. Lily bounces on her toes with excitement. Can I read them while I'm here? Of course you can. Those books are just sitting there gathering dust anyway. Diane's face lights up at Lily's enthusiasm. Are you hungry? We've got eggs and bacon, and I can make pancakes if you want them. Pancakes sound amazing. Can I help? I watch Diane's expression transform as Lily chatters about her morning discoveries. The sadness doesn't disappear, but it recedes, pushed back by the simple joy of having a child in her kitchen again. Dad, did you know Sophie used to have a pet hamster named Mr. Whiskers? There's a picture of him on her dresser and everything. I did not know that, I say, filing away this piece of Sophie trivia. What happened to Mr. Whiskers? Mrs. Diane says he lived to be really old for a hamster and died when Sophie was in college. She cried for 3 days. Another piece of the Sophie puzzle clicks into place. Even as a college student, she felt lost deeply. She just learned early to hide it from the world. More footsteps on the stairs. Slower this time. Sophie appears in the kitchen doorway wearing the same shorts from last night, but with a different t-shirt, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She looks like she slept about as well as I did. Morning, she says, her voice still rough with sleep. Her eyes find mine across the kitchen, and I see a flicker of uncertainty there, like she's not sure how to act around me after last night. Morning, I reply, keeping my tone light. Your mom's making pancakes. I can see that. Sophie moves to the coffee pot, pouring herself a large mug. Thanks for getting up early to help, Mom. You didn't have to do all this. Nonsense. Having people to cook for gives me something to focus on. Diane flips a pancake with practiced ease. Besides, this one here is quite the helper. She nods toward me. Makes a mean scrambled egg. Sophie looks surprised. You cooked! I'm a man of many talents. I lean against the counter, close enough to catch her scent, something clean and floral that makes me want to step closer. Lily was very impressed with Mr. Whiskers' photo collection. A small smile tugs at Sophie's lips. God, I can't believe Mom still has that picture up there. He was very photogenic, Lily declares seriously, and Mrs. Diane says hamsters make excellent pets for responsible children. She gives me a meaningful look. Nice try, kid. We've discussed the pet situation. Sophie's smile widens slightly at our familiar banter, and some of the tension from last night seems to ease from her shoulders.
Chapter 9. Sophie. The autumn air in Somerville carries the scent of wood smoke and apple cider, reminding me of childhood Octobers when Dad would rake leaves into enormous piles just so I could jump in them. I push the memory away before it can settle too deep. Today is about moving forward, about pretending everything is normal for a few hours. Look at all the decorations. Lily spins in a circle on Main Street, taking in the orange and gold banners strung between lampposts, the hay bales positioned outside shop doors, the carved pumpkins grinning from every storefront window. It's like the whole town is having a party. Somerville takes its autumn festival seriously, I tell her, adjusting my scarf against the crisp breeze. Wait until you see what they do for the harvest celebration next weekend. Jake walks beside us, his hands stuffed in the pockets of his jacket, looking more relaxed than I've seen him since we arrived. The morning tension between us has faded into something easier, more natural. Maybe it's the small-town atmosphere. Or maybe we're both just getting better at this whole fake marriage thing. Can we get something warm to drink? Lily asks, pointing toward the coffee shop with its chalkboard sign advertising seasonal specials. That place smells amazing. Absolutely. Jake holds the door open for us, and the warmth inside wraps around us like a hug. The shop buzzes with Saturday morning energy, locals catching up over steaming mugs, while tourists study maps and plan their day. What can I get you folks? The barista, a college-age girl with purple streaks in her hair, beams at us from behind the counter. 2 pumpkin spice lattes, Jake says, then looks down at Lily. And what sounds good to you, kiddo? Hot chocolate with whipped cream and those little marshmallows? Lily presses her face against the glass display case. And maybe one of those cookies shaped like a leaf. Coming right up. The barista starts working on our order while Lily explores the shop, marveling at the local artwork on the walls and the basket of free dog treats by the door. I watch her discover each detail with fresh eyes, remembering what it felt like to be 6 and find magic in everything. That sense of wonder that Dad always encouraged in me, even when Mom worried I was too imaginative for my own good. She's good at this, Jake says quietly, following my gaze as Lily chats with an elderly woman about her corgi. Good at what? Finding joy in small things, making friends wherever she goes. His voice carries a note of pride mixed with something else. Gratitude, maybe. It's a gift, especially after everything she's been through. I want to ask about Lily's mom, about the divorce he mentioned, but the barista calls our order, and the moment passes. Jake hands me my latte, his fingers brushing mine briefly, and I wonder if the little jolt of electricity I feel is part of our act or something more dangerous. Where to next? Jake asks as we step back outside, Lily skipping ahead with her hot chocolate and cookie. The pumpkin patch, Lily calls over her shoulder. Mrs. Diane said there's one just outside town with hay rides and a corn maze. Can we go, please? I glance at Jake, expecting him to check his phone or mention some work emergency that requires his attention. Instead, he grins and calls back. Lead the way, tour guide. The drive to Meadowbrook Farm takes us through winding country roads, lined with maple trees, showing off their October colors. Lily provides running commentary from the back seat about every barn, horse, and interesting cloud formation we pass. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and I find myself laughing more than I have in days. Turn here, I tell Jake, pointing toward a wooden sign painted with dancing scarecrows. Welcome to controlled chaos. The parking field is already half full despite the early hour. Families unload from minivans while couples stroll hand in hand toward the entrance. A tractor, pulling a wagon full of hay bales, and squealing children rumbles past us. This is perfect, Lily breathes, taking in the scene. Pumpkins of every size dot the landscape like orange polka dots, while a corn maze stretches in geometric patterns behind the main barn. Can we do everything? We've got all day, Jake says, and I'm surprised by how much I want that to be true. We start with the pumpkin patch, wandering between rows of vines heavy with fruit in shades from pale cream to deep orange. Lily approaches pumpkin selection with the seriousness of an art curator, testing each candidate for weight and examining stems for the perfect curl. "This one," she declares finally, hefting a medium-sized pumpkin with excellent symmetry. "It's going to be the best jack-o'-lantern ever." "Excellent choice." Jake hoists the pumpkin easily, adding it to our growing collection. "What about this monster for carving?" He points to a pumpkin roughly the size of a beach ball. Lily's eyes go wide with possibility. "Can we really get that one? It's huge." "Go big or go home, right?" Jake winks at me over her head, and my heart does something complicated in my chest. We load our pumpkins into a wheelbarrow and head toward the activities area. The hayride line moves quickly, and soon we're climbing onto a wagon with other families. Lily squeezes between Jake and me, pointing out landmarks as the tractor pulls us through the countryside. "Look, there's a real windmill. And horses. Do you think they give riding lessons?" A little girl across from us leans forward. "My dad says they do trail rides on Sundays. We're coming back next week." "Can we come back too?" Lily looks between Jake and me with hopeful eyes. "We'll see," I say automatically, then catch myself. By next month, we'll be back in the city, our fake marriage having served its purpose. Lily will return to her normal life, and I'll return to mine. The thought sits heavier in my stomach than it should. Jake's arm settles around my shoulders, pulling me closer on the narrow bench. "We'll figure something out," he says softly, his breath warm against my ear. After the hayride, we tackle the corn maze. Jake studies the map like he's planning a military operation, while Lily charges ahead, certain that instinct will guide her better than any strategy. "This way," she calls from somewhere in the stalks. "That's definitely not the right way," Jake mutters, but he follows her voice anyway. We get lost 3 times, backtrack twice, and end up in more dead ends than I can count. But Lily treats each wrong turn like an adventure, and Jake's competitive streak emerges as he becomes increasingly determined to solve the maze through logic and persistence. "We've been past this scarecrow before," I point out after our 4th encounter with a particularly grumpy-looking straw man. "No, that was a different scarecrow. This one has a blue shirt." "They all have blue shirts, Jake." "The other one had a different hat." I bite back a smile. "If you say so." 20 minutes later, we emerge victorious at the exit. Lily throwing her arms up in celebration, while Jake looks smugly satisfied with his navigation skills. "Corn maze conquered," he announces. "What's next on the agenda?" "Apple cider donuts," I say without hesitation. It's not autumn in Somerville without apple cider donuts. The farm stand sells them warm from the fryer, rolled in cinnamon sugar that sticks to our fingers and coats our lips. Lily devours hers with the focused intensity of someone who understands the sacred nature of fresh donuts. "These are incredible," Jake says around a bite. "Why don't they make donuts like this in the city?" "Because city donuts haven't been made with love by Mrs. Eleanor, who's been perfecting her recipe for 30 years. I lick sugar from my thumb, catching Jake watching the movement with an expression that makes heat pool in my stomach. "She won the county fair blue ribbon 8 years running." I can see why. We find a picnic table in the shade and settle in to enjoy our treats and watch the chaos around us. Children run between pumpkins while parents chase after them with cameras. A group of teenagers poses for selfies in front of the barn, and an elderly couple shares a funnel cake on a nearby bench. "Thank you," I say quietly, linking my arm through Jake's. The gesture feels natural, comfortable, like we've been doing this for years instead of days. For being so sweet with her. With both of us, really. This morning could have been terrible. And instead, Jake's voice is soft, his blue eyes focused on my face, with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. Instead, it feels almost normal, like we're a real family out for a Saturday adventure. Jake's smile is warm and genuine, but there's something else underneath it. Something that looks almost like regret. Well, this is all part of the fake marriage favor, right? Might as well make it convincing. The words sting more than they should. Of course, this is just part of our arrangement. The easy intimacy, the way he looks at me like I matter. The gentle way he handles both my grief and Lily's excitement. It's all performance. I'm the one making it more complicated than it needs to be. Right, I manage, forcing brightness into my voice. Got to sell the illusion. Jake must catch something in my tone because his expression shifts, becomes more careful. Sophie. But before he can finish whatever he was going to say, he leans over and presses a soft kiss to my temple. The gesture is tender, protective, exactly what a loving husband would do for his wife during a difficult time. Perfect timing, he murmurs against my hair. That lady from the flower shop is watching us from the apple stand. I glance over, and sure enough, there's Mrs. Gabriel pretending to examine Honeycrisp apples while clearly eavesdropping on our conversation. She's been the town's social butterfly for as long as I can remember. She'll have us analyzed and reported to half the town by dinner time, I whisper back. Then we better give her something good to report. Jake's arm tightens around me, and I let myself lean into his warmth. From the outside, we probably look like the perfect young family, successful husband, devoted wife, adorable stepdaughter. The American dream wrapped up in autumn sunshine and cinnamon sugar. If only they knew how complicated the reality underneath really is. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 10. Jake. The scent of Diane's famous pot roast fills the kitchen as we gather around the Harper family dining table. It's the same oak table Sophie probably ate breakfast at every morning growing up, with the same mismatched chairs and the small burn mark near one corner that looks like it's been there for decades. Lily bounces in her seat, still riding the high from our day at the pumpkin patch. She's managed to get apple cider donut sugar in her hair despite my best efforts to keep her clean. She's chattering away to Diane about the corn maze like she's recounting an epic adventure. And then Daddy said we were going the wrong way, but Sophie said we'd already seen that scarecrow. I thought maybe the scarecrows moved around at night, like in that movie. What movie? Rachel interrupts, raising an eyebrow at her sister. You let a 6-year-old watch horror movies? It wasn't a horror movie, Sophie says quickly. It was that animated one about the scarecrow who comes to life to help the farmer. Very wholesome. I catch the slight defensive edge in Sophie's voice and slide my hand over hers on the table. The gesture is automatic now, this instinct to support her, to present a united front. Her fingers relax under mine. Kids see everything differently, I say, giving Rachel what I hope is a diplomatic smile. Lily finds magic in things that would terrify most adults. Rachel Harper, Rachel Harrington now, according to Sophie, studies me with the calculating gaze of a woman who's made a career out of reading people. She's got Sophie's warm brown eyes but sharper features, her dark hair pulled back in a sleek bun that screams successful attorney. Which, according to Sophie, is exactly what she is. So Jake, Rachel says, cutting into her pot roast with surgical precision. I have to admit, I'm still processing this whole marriage thing. Sophie's always been so focused on her career, so independent. We all figured she'd be single forever. Rachel, Sophie warns. What? I'm just saying, it's a big change. And the fact that you two eloped without telling anyone. Rachel's gaze sharpens. It makes a girl curious about the circumstances. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Rachel's got prosecutor written all over her. She's clearly suspicious about our sudden marriage. I need to give her something that sounds believable without creating holes she can poke through later. Sometimes when you know, I say, keeping my voice casual while my mind races through our cover story. We didn't want to wait. Didn't want the stress of planning a big wedding. Sophie was dealing with her stressful job, and I paused, letting vulnerability creep into my voice. I didn't want to lose her. It's close enough to the truth to sound genuine. I'm terrified of losing Sophie, though not for the reasons Rachel thinks. How romantic, Diane sighs, her eyes bright with happiness. Johnny always said Sophie would find someone special when she was ready. He'd be so pleased to know she found love. The mention of Sophie's father settles a heavy quiet over the table. Sophie's grip on my hand tightens, and I squeeze back, wishing I could take away the pain that flickers across her face. Dad would have liked Jake, Sophie says softly. They both have that same protective streak. And they both love their daughters, Lily pipes up, grinning at me across the table. Everyone laughs, and the tension breaks. But I catch Rachel's expression. She's still watching, still calculating. She's not buying our story completely, which makes her dangerous. Speaking of which, Diane says, reaching over to ruffle Lily's hair, this little one has stolen my heart completely. Sophie, you're so lucky to have such a sweet stepdaughter. Oh, Sophie's not my stepmom, Lily says matter-of-factly, reaching for another dinner roll. She's just... My heart stops, literally stops beating for a full second as panic floods my system. Sophie goes rigid beside me, her hand crushing mine under the table. Just what, sweetheart? Rachel asks, leaning forward with renewed interest. Think, Jake. Think fast. Just the best thing that ever happened to us, I say smoothly, shooting Lily a look that I hope conveys play along or no more apple cider donuts. Right, Lily? Sophie's not just your stepmom, she's your friend, too. Lily's eyes widen slightly as she picks up on the undercurrent of panic at the table. Smart kid. Oh, right. Sophie's the best stepmom and friend in the whole world. She's just so much more than a regular stepmom. That's right, baby, Sophie says, her voice slightly strained but warm. We're a team, aren't we? Crisis averted. Barely. But the close call has my pulse hammering and cold sweat gathering at the base of my neck. One slip from a 6-year-old, and our entire charade could collapse. What the hell would I say then? Rachel's still watching us with those sharp lawyer eyes, but Diane seems completely satisfied with our explanation. You know, Diane says, passing the mashed potatoes around again. Since you two eloped without any family there, maybe you should consider renewing your vows. A proper ceremony where everyone can celebrate with you. My fork freezes halfway to my mouth. Renew our vows? It's a lovely idea, Diane continues, warming to the subject. You could do it right here in Somerville. The old church where Johnny and I got married would be perfect. Or maybe something outdoors in the spring. Sophie makes a sound that might be agreement or might be choking. That's really sweet, Mom. We'll have to think about it. Of course you will, Rachel says, and there's something in her tone that makes my stomach clench. After all, you'll want to make sure you're settled before you make any big commitments like that. The word settled hangs in the air like a challenge. She knows something's off. Maybe not the full truth. But she's got instincts honed by years of cross-examining witnesses, and those instincts are screaming that our story doesn't add up. We're very settled, I say firmly, meeting her gaze head-on. Sophie and I are in this for the long haul. It's not entirely a lie. The business arrangement between us has a built-in expiration date. But sitting here in her childhood home, watching her interact with her family, seeing how naturally she's bonded with Lily, the idea of our marriage ending feels less like relief and more like loss. I think it's wonderful that Sophie found someone who makes her happy, Diane says, reaching over to pat my arm. She's been so focused on work for so long. It's nice to see her glowing again. Sophie is glowing. The stress and grief that have been etched into her features since her father's death have softened tonight. She looks younger, more relaxed, despite the undercurrent of tension from Rachel's questioning. Jake makes me very happy, Sophie says, and for a moment her smile is so genuine it takes my breath away. Good, Rachel says, but her tone suggests the conversation is far from over, because Sophie deserves someone who puts her first, someone who's completely committed to making their marriage work. The warning in her words is crystal clear. Hurt my sister and I'll destroy you. Fair enough. I respect that. Hell, I'd feel the same way if someone showed up claiming to be married to Lily 25 years from now. But Rachel's protective instincts are also a problem. If she keeps digging, keeps asking questions, she's going to uncover the truth. And when she does, the fallout won't just destroy me. It'll devastate Sophie. She'll lose her family's trust right when she needs them most. Family's everything, I say, looking directly at Rachel. I'd never do anything to hurt Sophie or come between her and the people she loves. Rachel studies my face for a long moment, then nods slowly. Good, because this family looks out for each other. Wouldn't have it any other way. The rest of dinner passes more smoothly, but I can feel the weight of Rachel's suspicion like a sword hanging over our heads. Every casual question feels like a trap. Every shared glance between Sophie and me gets catalogued and analyzed. By the time Diane starts clearing plates, my shoulders are tight with tension. We've managed to navigate the evening without any major disasters, but it's clear that Rachel isn't going to stop being suspicious just because we gave her a few good answers. As we help clear the table, Lily yawns widely and leans against Sophie's side. Someone's had a big day, Sophie says, smoothing Lily's hair. Can we carve the pumpkins tomorrow? Lily asks sleepily. Absolutely, I promise. We'll make the best jack-o'-lantern Somerville has ever seen. Will you help too, Grandma Diane? Lily asks, and my heart clenches at how naturally she's adopted Sophie's family as her own. I wouldn't miss it for the world, sweetheart. As we say our goodnights and head upstairs, I catch Rachel watching us from the kitchen doorway. Her expression is thoughtful, calculating, like she's working on a particularly complex case. Sophie must notice too, because she tenses beside me as we climb the stairs. She knows something's wrong, Sophie whispers once we're safely in our room with the door closed. She suspects, I correct, sitting heavily on the edge of the bed. But suspecting and knowing are two different things. Are they? Because it felt like she was cross-examining us down there. She's right, and if Rachel decides to dig deeper, if she starts asking questions we can't answer, this whole thing could blow up in our faces. Sophie would be humiliated in front of her family. Lily would be confused and hurt, and I'd lose both of them. The realization hits me like a physical blow. Somewhere between this morning's pumpkin patch visit and tonight's family dinner, this stopped being just a fake marriage. Sophie and Lily have become important, essential even, which makes everything infinitely more complicated.
Chapter 11. Sophie. The next morning, sunlight streams through the kitchen windows as I rinse breakfast dishes. The familiar rhythm of washing up in my childhood home, oddly comforting. Upstairs, Jake's voice mingles with Lily's delighted giggles as they play some elaborate game involving what sounds like a lot of running around. The sound makes something warm unfurl in my chest, even as my nerves jangle from last night's interrogation. I should have known Rachel wouldn't let things go. My sister's always been like a dog with a bone when something doesn't add up, and our hasty marriage story has more holes than Swiss cheese. So, Rachel's voice cut through my thoughts as she enters the kitchen, coffee mug in hand. She's already dressed for the day in crisp slacks and a sweater that probably costs more than most people's mortgage. Classic Rachel, put together and ready for battle, even at 8 in the morning. I don't look up from the plate I'm scrubbing. So what? I've been thinking about what you said last night, about how you and Jake met through work. My hand's still on the dish. Here we go. What about it? Well, I did a little research last night. Of course she did. Research? Jake Matthews, CEO of a tech consulting firm, multi-million-dollar company, major clients across the country. Rachel settles against the counter, watching my face with those sharp lawyer eyes. So I'm curious. How exactly does a marketing director meet the CEO of a tech consulting firm through work? Your companies don't seem to have any connection. The plate slips slightly in my soapy hands. Think, Sophie. Think fast. It was a networking event. Industry mixer. So technically work-related. A networking event? Yes. One of those awful corporate things where everyone stands around making small talk and exchanging business cards. I force myself to keep washing dishes, to sound casual. You know how it is? Rachel sips her coffee, considering. And this was... when exactly? 2 years ago, before we got married. The timeline we established feels flimsy suddenly, like tissue paper in a rainstorm. Right. Your whirlwind romance. I finally turned to face her, water dripping from my rubber gloves. Rachel, what's your point? Are you writing a biography of my love life? I'm just trying to understand. Understand what? That I fell in love and got married? Since when is that a crime? Rachel sets down her mug and crosses her arms. Since you were never the marrying type, Sophie. You've always been so focused on your career, so independent. After Daniel? Don't. The word comes out sharper than I intended. Don't bring up Daniel. I'm just saying, after what happened with him when you were 23, you swore off serious relationships. You said marriage was for other people, not you. And now suddenly, people can change, Rachel. I yank off the rubber gloves with more force than necessary. Maybe I realized that being alone wasn't as fulfilling as I thought it would be. But Jake seems so different from the guys you usually date. He's so alpha, commanding. You've always gone for the sensitive artist types. Heat rises in my chest. She's right, and that's what makes this so dangerous. Jake is nothing like anyone I've ever been attracted to before. He's overwhelming in ways that should terrify me, yet somehow make me feel safer than I have in years. Maybe that's exactly why it works, I say. Maybe I needed someone strong enough to keep up with me. Rachel studies my face, and I can practically see the gears turning in her lawyer brain. It's just weird, Sophie. The timing, the secrecy, the fact that you never mentioned him before. Stop. I step closer, lowering my voice but putting steel behind it. Stop being nosy and just accept my husband for who he is. I married Jake Matthews 2 years ago, and he's the best thing that's ever happened to me. That's not weird. That's called being happy. I looked him up, Sophie. His divorce was finalized 3 years ago. The timeline is none of your business. My voice carries an edge of warning now. Daniel was ancient history long before I met Jake. What happened when I was 23 has nothing to do with my marriage now. Rachel's expression softened slightly at the mention of Daniel. We don't talk about him much, about how he destroyed my ability to trust, how he left me believing I wasn't worth sticking around for. Rachel was the one who helped me pick up the pieces when he disappeared without explanation, leaving only a note about how he wasn't ready for commitment. I know Daniel hurt you, Rachel says quietly. I just want to make sure. That what? That I'm not making another mistake? That Jake isn't going to disappear one morning and leave me broken again? The words taste bitter. Jake isn't Daniel. He's nothing like Daniel. And that's the truth, even if everything else is a lie. Jake would never run from responsibility. He'd never abandon someone who depended on him. Even our fake marriage has more integrity than anything Daniel ever offered me. You're right, Rachel says finally. I'm sorry. It's just, you're my big sister. I worry. I know you do. But you need to stop digging around and asking questions that make everyone uncomfortable. Jake is part of this family now, and I need you to accept that. Rachel nods slowly, but I can see she's not entirely convinced. You really love him? The question hangs between us, loaded with more weight than she realizes. Do I love Jake, the fake husband who's turned my carefully ordered world upside down in a matter of days? The man who makes my pulse race with nothing more than a sideways glance? The father who would do anything to protect his daughter? He's the best thing that's ever happened to me, I repeat, and this time the words feel dangerously close to truth. Okay. Rachel reaches over and squeezes my shoulder. Okay, I'll back off. But if he ever hurts you, he won't. But if he does, I'll make him regret it. Despite everything, I smile. I know you will. That's what little sisters are for, right? Damn right. The kitchen door swings open, and Mom appears with her arms full of laundry. I hope you two aren't fighting in here, she says, eyeing us suspiciously. You've got that look you used to get when you were teenagers arguing over clothes. We're not fighting, I say quickly. Just catching up. Good. Mom sets the laundry basket on the counter and turns to me with bright eyes. I was hoping to catch you before Jake and Lily come down. I wanted to ask, do you think you two could stay through Thanksgiving? I know it's asking a lot, but with your father gone, this year feels so different. Having you home, having a full house again. Her voice wavers slightly, my chest tightens. Thanksgiving is still weeks away. Staying that long would mean extending our fake marriage arrangement, spending more time pretending to be blissfully happy while walking the tightrope of our elaborate lie. But looking at Mom's hopeful face, thinking about her first major holiday without Dad, I can't bring myself to disappoint her. Sure, I hear myself saying, why not? I can work remotely and I'm sure Jake can manage his business from here for a while. At least I hope he can. Oh, wonderful. Mom claps her hands together. It'll be just like when you were little, except better because now we have Jake and Lily too. A real family Thanksgiving. A real family, if only she knew how fake everything actually is.
Chapter 12. Jake. This place is incredible! Lily bounces in her car seat as we pull into the autumn festival grounds, her face pressed against the window. Look at all the pumpkins, Daddy! The Somerville Fall Festival sprawls across acres of farmland, complete with corn mazes, pumpkin patches, and enough orange decorations to blind a person. Food trucks line the entrance, and the scent of cinnamon donuts and apple cider drifts through the open windows. Can we do everything? Lily asks, already unbuckling her seatbelt before I've even parked. Please, please, please. We'll see what we can fit in, I tell her, catching Sophie's amused smile in the passenger seat. She's wearing jeans and a soft green sweater that brings out the gold flecks in her brown eyes, looking more relaxed than I've seen her since we arrived in Somerville. Diane leans forward from the back seat. There's a petting zoo that I think a certain little girl might enjoy. A petting zoo! Lily practically vibrates with excitement. With baby goats? Baby goats, sheep, maybe even some chickens, Diane confirms. And I catch her watching Lily with such genuine affection that something tight loosens in my chest. This woman has never met my daughter before this week, yet she's treating her like family. Real family. The kind Lily's been asking for since she was old enough to understand that other kids have grandparents who spoil them rotten. We make our way through the festival entrance, Lily immediately gravitating toward Diane's side as they discuss the merits of various activities. Sophie and I trail behind them, close enough to supervise, but far enough away to have our own conversation. "Your mother's a natural with her," I observe, watching Diane point out different booths to Lily with animated gestures. "She always wanted more grandchildren," Sophie says softly. "Rachel's been more focused on her career after having her too. And well, obviously that ship seemed to have sailed." The wistful note in her voice makes me want to reach for her hand, but we're in public now. Have to keep up appearances without overdoing it. "Looks like she's getting her wish," I say instead, nodding toward where Diane is now crouched down to Lily's level, seriously discussing the relative merits of different carnival games. "Jake!" "Sophie!" Diane calls over. "Lily and I are going to check out the petting zoo and maybe try our hand at ring toss. Why don't you two explore a bit? We'll meet back here in an hour?" "Sounds perfect," Sophie calls back, then turns to me with raised eyebrows. "Looks like we've been dismissed." "Fine by me. I could use a break from pretending to know what I'm doing at a fall festival." I gesture toward a quieter path that leads toward the apple orchard section. "Want to walk?" We head away from the main crowd, the noise of children and carnival games fading to a pleasant hum in the background. The afternoon sun filters through the changing leaves overhead, casting everything in warm, golden light. "So," I say, after we've walked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, "how'd things go with Rachel this morning?" She seemed less hostile when I bumped into her. Sophie lets out a dry laugh. "She ambushed me in the kitchen with more questions about our supposed love story. Apparently, she did some research on your company and couldn't figure out how we would have met through work." "What'd you tell her?" "Networking event, industry mixer, Sophie kicks at a fallen leaf. I also told her to back the hell off and stop making everyone uncomfortable." And she backed down mostly. "But Jake..." Sophie stops walking and turns to face me. She knows something's off. She's suspicious about the timeline, about how different you are from guys I usually date. She mentioned my ex, Daniel. The name hits me wrong, sharp and unwelcome. "Daniel?" Sophie starts walking again, wrapping her arms around herself. "Ancient history. I think I told you a bit about him already. We dated when I was 23. I thought I was in love with him, thought he felt the same way. Turned out he was just killing time until something better came along." "What happened?" "He disappeared. Left a note saying he wasn't ready for commitment and that I deserved better." Her voice carries old hurt, carefully controlled. "Classic coward move, really. Couldn't even break up with me in person." Rage builds in my chest, hot and protective. "What a piece of crap." "Pretty much. Anyway, after that, I swore off serious relationships. Decided love was for other people, not me. Focused on my career instead." She glances at me sideways. "Which is why Rachel's so confused about our marriage. She can't figure out what changed." We reach a small bench overlooking the orchard, and I guide her to sit down. "Maybe what changed is that you met someone worth the risk." "Is that what this is? A risk?" Her voice is quieter now, more uncertain. "Isn't it?" I turn to face her fully. This whole thing started as an arrangement, but somewhere along the way it stopped feeling fake. At least for me. Sophie's eyes widen slightly. "Jake, I know we agreed this was temporary. I know you're planning to go back to your life in the city when this is over. But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't started hoping you might change your mind." She's quiet for a long moment, studying her hands. "Tell me about your divorce, about Lily's mother. The change of subject throws me, but I can see she needs time to process what I just said. What do you want to know?" "Everything. I shared my romantic disaster story. Now it's your turn." I lean back against the bench, watching the families wandering through the orchard in the distance. "Jessica and I got married young. Too young, probably. We thought we wanted the same things, but It turned out we barely knew each other. What happened? She hated being a mother. Hated the responsibility, the way it tied her down. She wanted to travel, to be spontaneous, to live like we were still in college. I run a hand through my hair. I thought having a baby would bring us closer together. Instead, it showed us how fundamentally different we were. That must have been hard. The divorce was a relief, honestly. The hard part was realizing how wrong I'd been about love, about what I thought I wanted in a partner. I pause, choosing my words carefully. There was someone else after Jessica. About 1.5 years ago. I thought maybe I'd learned from my mistakes, that I could do better the second time around. What happened? She said she was ready for a serious relationship, that she understood what it meant to be with someone who had a kid. But when it came down to it, she couldn't handle sharing me with Lily. Wanted me to send Lily to boarding school so we could have more time together. Sophie's head snaps up. She wanted you to send Lily away. Yeah, that conversation ended things pretty quickly. I look at her seriously. Lily comes first, Sophie. Always. Anyone who can't understand that isn't worth my time. Good. She should come first. Sophie's voice is fierce, protective. Lily's lucky to have a father who puts her needs above everything else. Even above his own happiness. Sophie shifts closer on the bench, her shoulder brushing mine. Especially then. That's what good parents do. Something warm spreads through my chest at the conviction in her voice. You'd make a good mother, you know. You think so? I know so. I've watched you with Lily this week. The way you listen to her, the way you take her seriously. She adores you. Sophie leans against me then, her head coming to rest on my shoulder. The gesture is so natural, so right, that I have to fight the urge to pull her closer. This is dangerous, she says quietly. What is this? Sitting here talking like we're a real couple, letting myself imagine what it would be like if we were. Maybe we could be. The words are out before I can stop them. She lifts her head to look at me, and suddenly we're closer than we've ever been. I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, can feel her breath against my lips. Jake, I know this wasn't the plan, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. I know we're supposed to be pretending, but this doesn't feel like pretending anymore. Her eyes flutter closed. No, it doesn't. When I kiss her, it's nothing like the awkward attempts we made for her family's benefit. This is real, soft and sweet at first, then deeper as she responds, her hand coming up to cup my cheek. She tastes like the apple cider we shared earlier, warm and sweet with a hint of cinnamon. Her lips are soft under mine, and when she makes a small sound in the back of her throat, something primal and possessive roars to life in my chest. This woman, this incredible, stubborn, beautiful woman who makes my daughter laugh and challenges me at every turn. I want her in ways that have nothing to do with our arrangement and everything to do with the way she makes me feel like myself again. Daddy! Sophie, we're back! We break apart quickly, but not quickly enough to avoid Lily's delighted shriek. You were kissing, she announces to the entire orchard, her voice carrying the scandal only a 6-year-old can manage. That's so gross. Kissing is not gross, I tell her, fighting to keep my breathing steady. It's what people do when they love each other. Well, it looks gross, Lily declares, wrinkling her nose. Like you're trying to eat each other's faces. Diane appears behind her, slightly out of breath but grinning widely. Don't mind her. Children are silly when it comes to these things. Did you two have fun? Sophie asks, leaning away from me and putting some space between us on the bench. Grandma Diane won me a stuffed pig at ring toss. Lily holds up a pink plush pig with pride. And we fed the goats, and I got a hold of baby chicken. Grandma Diane. The title hits me right in the chest, sweet and perfect and everything Lily's been missing. That sounds amazing, Sophie says, and I can hear the emotion in her voice too. Diane settles on the bench beside us, still smiling. It was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The way she's looking at us, at Sophie and me, sitting close together with Lily chattering between us, makes it clear she approves of what she witnessed. More than approves. "So," Diane says, her eyes twinkling, "what should we tackle next? The corn maze? Pumpkin picking? Everything," Lily shouts, already heading toward the next adventure. As we follow her, Sophie's hand brushes mine, and this time I don't hesitate to take it. Whatever this is between us, whatever we're becoming, I'm done pretending it's just for show.
Chapter 13. Sophie. The afternoon at the festival passes in a blur of laughter and stolen glances. By the time we make it back to Mom's house, Lily is practically asleep on her feet, clutching her stuffed pig and wearing a crown of leaves she insisted on making during our nature walk. "Someone needs a bath and an early bedtime," Jake says, scooping her up easily. She doesn't even protest, just melts against his chest with a contented sigh. "I'll help her get cleaned up," Mom offers, already reaching for Lily. "You two should go out for dinner. Spend some time together without little ears listening." My stomach does a small flip. "Mom, we don't need to." "Nonsense. When's the last time you two had a proper date? Just the two of you?" Mom's eyes are bright with determination, the same look she used to get when she was planning surprise birthday parties or convincing Dad to take family vacations we couldn't afford. "We have plenty of time together," I start, but Jake cuts me off. "Actually, that sounds great. There must be somewhere in town Sophie used to love when she was younger." He looks at me with those blue eyes that seem to see right through my protests. "Somewhere with history." Mom claps her hands together. "Oh, perfect. Sophie, you should take him to Mickey's Diner. You practically lived there in high school." The mention of Mickey's sends a wave of nostalgia through me, so strong I have to steady myself against the doorframe. Mickey's is still open. Of course it's still open. Mickey Jr. runs it now, but the menu hasn't changed a bit. They still make those chocolate milkshakes you used to love. Mom is already herding us toward the door. "Go. Enjoy yourselves. I'll put this little angel to bed, and we'll have a grand time watching cartoons until she falls asleep." But Lily's not used to. I try again. "Sophie." Jake's hand finds mine, warm and reassuring. "It's fine. Lily loves your mom, and we could use some time to talk. Just the two of us." The way he says it, loaded with meaning from our conversation at the festival, makes my pulse quicken. Part of me wants to insist we stay home, keep the safety of family around us. But a bigger part, the part that's been awakening all week, wants exactly what he's suggesting. "Okay," I hear myself say. "Mickey's it is." 20 minutes later, we're walking down Main Street as the sun sets. Painting the old storefronts in shades of amber and rose, Jake walks close beside me, close enough that our arms brush with each step, and I'm hyper-aware of every point of contact. "You grew up here," he says, taking in the tree-lined street with its mix of renovated shops and unchanged facades. "This is where you learn to be you." "Yeah, population 3,000 on a good day. Everyone knows everyone else's business. And the most exciting thing that happens is the annual pie contest." I point to a small storefront with a hand-painted sign. "That used to be Henry's Five and Dime. I bought my first lipstick there when I was 14. Bright pink. I thought I was so sophisticated. I would have been intimidated as hell by 14-year-old Sophie in bright pink lipstick. You would not. 14-year-old Sophie was all knees and elbows and had no idea what to do with her curly hair. I pause outside Mickey's, looking up at the neon sign that's been flickering the same way for as long as I can remember. Here we are. The diner looks exactly the same as it did 15 years ago. Red vinyl booths, black and white checkered floor, a jukebox in the corner that probably still plays the same songs. The smell hits me the moment we walk in. Coffee and bacon grease and something indefinably comforting that I associate with being 17 and thinking I had the whole world figured out. Sophie Harper. The voice comes from behind the counter, and I turn to see a woman about my age with auburn hair and laugh lines around her eyes. I heard you were back in town, but I didn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. Cindy Walsh, I say, recognition flooding through me. You work here now? Own it, actually. Married Mickey Jr. 5 years ago. She grins and wipes her hands on her apron. And who's this handsome stranger you've brought with you? My ears warm as I realize we're about to put on our show for people who actually knew me before. This is Jake. My husband. Your husband. Cindy's eyes go wide. Sophie Harper got married and didn't invite the whole town? I'm hurt. It was small, Jake says smoothly, stepping closer and putting his arm around my waist. The gesture feels natural now, protective and warm. We wanted to keep things intimate. Well, aren't you a charmer? Cindy beams at him. Let me get you two the best booth in the house. Mickey, she calls toward the kitchen. Come meet Sophie's husband. A balding man with kind eyes emerges from the back, wiping flour from his hands. Sophie, last time I saw you, you were crying into a chocolate milkshake because Tommy Morrison asked Brenda Parker to prom instead of you. Mickey, I groan, mortification washing over me. You did not just tell him that. Tommy Morrison was an idiot, Jake says, without missing a beat. His loss. Mickey grins and extends a flour-dusted hand. I like this one, Sophie. Much better than that city fellow you brought home that one time. I freeze. He's talking about Daniel, who I brought here exactly once during college break. The memory of that disastrous visit. Daniel complaining about the food, the service, the lackluster atmosphere, makes me wince. That one was a mistake, I say quietly. This one's not, Jake says, and something in his voice makes me look up at him. The certainty in his eyes takes my breath away. Cindy leads us to a corner booth, the same one where I used to sit for hours with my friends, planning our escapes from small-town life. Jake slides in across from me, and suddenly the space feels intimate instead of nostalgic. So, he says, studying the laminated menu. What did teenage Sophie order here? Cheeseburger, extra pickles, and a chocolate milkshake. Every time. I trace patterns on the table with my finger. I thought I was so grown up because I ordered my burger medium rare. Some things never change. You still have strong opinions about how food should be prepared. I do not have strong opinions. You reorganized my spice cabinet the second day you were in my house. It was chaos. Paprika next to oregano? That's not a system, that's anarchy. His laugh is warm and genuine. There she is. There's the woman who argues with me about proper coffee brewing techniques. Cindy returns to take our order, and I find myself asking for exactly what I used to get, while Jake orders the meatloaf special. She brings coffee without being asked, the same heavy white mugs they've used for decades. So, I say once we're alone again, what do you think of my hometown? I think it explains a lot about you. He leans back in the booth, studying me with those blue eyes that seem to catch every flicker of emotion. You grew up somewhere everyone knew your name, where you could walk into a diner and be remembered. But you left. I had to leave. There was nothing here for me. Wasn't there? His voice is gentle, not challenging. Or were you running from something? The question hits deeper than it should. What would I be running from? Safety, comfort, the kind of love that doesn't ask you to be anything other than what you are. My throat tightens. That's not... I wanted more than this. I wanted a career, success, to make something of myself. And you did. But what happens when you achieve everything you thought you wanted and realize it's not enough? I'm saved from answering by Cindy arriving with our food. The cheeseburger looks exactly like I remember, and the first bite transports me back to Friday nights after football games, when the biggest problem in my life was whether Brad Stevens liked me back. "This is really good," Jake says, cutting into his meatloaf. "No wonder you have fond memories of this place." The food's not the only reason I loved it here. I pick up a French fry, gathering my thoughts. This was where I felt like myself. Not Jonathan Harper's daughter, or the girl who got straight A's, or any of the other labels people put on me. Just Sophie. And now? Do you feel like yourself now? I meet his eyes across the table. With you. Yeah, I do. Something shifts and his expression becomes more intense. You know, for someone who's supposed to be my fake wife, you're turning out to be quite the romantic. Heat spreads through my chest at the word romantic. I'm not romantic. I'm practical, organized. I plan things and follow schedules. The woman who spent an hour at the festival making leaf crowns with my daughter isn't practical. The woman who cried watching Lily feed baby goats isn't organized. His voice drops lower, more intimate. The woman who kissed me like she meant it isn't faking anything. My breath catches. Jake, I know this wasn't supposed to happen. I know we had an arrangement, a simple solution to your problems. But sitting here with you, watching you remember who you used to be? He reaches across the table and covers my hand with his. This feels real, Sophie. More real than anything I've felt in years. You're quite the romantic yourself, I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. For someone who's just supposed to be my neighbor. Only with the right woman. The words hang between us, heavy with meaning. We stare at each other across the small table, and I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, about to jump into something that will change everything. Should we? I start, then lose my nerve. Should we what? Should we talk about what this means? What we're doing? Jake's thumb traces across my knuckles, sending sparks up my arm. Maybe we should stop talking and see where this goes. Cindy appears at our table with the check, breaking the spell. You two lovebirds ready for some pie? We've got apple and chocolate cream tonight. Actually, Jake says, not taking his eyes off me, I think we'll take a walk. Work off dinner first. Good idea. It's beautiful out tonight. Cindy tears off the check. You two are just the sweetest thing. Sophie, your mama must be over the moon about you finding such a good man. After Jake pays, despite my protests, we step out into the cool evening air. Main Street is quiet now, most of the shops closed, streetlights casting pools of golden light on the sidewalk. Which way? Jake asks. I point toward the end of the street. There's a park down there, with a pond and walking paths. I used to go there when I needed to think. We walk slowly, in no hurry to reach our destination. The silence between us isn't uncomfortable anymore. It's charged, full of anticipation and unspoken possibilities. Tell me something, Jake says as we reach the park entrance. When you imagined your life 5 years ago, what did you think it would look like? Corner office, designer wardrobe, maybe a penthouse apartment in New York City. I pause beside a bench overlooking the small pond. Successful, independent, proof that small-town girls can make it in the big city. And now? Now I'm not sure any of that matters as much as I thought it did. I sit down on the bench, and he settles beside me, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from his body. What about you? When you imagined yourself at 34, did you picture being a single dad making fake marriage arrangements? He laughs, the sound rich in the quiet air. Hell no, I thought I'd have it all figured out by now. The perfect wife, more kids, family dinners every Sunday, the whole fairy tale. Fairy tales are overrated. Are they? He turns to face me fully. Because sitting here with you, watching the way you light up when you talk about things you love, the way you make my daughter laugh, this feels pretty damn close to a fairy tale. My heart stops. Jake. I know we're supposed to be pretending. I know this was all fake from the beginning, but Sophie, what I feel for you, that's real. That's the most real thing I've felt in my entire life. He reaches up to cut my face, his thumb brushing across my cheek. Tell me I'm not imagining this. Tell me you feel it too. I do feel it. I feel it in every racing heartbeat, every sharp intake of breath when he looks at me like this. I feel it in the way my whole world has shifted this week, the way nothing seems as important as the moments when we're together like this. I feel it, I whisper. When he kisses me this time, it's different from the afternoon. Deeper, more desperate, like he's trying to pour everything he can't say into the connection between us. I kiss him back with everything I have, my hands fisting in his shirt to pull him closer. This is dangerous territory. This fake marriage is becoming too muddled, too real, too much like the kind of love I swore I'd never risk again. But sitting here in the park, where I used to dream about my future, kissing a man who makes me feel like anything is possible, I find I don't care about the complications. I don't care about anything except the way he makes me feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Chapter 14. Jake. The walk back to Sophie's mom's house feels different. Every step we take side by side pulses with electricity, our hands brushing as we move through the quiet streets. The conversation we had at the park, the kiss by the pond. Everything has shifted between us. Think they're all asleep, Sophie whispers as we approach the front porch. It's past 9. Lily's been out cold for hours, guaranteed. I keep my voice low, but my pulse hammers against my throat. Being alone with Sophie, really alone after what just happened between us. The front door opens without a sound. Sophie's mom left a single lamp on in the living room, casting everything in warm amber. We slip inside like teenagers sneaking past curfew, and the parallel isn't lost on me. Sophie kicks off her shoes and sets them carefully by the door. Jake. My name comes out barely audible, but the way she says it makes my chest tighten. Yeah? She turns toward me in the dim light, her brown eyes reflecting the lamplight. I don't want to pretend anymore. Not tonight. The words hit me like a punch to the solar plexus. Sophie, I know this complicates everything. I know we agreed this was temporary, just until... I closed the distance between us in 2 steps, capturing her face in my hands. Screw the agreement. Her sharp intake of breath makes something primal twist in my gut. I wet my bottom lip before speaking again. Everyone is sleeping. Then we'll be quiet. Her fingers curl into my shirt. Can you be quiet? The challenge in her voice. The heat in her eyes. Christ, this woman is going to be the death of me. I lean down until my lips brush her ear. Can you? Her shiver runs through both of us. She takes my hand and leads me toward the stairs, each step deliberate and silent. The old house creaks occasionally, but we move like ghosts, hyper-aware of every sound. The bedroom feels different when we slip inside, and Sophie closes the door behind us. Moonlight streams through the curtains, painting everything silver. We've shared this space for days, but now the queen bed dominates the room in a way it never has before. Sophie. I turn to face her, needing to be sure. Are you certain about this? Instead of answering with words, she steps closer, her hands finding the hem of my shirt. Her fingers brush against my skin as she lifts it, and I raise my arms to help her. The fabric hits the floor with barely a whisper, Her palms flatten against my chest, exploring the plains and ridges she's only glimpsed before. Every touch sends fire racing through my veins. "Your turn," I murmur, reaching for the buttons of her blouse. My fingers work slowly, savoring each inch of warm brown skin revealed. She's wearing a black lace bra underneath, and the sight of her makes my mouth go dry. When the blouse joins my shirt on the floor, I trace the edge of lace with one finger. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. "Hey." I brush a curl away from her face. "You okay?" "Perfect." She smiles, and the radiance of it stops my heart. Absolutely perfect. I roll to my side, pulling her with me so she's curled against my chest. Her fingers trace lazy patterns on my skin as we catch our breath. "No regrets?" I ask quietly. "None." She tilts her head up to meet my eyes. "You? Are you kidding?" That was... I search for words that won't sound like complete nonsense. That was everything. She settles more firmly against me, her legs sliding between mine. In the moonlight streaming through the curtains, with Sophie warm and pliant in my arms, the fake marriage feels like the realest thing I've ever done.
Chapter 15. Sophie. I wake to golden sunlight streaming through the curtains and the warm weight of Jake's arm draped across my waist. His breathing is deep and even against my neck, and for a moment I just lie there, savoring the feeling of being completely content. Last night wasn't just sex, it was something deeper, something that shifted the very foundation of what I thought this arrangement was supposed to be. The way Jake touched me, looked at me, whispered my name like a prayer. Nothing about it felt fake or temporary. I slipped carefully from beneath his arm, pausing when he stirred slightly. His sandy hair is mussed from sleep, falling across his forehead in a way that makes my chest flutter. Even unconscious, he looks like he could take on the world. The hardwood floor is cool beneath my bare feet as I gather my discarded clothes from the night before. I pull on yesterday's jeans and blouse, fingers trembling slightly as I button up. My reflection in the dresser mirror shows thoroughly kissed lips and hair that screams exactly what I spent the night doing. I look different, radiant maybe, like someone finally living instead of just existing. The house is quiet as I pad downstairs, but I catch the low murmur of voices from the kitchen. Mom's probably already 3 cups of coffee deep, plotting her day with military precision. "Morning," I call softly as I round the corner. Both Mom and Rachel freeze mid-conversation, their heads snapping toward me with identical guilty expressions. Rachel's coffee mug hovers halfway to her lips, and Mom's hand still on the newspaper she's been folding and refolding. "Sophie, you're up early." Mom's voice hits that artificially bright note she uses when she's been caught doing something she shouldn't. Rachel recovers faster, setting down her mug with a grin. "Someone's glowing this morning. Marriage agrees with you." Heat creeps up my neck, but I can't stop the smile that tugs at my lips. "Just slept well?" "I bet you did." Rachel's eyebrows waggle suggestively, and I swat at her arm as I pass. "You two were whispering when I came in." I pour coffee from the pot, inhaling the rich aroma. "What's the big secret?" "Secret?" Mom laughs, but it sounds forced. "We were just talking about Thanksgiving plans." Nothing exciting. The way they exchange glances makes my stomach twist. I've seen this look before. The careful coordination of a sister and mother who think they're protecting me from something. "Try again." I lean against the counter, coffee warming my palms through the ceramic. And this time, skip the part where you think I can't handle whatever it is. Rachel sighs, shooting Mom a look that clearly says, "I told you we should just tell her." "It's probably nothing," Mom begins, then stops when I raise an eyebrow. "Fine. Mrs. Dolores mentioned at the grocery store yesterday that Daniel's back in town for the holidays." The name hits me like a physical blow, coffee sloshing dangerously close to the rim of my mug. Daniel, my ex-boyfriend, the one who shattered my trust so completely that I spent years rebuilding myself piece by piece. Daniel McCarthy. My voice sounds steady, which is a minor miracle. "His parents still live on Maple Street," Rachel says gently. "You know how small this town is. Mrs. Dolores saw him at the hardware store, helping his dad with something." I set my coffee down before I drop it. "Daniel, here. After all these years of successfully avoiding him whenever I visit, he shows up now. When did he get back?" "Few days ago, apparently." Mom's watching my face like I might shatter. "We just thought you should know in case you run into him somewhere." The memories flood back uninvited. Daniel at 22, charming and confident, sweeping 20-year-old me off my feet with promises of forever. Daniel introducing me to his parents as the woman he was going to marry. Daniel in bed with my friend 3 weeks before our supposed engagement party. And then after that, him leaving to California after he just couldn't take Somerville anymore. But I could read between the lines. He couldn't handle me anymore, specifically. "Sophie?" Rachel's voice cuts through the spiral of memories. "You okay?" "Fine." I straighten my shoulders, drawing on every ounce of confidence I've built since leaving this town. "It doesn't matter. I'm married now." The words feel strange on my tongue. True but not true. Real but not real. "We know," Mom says quickly. "We just didn't want you to be blindsided if you bump into him at the grocery store or something." "Thanks for the heads up." I reach for my coffee again, pleased when my hand doesn't shake. But honestly, I couldn't care less about Daniel McCarthy. That was a lifetime ago. Rachel studies my face, clearly not buying my casual act entirely. "He hurt you pretty badly, Soph." "It's okay to feel weird about him being here." I'm not weird about it. The defensive edge in my voice probably undermines my point, but I press on. I was 23 and stupid. Now I'm 32 and married to an amazing man who actually gives a damn about me. The truth of that statement surprises me. Jake does give a damn. Last night proved that beyond any doubt. "Jake seems wonderful," Mom agrees. But there's something careful in her tone. "Very devoted to you." "He is." I take a sip of coffee, letting the warmth ground me. "So Daniel can stay in town as long as he wants." "It has nothing to do with me." The kitchen falls quiet except for the tick of the wall clock and the distant sound of water running upstairs. Jake's probably awake now, wondering where I disappeared to. "We're proud of you, you know," Rachel says suddenly, "for building the life you wanted, for not letting what happened with Daniel define you." Her words hit deeper than I expect. These two women watched me fall apart after Daniel's betrayal, watched me piece myself back together and leave Somerville behind. They know exactly how hard I worked to become the person I am now. "Thanks." I squeeze Rachel's hand. "That means a lot." "Your father would be proud, too," Mom adds quietly, and my throat tightens. Footsteps on the stairs interrupt my thoughts, and my pulse quickens automatically. Jake appears in the doorway, hair still mussed from sleep, wearing yesterday's jeans and a t-shirt that clings to his chest in ways that make my mouth go dry. "Morning." His eyes find mine first, and the heat in them makes my cheeks warm. Then he notices Mom and Rachel watching us with interest. "Mrs. Harper." Rachel. "Good morning, Jake." Mom's smile is genuine now, no longer strained. "Coffee?" "Please." He moves to stand beside me, his hand finding the small of my back in a gesture so natural it makes my heart skip. Sleep well? The innocent question carries layers of meaning that only I can hear. The way his thumb traces a small circle against my spine suggests he remembers exactly how well we both slept. Very well. I lean slightly into his touch, unable to stop myself. You? Best sleep I've had in years. His voice drops low enough that only I can hear the last part. Woke up disappointed to find the bed empty, though. Heat pools low in my belly, and I have to fight the urge to turn and kiss him right here in front of my family. The fake marriage is supposed to be convincing, but this feels dangerously real. Rachel clears her throat pointedly. So, Jake, any plans for today? He accepts the coffee Mom offers him, his hand never leaving my back. Thought we might take Lily to that Thanksgiving parade Sophie mentioned. Make a day of it. That sounds perfect, I say, meaning it. Normal family activities. No drama, no complications. Just us and his daughter enjoying the fall weather. No chance of running into Daniel. At least, that's what I'm trying to convince myself. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 16. Jake. The parade route stretches down Main Street like a ribbon of anticipation, lined with families clutching steaming cups of cider and kids bouncing on their toes. Lily's practically vibrating with excitement beside me, her small hand gripping mine while her free arm waves at every float that passes. "Daddy, look! It's a giant turkey!" She points at the high school's papier-mâché creation, complete with feathers that flutter in the crisp November breeze. "Can we get one for our house? I think our neighbors might complain about a 10-foot turkey in the yard." I ruffle her curls, grinning as she giggles. The sound cuts through the marching band's brass section like pure sunshine. Sophie stands on Lily's other side, and I catch her stealing glances at my daughter throughout the morning. There's something soft in her expression, something that makes my chest tight in ways I'm not ready to examine. When Lily abandons us to chase after a woman distributing candy canes shaped like pilgrim hats, Sophie moves closer. "She's incredible," she says, watching Lily charm her way to extra treats. "So confident and fearless." Gets that from her mother. The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying more bitterness than I intended. Sophie's eyes flick to mine, curious but not prying. Must have been some woman. "Yeah, well." I shrug, focusing on the marching band's drumline as they thunder past. Confidence and fearlessness don't always translate to staying power. Sophie's quiet for a moment, then she shifts closer, her shoulder brushing mine. The contact sends electricity shooting through my arm, same as it did last night when everything between us combusted into something I'm still trying to process. "Jake, there's something I need to tell you." The serious tone in her voice makes my stomach clench. After last night, after the way she looked at me, touched me, Whispered my name like it meant something. I'm not sure I can handle whatever's coming next. What is it? She glances around, making sure Lily's still distracted by the candy distribution happening 20 feet away. My mom and sister told me this morning that my ex-boyfriend is back in town. Daniel McCarthy. The name hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. Ex-boyfriend, in town. The logical part of my brain reminds me that Sophie's past relationships are none of my damn business. We're playing house for a few weeks, and her romantic history stopped being relevant the moment we agreed to being fake married. But logic doesn't explain the surge of pure territorial rage that courses through my veins. Yeah? I keep my voice level, even as my jaw tightens. How long's he been back? A few days, apparently. Sophie's watching my face carefully, like she's gauging my reaction. I wanted you to know in case we run into him somewhere. Small town and all. Right. I nod, trying to look casual while images of some faceless jerk touching Sophie flood my mind. We dated for 3 years. Thought we were going to get married. Her voice goes flat, carrying the kind of hurt that time can dull but never fully erase. Until I caught him cheating with my friend. The rage shifts, focusing now. This Daniel prick broke her heart, betrayed her trust, and then had the balls to disappear for what? 9 years. Now he's back, probably looking to stir up old feelings right when she's finally what? Fake married to me? Bastard, I mutter, and Sophie's mouth quirks up in what might be a smile. Pretty much. But Jake, I need you to know there's nothing between us anymore. Nothing. I don't want anything to do with him. And even if I did... She turns to face me fully, brown eyes serious. After last night, I think we both know this isn't just pretend anymore. Her words should reassure me. They do reassure me. But there's still this gnawing thing in my chest, this primitive need to make sure every man in a 50-mile radius knows she's mine. Except she's not mine. Not really. This is temporary. An arrangement that got complicated when we couldn't keep our hands off each other. In 2 months, she'll go back to her life in the city. And so will I, and we'll start pretending none of this ever happened. Good to know, I say instead, because admitting I want to hunt down Daniel McCarthy and introduce his face to my fist seems like an overreaction. Thanks for the heads up. Sophie studies my expression for another beat, then nods. Daddy! Lily comes barreling back toward us, arms full of candy and face sticky with what looks like caramel. The lady with the pie float said I have the prettiest dress in the whole parade. You absolutely do, Princess. I swing her up into my arms, grateful for the distraction. You get... She dumps her haul into my free hand, candy canes, chocolate coins wrapped in gold foil, and something that might once have been a lollipop. Can we follow the parade to the end? Please. The man with the big hat said there's going to be cider and donuts at the town square. Of course we can. Sophie steps closer, running her fingers through Lily's wind-blown curls. But maybe we should share some of this candy instead of eating it all yourself? I'll share with you and Daddy, Lily declares solemnly. But not with anyone else because you're my family now. The words hit me square in the chest, and I catch Sophie's sharp intake of breath. Family. Christ, this kid's gonna destroy me when Sophie leaves us. That's very generous of you, sweetheart, Sophie says, her voice softer than I've heard it. I'd be honored to share your candy. We follow the parade's tail end toward the town square, Lily chattering non-stop about every float, every costume participant, every dog wearing pilgrim outfits. Her excitement is infectious, and I find myself relaxing despite the Daniel situation still churning in the back of my mind. This is what normal feels like. Walking down a small town street with a woman and my daughter, listening to Lily's running commentary on everything from the fire truck siren to the teenagers throwing candy with questionable aim. It's domestic and peaceful and everything I thought I wanted before Jessica ripped it all away. But there's still that voice in my head reminding me this isn't real. Sophie's here because she needed a fake husband, not because she chose me. Whatever happened last night, whatever this thing between us is becoming, it has an expiration date. And now there's some ghost from her past wandering around town, probably looking to reconnect. Daddy, I never want to leave Somerville, Lily announces as we reach the town square, where vendors are setting up tables loaded with steaming cider and fresh donuts. Can we live here forever and ever? The question catches me off guard. Lily's always been adaptable, rolling with our moves and changes without complaint. But there's something different in her voice now, something settled and sure. You like it here that much? I ask, settling her down so she can run toward the donut table. I love it here. Everyone's so nice. And Sophie's here, and there's so much space to play. She spins in a circle, arms outstretched. It feels like home. Home. The word lodges somewhere behind my ribs, painful and bright. I've been so focused on the business aspects of this arrangement, on giving Lily stability and Sophie the inheritance she needs, that I didn't consider what it might feel like to actually belong somewhere. She's having the time of her life, Sophie says, watching Lily charm another candy donation from a woman running the church booth. I don't think I've seen a kid that happy in years. She deserves it. The admission comes easier than I expected. I've dragged her all over the country chasing deals and opportunities. Maybe it's time to think about what she actually wants. Sophie's quiet for a moment. Then her hand finds mine, fingers threading together like it's the most natural thing in the world. She wants you, Jake. Everything else is just geography. Her words hit deeper than they should, especially coming from someone who's supposed to be temporary. But standing here in the town square, watching Lily make friends with every kid within a 10-foot radius, while Sophie's hand anchors me to something that feels suspiciously like happiness, I can almost believe this could be real. Almost forget about ex-boyfriends and expiration dates and all the reasons this can't last.
Chapter 17. Sophie. The smell of garlic and basil fills Mom's dining room as we twirl pasta around our forks, the conversation flowing as easily as the wine George, Rachel's husband, brought. Lily's managed to get more marinara sauce on her face than in her mouth, but she's giggling at something Rachel said about her disastrous attempt at making bread last week. I'm telling you, it looked like a science experiment gone wrong, Rachel continues, gesturing with her fork. George took one bite and asked if I was trying to poison him. Hey now, George protests, reaching over to squeeze his wife's hand. I said it had potential. You said it had the consistency of concrete. Jake chuckles beside me, and I feel the warmth of his laugh travel through my chest. These family dinners have become our routine over the past few weeks, and I'm starting to understand why I missed them so much in the city. There's something grounding about sitting around Mom's old oak table, listening to the familiar rhythm of conversation and the clink of silverware against plates. Sophie, would you mind grabbing the Parmesan from the kitchen? Mom asks, already starting to clear some of the empty bread plates. Of course. I push back from the table, stealing a glance at Jake as I pass behind his chair. His hand catches mine briefly, thumb brushing over my knuckles in a gesture that's become second nature between us. The simple touch sends electricity up my arm, same as it has every time he's touched me. Since that night, we stopped pretending this was purely business. I'm reaching into the refrigerator when the doorbell rings, the sound cutting through the dinner conversation. Voices pause in the dining room, and I hear chairs scraping against hardwood as someone gets up. I'll get it, Mom calls out. I grab the cheese and head back toward the dining room, but something in Mom's voice stops me cold. Daniel? My blood turns to ice in my veins. Daniel. Here. At my mother's house. The block of Parmesan slips from my numb fingers, hitting the kitchen floor with a dull thud. Mrs. Harper, I'm so sorry to bother you during dinner. His voice carries down the hallway, smooth and familiar in ways that make my stomach lurch. I heard about Jonathan, and I wanted to offer my condolences. I force my feet to move, emerging from the kitchen just as Mom steps back to let him into the foyer. He looks exactly the same as he did 9 years ago. Sandy brown hair still perfectly styled, green eyes still calculating behind wire-rimmed glasses. He's holding a bouquet of white lilies, the kind of generic sympathy flowers you grab at the grocery store when you want to look thoughtful without actually putting in effort. The sight of him standing in my childhood home, offering condolences for my father, like he has any right to be here, sends anger flooding through my system. Daniel. My voice comes out flatter than I intended, and I watch his eyes flick past Mom to land on me. Sophie. He smiles, the same charming expression that used to make my heart skip. Now it just makes me want to slam the door in his face. You look beautiful. I'm so sorry for your loss. The dining room has gone completely silent behind me. I can feel Jake's presence like a storm cloud gathering strength, can practically taste the tension radiating from him, even though I can't see his face. Thank you, I manage, because Mom's standing right there, and I was raised to be polite even when I want to scream. That's very thoughtful of you. I know this is a difficult time. Daniel steps further into the foyer, clearly intending to stay longer than a simple condolence visit requires. Your father was a good man. I always respected him. The casual way he talks about Dad, like they were friends, like he didn't disappear from my life and forfeit any right to have opinions about my family, makes my jaw clench. Daniel never understood Dad's quiet strength. Always thought he was too simple, too small town. The fact that he's standing here now, playing the part of the caring ex-boyfriend, is insulting. I appreciate that, I say, my tone making it clear the conversation should end there. But Daniel was always good at reading social cues and ignoring them when they didn't suit his purposes. I was hoping we might have a chance to catch up while I'm in town. His eyes drift toward the dining room, where I can hear Lily asking Jake something in a stage whisper. I know it's been a long time, but I've thought about you often over the years. The audacity of it steals my breath. He's thought about me often. Not often enough to stick around when things got complicated. Not often enough to fight for what we had, instead of running off to another state entirely. Sophie's quite busy these days, Mom says, her voice carrying the kind of steel that means she's remembered exactly why Daniel's name was banned from dinner conversation for 2 years after he left. She's married now. Married? Daniel's eyebrows shoot up, genuine surprise flickering across his face. I hadn't heard. Congratulations. The word tastes bitter in my mouth, but I force a smile. Yes, well, life moves on. Of course it does. But something in his expression shifts, becomes more calculating. I'd love to meet your husband. Is he here? The question feels like a trap, but I can't figure out why. Before I can respond, Jake appears in the dining room doorway, and I swear the temperature in the foyer drops 10 degrees. He moves with the kind of predatory grace that means he's fighting to control himself. All controlled power and barely leashed aggression. His blue eyes lock onto Daniel with the intensity of a man sizing up a threat, and I watch Daniel's confident posture falter slightly. Jake Matthews. Jake extends his hand, but there's nothing friendly about the gesture. It's a challenge, a statement of ownership that makes something primitive and satisfied unfurl in my chest. Daniel McCarthy. Daniel takes the offered hand, and I see him wince slightly at Jake's grip. Sophie and I have a lot of history. So I heard. Jake's voice is perfectly even, but I know him well enough now to hear the danger underneath. Ancient history, from what I understand. The tension in the hallway is thick enough to cut with a knife. Daniel's smile becomes more forced, and I realize he's finally picking up on the fact that he's not welcome here. Well, I should let you get back to your dinner, he says, but makes no move toward the door. Perhaps we could all get coffee sometime. I'd love to hear how you two met. That's really not necessary. I step closer to Jake, letting our shoulders brush in a gesture that's both possessive and seeking comfort. Like I said, we're quite busy. I'm sure you are. Daniel's eyes flick between us, and I can practically see the wheels turning in his head. He's always been too smart for his own good, always probing for weaknesses he can exploit. Still, it's a small town. I'm sure we'll run into each other. The words sound like a promise and a threat rolled into one. I feel Jake's hand settle on the small of my back, warm and steadying, but also claiming. I'm sure, Jake says, his tone suggesting he'd be perfectly happy if that never happened. Daniel finally seems to register that he's overstayed his welcome. He hands the flowers to Mom with another practiced smile. Mrs. Harper, again, my deepest condolences. Jonathan was lucky to have such a wonderful family. Thank you, Daniel. Mom's politeness doesn't quite hide her desire to close the door. That's very kind. Sophie. He turns back to me, and for a moment his mask slips enough that I catch a glimpse of something hungrier underneath. It really is good to see you again. I don't respond. Just watch as he finally heads toward the door. He pauses on the threshold, glancing back one more time. I'll be around town for a while. We should definitely catch up. Then he's gone, and Mom closes the door with more force than necessary. The sound echoes through the suddenly quiet house. My hands are shaking. I stare at the closed door, trying to process what just happened, trying to understand why seeing Daniel again has left me feeling so unsteady. It's not like I still have feelings for him. That ship sailed the moment I found him in bed with Melissa. But there's something about his presence, his casual assumption that he can just waltz back into my life, that has shaken me more than I want to admit. Honey? Mom's voice seems to come from very far away. Are you all right? I turn to find everyone staring at me. Mom with concern, Jake with barely controlled fury, and through the dining room doorway, I can see Rachel and George wearing matching expressions of confusion. Lily's still at the table, thankfully distracted by trying to build a fort out of her napkin. I'm fine, I lie, but my voice comes out thin and unconvincing. Just surprised, I guess. I wasn't expecting to see him. Jake's jaw is so tight I'm worried he might crack a tooth. His hand is still on my back, but his touch has gone rigid with tension. Who the hell does he think he is? The words come out low and dangerous, meant for my ears only. Showing up here like that, acting like he has any right to? Jake. I place my hand on his chest, feeling his heart hammering against my palm. It's okay. He's gone. But even as I say it, I know it's not okay. Daniel's back in Somerville, and he made it clear he intends to stick around. The way he looked at me, the calculating gleam in his eyes when he learned I was married, none of it felt like a coincidence.
Chapter 18. Jake. The book in Sophie's hands might as well be written in ancient Greek for all the attention she's paying it. She's been staring at the same page for the past 10 minutes, her thumb worrying the corner in a way that tells me her mind is anywhere but on whatever romance novel she picked up. I'm stretched out beside her, shirtless and still wound tight as a spring from dinner. The image of that smug bastard standing in Diane's foyer keeps replaying in my head like a broken record. Daniel McCarthy. The way he looked at Sophie, like he still had some claim on her, like 9 years hadn't passed and she hadn't built an entire life without him. You're going to wear a hole in that page. Sophie startles, glancing over at me with those warm brown eyes that still make my chest tight every damn time. What? You've been staring at the same spot for 10 minutes. I reach over and close the book, setting it on the nightstand. Want to talk about it? She sighs, sinking back against the pillows. The thin strap of her silk camisole slides down her shoulder, and I have to resist the urge to follow its path with my tongue. Focus, Matthews. She's rattled, and that piece of trash ex-boyfriend is the reason why. There's nothing to talk about. But her voice lacks conviction. The way she's avoiding my eyes tells me everything I need to know. Nonsense. I turn onto my side, propping my head up on my elbow so I can study her face. That jerk shows up out of nowhere and you're acting like you've seen a ghost. Because in a way I have. She finally looks at me, and I can see the frustration simmering beneath her calm exterior. I thought I'd never have to see him again. I certainly never expected him to just show up at Mom's house with flowers and sympathy like he belongs there. The memory of his face, the calculating smile, and the way his eyes lingered on Sophie sends fresh rage coursing through my veins. What kind of history do you two have? And don't give me some sanitized version. I want the truth. Sophie's quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing patterns on the comforter between us. We dated for 3 years. Met in college. Stayed together after graduation, I thought. She trails off, shaking her head. I thought we were going to get married. He certainly talked about it enough. Then I found him in bed with my friend. The words come out flat, matter of fact, but I can hear the old hurt underneath. Turns out they had been for months. When I confronted him, he said he wasn't ready for the kind of commitment I wanted. Said I was too intense, too demanding. My hands curl into fists against the sheets. So he cheated instead of having the balls to break up with you. Pretty much. She turns to face me fully, and the vulnerability in her expression makes something protective and fierce rise up in my chest. Jake, I need you to understand something. Daniel is nothing to me now. Less than nothing. But he's always been arrogant, smug, always thinks he's more desired than he actually is. The fact that he's back here talking about catching up, it feels deliberate. Damn right it's deliberate. I sit up, running my hands through my hair as the anger I've been holding back all evening threatens to boil over. Did you see the way he looked at you? Like he was already planning how to get you back. He can plan all he wants. It's not happening. I should have decked him right there in your mother's hallway. The words come out rough, violent, and I can feel my control slipping. Should have made it crystal clear that you're mine. Sophie's eyebrows arch, and despite everything, there's amusement in her voice. Oh, and get arrested. You silly fool. Worth it if it keeps that bastard away from you. Jake. She reaches over, her palm settling warm against my chest. Look at me. I do, and the certainty in her eyes starts to calm the storm raging in my head. I'm here, in this bed, with you. Her fingers trace over my collarbone, leaving fire in their wake. I don't want Daniel. I haven't wanted him for 9 years. The only man I want is you. Something shifts in the air between us, the anger and frustration transforming into something hungrier, more primal. Sophie's looking at me like she wants to devour me whole. And Christ, I want to let her. Looks like this scene is getting a little too naughty for YouTube's guidelines, so we're putting a pause on this pleasure. Don't forget, you can grab the unabridged version of any of these audiobooks from VixAvaughnRomance.com. Claim your discount with YouTube exclusive code VIXA40. Should we get back to it? I finally lift my head to look at her, and the satisfied smile on her face makes my chest tight with something I'm not ready to name. Her skin glows in the lamplight, and there's a languid contentment in her eyes that wasn't there before. Better? I ask, my voice still rough from the exertion. Much, she murmurs, her fingers tracing patterns on my shoulders. Though I think you may have ruined me for anyone else. The possessive satisfaction that floods through me at her words is probably unhealthy, but I don't give a damn. The thought of Sophie with anyone else, especially that piece of trash Daniel, makes me want to tear the world apart. Good, I say, meaning every word. That was the point.
Chapter 19. Sophie. The crisp November air bites at my cheeks as I step out of the rental car in front of Somerville's only grocery store. Mom's given me a list that's longer than my arm. Apparently making pumpkin pies for the entire extended family requires enough ingredients to feed a small army. I pull my wool coat tighter around me and head inside. The automatic doors whooshing open with that familiar grocery store whoosh that somehow sounds the same everywhere. The produce section greets me first, and I grab a cart, mentally organizing Mom's list by aisle. Canned pumpkin, eggs, heavy cream, pie crusts, because Lord knows I don't have time to make them from scratch with everyone coming over. The normalcy of it all feels good after last night's intensity with Jake. My body still hums with the memory of his hands, his mouth, the way he claimed me so completely that I forgot my own name. I'm reaching for a carton of eggs when a voice behind me makes my blood run cold. Well, well. Sophie Harper. Or is it Sophie Matthews now? I don't turn around immediately. Instead, I take a steadying breath and finish placing the eggs in my cart before facing the man I'd hoped never to see again. Daniel stands there in his expensive wool coat, that same self-satisfied smirk I remember from college, plastered across his face. He looks exactly the same, sandy brown hair perfectly styled, green eyes that always seemed to calculate the value of everything they looked at, including me. It's Sophie Matthews, I say, my voice steady despite the way my heart started racing. What do you want, Daniel? His smile widens, and there's something predatory in it that makes my skin crawl. Just making conversation with an old friend. Can a guy say hello to his ex? You said hello yesterday. At my mother's house? With the flowers, I gripped the handle of my cart tighter, using it as a barrier between us. Now you can say goodbye. But Daniel doesn't take the hint. Instead, he steps closer. Close enough that I can smell his cologne. The same expensive stuff he wore in college. Probably the same bottle, knowing how cheap he really was beneath all that designer clothing. Come on, Soph. Don't be like that. The childhood nickname makes my skin crawl. I'm really sad about your dad. I'm sorry for your loss. Must be tough, dealing with all that grief. Makes people do impulsive things. There's something in his tone that sets off warning bells in my head. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Just that grief can make us rush into decisions we might not normally make, like marrying a guy you barely know. His eyes glitter with malice. How long have you known Jake Matthews anyway? A few weeks? A month? The fact that he's not entirely wrong makes my stomach twist, but I keep my expression neutral. That's none of your business. Isn't it, though? Daniel leans against his own cart, casual as you please, like we're having a friendly chat about the weather. I mean, we have history, Sophie. 3 years of it. I know you better than anyone else ever has. Better than your new husband certainly could after such a short time. You don't know anything about me. The words come out sharper than I intended, drawing a glance from an elderly woman comparing apples nearby. I lower my voice. You gave up any right to know me when you decided my best friend's bed was more interesting than our relationship. For just a moment, something like shame flickers across his features, but it's gone so quickly I might have imagined it. That was a mistake. I was young, stupid. We both were. No, Daniel, you were stupid. I was faithful. He has the audacity to laugh at that, a sound that makes my hands clench into fists at my sides. Faithful to what? A relationship that was going nowhere? Come on, Sophie. Even you have to admit we weren't right for each other. You were always so intense, so demanding, always wanting more than I could give. The old insecurities he used to plant in my head tried to surface, whispering that maybe he was right, maybe I was too much, too needy, too everything. But then I remembered Jake's hands on my skin last night. The way he looked at me like I was everything he'd ever wanted. The way he called me his. You're right, I say, and Daniel's eyebrows rise in surprise. We weren't right for each other. Because you're a coward who couldn't handle being with a woman who knew what she wanted. His face darkens at that, the charming mask slipping for just a moment. And what you want is some rich, pretty boy who probably sees you as a charity case? A poor girl from Somerville who needs rescuing? The cruelty in his voice hits its mark, even though I know he's wrong. Jake doesn't see me that way, does he? The doubt creeps in despite my best efforts to push it away. Jake is more of a man than you'll ever be, I snap, abandoning any pretense of keeping my voice down. He doesn't need to tear people down to feel good about himself. Daniel's smile returns, but it's uglier now, all teeth and no warmth. Oh, sweetheart. You really think this is going to last? This little fairy tale marriage of yours? There's something in his tone that makes my blood run cold. Something that suggests he knows more than he should. What are you talking about? I'm talking about reality. About the fact that men like Jake Matthews don't end up with women like you unless they're getting something out of it. He steps closer, invading my personal space in a way that makes me want to back away. But I stand my ground, refusing to give him the satisfaction. What's he getting, Sophie? What could a small-town marketing gal possibly offer a millionaire businessman? My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he can hear it. The fake marriage, the agreement, the careful charade we've been maintaining. How could he possibly know? You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? His voice drops to a whisper, meant for my ears alone. See, I have friends in interesting places. Friends from all across the country, friends who know things about Jake Matthews that might surprise his new bride. Like why a confirmed bachelor suddenly decides to get married to someone so ordinary. The word hits like a physical blow, but I force myself not to react. You're pathetic, Daniel. Trying to make me feel small because you can't stand that I moved on without you. Have you, though? Moved on? He tilts his head, studying me like I'm an insect under a microscope. Or are you just playing house with a man who's using you for reasons you're too naive to understand? Stop. The word comes out as a growl, and I can feel my control slipping. Several other shoppers are starting to stare, but I don't care anymore. Whatever sick game you're playing, whatever you think you know, you're wrong. Am I? Daniel's grin widens, and there's genuine glee in his expression now. We'll see about that, won't we? Men like Jake Matthews, they don't stay interested in women like you for long. And when he gets bored, when he moves on to someone more suitable, I'll still be here. The arrogance, the casual cruelty, the way he talks about me like I'm some consolation prize waiting on a shelf, it all crashes over me in a wave of pure rage. Before I can think about what I'm doing, I place both hands on his chest and shove him backward, hard. Daniel stumbles, his face shifting from smug satisfaction to genuine surprise as he barely catches himself against a display of canned corn. Sophie, what the hell? Stay away from me. My voice shakes with fury, but I don't care. Stay away from my family. And if you come near my husband, I'll make sure you regret it. I don't wait for his response. I abandon my cart right there in the middle of the produce section and stride toward the exit, my whole body trembling with a mixture of anger and something that feels dangerously close to fear. The automatic doors seem to take forever to open, and I can feel Daniel's eyes on my back the entire time. When I finally make it outside, the cold air hits my hot cheeks like a slap, but I welcome it. Anything to clear the sick feeling his words left in my stomach.
Chapter 20. Jake. The smell of roasted turkey and cinnamon fills Diane's house, wrapping around us like a warm blanket. I lean against the kitchen door frame, watching Lily carefully arrange pilgrim salt shakers on the dining room table while Diane guides her with gentle suggestions. My daughter's face glows with concentration, her tongue poking out slightly as she adjusts each piece to her satisfaction. "Perfect, sweetheart," Diane says, smoothing Lily's curls. "You're quite the little decorator." "Daddy, look." Lily bounces on her toes, gesturing to the table. "I made it beautiful for our family dinner." Our family dinner. The words hit me square in the chest, and I find myself looking around this warm, lived-in house with new eyes. Sophie's childhood photos smile down from the mantel, mixed with newer pictures of family gatherings. Diane's collection of ceramic turkeys occupies every available surface, each one clearly chosen with love rather than any design sense. This feels like home. "It looks incredible, Princess." I ruffle her hair, earning a giggle. "You and Grandma Diane make quite the team." Diane beams at the title, and something warm settles in my chest at how naturally it came out. She's been nothing but welcoming since we arrived, treating Lily like the granddaughter she never had, and me like, well, like family. Real family. Sophie emerges from the kitchen carrying a steaming dish of sweet potatoes, her face gleaming with sweat from the heat of the oven. She's been tense all week, jumping at unexpected sounds and checking her phone constantly. Ever since that bastard Daniel showed up with flowers, she's been different, more guarded. It's taken every ounce of self-control I possess not to hunt that piece of trash down and show him exactly what happens when someone messes with her. But Sophie made me promise to let her handle it. Said she didn't want me making things worse by causing a scene in a small town where everyone knows everyone. She doesn't understand that watching him upset her is killing me. Every time I see that worried line between her eyebrows, every time she gets that distant look like she's lost in some unpleasant memory, I want to find Daniel and make him regret ever breathing the same air as her. Earth to Jake. Sophie's voice breaks through my dark thoughts. She's standing next to me now, close enough that I can smell her vanilla perfume. "You looked like you were planning someone's murder." Just thinking about how good everything smells. I slide my arm around her waist, pulling her against my side. She melts into me for a moment, and some of the tension leaves her shoulders. "Your mom's quite the cook." "She's been showing off all week," Sophie murmurs, but there's affection in her voice. "I think she's trying to impress you." "Already impressed." I press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. Though I'm starting to think Lily's the one who's really impressed. She's been talking about Grandma Diane non-stop. Sophie tilts her head up to look at me, and there's something vulnerable in her expression. "She really loves it here, doesn't she?" "Yeah, she does. The words carry more weight than they should, and we both know it. This isn't supposed to be permanent. The agreement was clear. Help each other out for a few weeks, then go back to our separate lives." But watching Lily bloom here, seeing Sophie relaxed and happy when she's not worrying about Daniel, it's hard to remember why this should end. "Okay, everyone," Diane calls from the dining room. "I think we're ready to sit down." Lily claps her hands and races to the table, claiming the seat next to Diane that she's been eyeing all afternoon. Rachel and George emerge from the living room, smiling and carrying their wine glasses. Sophie and I follow, and I pull out her chair before taking the seat beside her. The table groans under the weight of Diane's feast. Turkey that's golden and perfect, stuffing that smells like sage and butter, cranberry sauce that actually came from cranberries instead of a can. "This is incredible, Mrs. Harper," I say, and Diane waves her hand dismissively. "It's Diane, honey." We're family now. She reaches across the table to squeeze Sophie's hand. I can't remember the last time we had such a full table for Thanksgiving. Sophie's eyes get a little misty at that, and I know she's thinking about her father, the empty chair at the head of the table where he used to sit. Without thinking, I reach over and lace my fingers through hers, squeezing gently. "Daddy, can we say what we're thankful for?" Lily pipes up, her eyes bright with excitement. That's what families do on Thanksgiving. Of course, sweetheart. I look around the table, feeling something shift in my chest. When's the last time I sat at a dinner table and actually felt grateful for anything beyond a successful business deal? You want to go first? Lily bounces in her seat. I'm thankful for Grandma Diane and her amazing cookies, and for Sophie, who tells the best bedtime stories, and for Daddy, who gives the best hugs, and for our new house here where everyone is so nice. Our new house here, not our temporary arrangement, not the fake marriage we agreed to. Our house, our family. Diane goes next, talking about unexpected blessings and how full her heart feels having us here. Sophie mentions family and second chances, her voice soft but steady. When it's my turn, I look around the table at these women who've somehow become the center of my world in just a few short weeks. I'm thankful for... A loud bang cuts me off as the front door crashes open. We all turn toward the sound, and my blood instantly turns to ice. Daniel stumbles into the foyer, clearly drunk, his expensive coat wrinkled and his usually perfect hair disheveled. Sophie, he calls out, his voice slurring slightly. Sophie, we need to talk. I'm on my feet before I even realize I'm moving. Every protective instinct I have screaming to life. What do you think you're doing? Jake! Sophie's hand catches my arm, but I barely feel it. All I can see is this piece of crap who's been tormenting my wife, who has the audacity to show up drunk at her family's Thanksgiving dinner. I need to talk to Sophie, Daniel says, swaying slightly as he focuses on me. This is between us. Like hell it is. I start toward him, my hands already clenching into fists. You need to get out. Now. Jake, don't. Sophie moves to stand between us, but I'm seeing red. This jerk has been messing with her head for weeks, showing up at her mother's house, cornering her at the grocery store. And now he's ruining Thanksgiving dinner? Screw that. Sophie, please. Daniel's voice turns wheedling, pathetic. I made a mistake. A huge mistake. I want you back. I never should have. You never should have cheated on me with my best friend, Sophie snaps, her voice cold as winter. You never should have shown up here uninvited. And you sure as hell shouldn't be here now, drunk, ruining my family's holiday. Our family's holiday, I correct, moving closer to Daniel. He's smaller than I remember, not nearly as intimidating as he probably thinks he is. And you're not part of it. Daniel's bloodshot eyes focus on me with obvious hatred. You think you're so much better than me, don't you? Rich boy with your fancy suits and your fake marriage? That's it. The red haze that's been building explodes, and I lunge forward. My fist connects with his jaw before Sophie can stop me, sending him stumbling backward into the doorframe. Jake, no! Sophie grabs my arm with both hands, using her whole body weight to hold me back. Stop! Think about Lily. The mention of my daughter cuts through the rage like a bucket of cold water. I look back at the dining room where Lily sits frozen at the table, her eyes wide with fear. Diane has moved to shield her, but I can see my little girl's face over her grandmother's shoulder. She looks terrified. Get out! I growl at Daniel, who's holding his jaw and staring at me with a mixture of shock and fury. Get out of here before I decide to finish what I started. This isn't over! Daniel spits, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You think you know her? You think this little charade is going to last? When she realizes what you really... Out! Sophie shouts, grabbing Daniel by the arm and dragging him toward the door. Get out now or I'm calling the police! She physically pushes him out onto the porch, following him outside. I can hear her voice through the open door, low and furious, but I can't make out the words. My hands are still shaking with adrenaline, and I have to force myself to take deep breaths. Jesus Christ, Rachel whispers, hand over her mouth as she grips onto George's arm. Daddy? Lily's small voice breaks my heart. Is everything okay? I turn back to the dining room, trying to pull myself together for her sake. Everything's fine, Princess. Just some grown-up nonsense. Nothing for you to worry about. But even as I say it, I know it's not true. The warm family atmosphere we'd built over the past few days has been shattered. The perfect Thanksgiving dinner sits cooling on the table, forgotten. Sophie comes back inside a few minutes later, thoroughly distraught. She closes the door firmly behind her and turns the deadbolt with shaking hands. "Is he gone?" I ask. "He's gone." Her voice sounds hollow, exhausted. "I told him if he comes back here again, I'm calling the police and pressing charges for harassment." "Sophie, honey," Diane starts, but Sophie holds up a hand. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry he ruined dinner. She looks around at all of us, and I can see her trying to hold herself together. "I need to lie down for a while. I feel sick." She doesn't wait for anyone to respond before heading upstairs, her footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. I listen to her bedroom door close, then look back at Lily and Diane, both of whom are staring at me with worried expressions. The perfect family Thanksgiving lies in ruins around us, and there's nothing I can do to fix it.
Chapter 21. Sophie. I stumble up the stairs, my legs feeling like they might give out at any moment. The humiliation burns through me like acid, eating away at everything good I thought I'd built here. Behind me, I can hear the murmur of voices trying to salvage what's left of Thanksgiving dinner. But all I can think about is the look of terror on Lily's face when her father threw that punch. Because of me. Because of my baggage. Because I'm the kind of person who brings chaos and drama wherever I go. I close my bedroom door and lean against it, trying to catch my breath. My hands won't stop shaking. The image of Daniel standing there drunk and belligerent, ruining everything good and pure about this day, keeps replaying in my mind. The way Jake's face transformed from warmth to pure rage, the way Lily shrank back in her chair. This is exactly why I don't do relationships. This is exactly why I keep people at arm's length. Because my life is a disaster, and I drag everyone down with me. I pull my suitcase out from under the bed with jerky, desperate movements. The zipper catches, and I yank at it so hard the fabric tears slightly. Perfect. I can't even pack properly without destroying things. The tears come fast and hard, blurring my vision as I grab clothes from the dresser and shove them into the bag. The beautiful sweater Jake bought me for our date at the farmer's market. The pajamas I wore when we had breakfast as a family this morning. Lily giggling over her pancakes while Jake made terrible dad jokes. A family that was never real to begin with. I wipe my nose on my sleeve and keep packing. My makeup bag goes in next, then my phone charger. Each item feels like another nail in the coffin of this beautiful lie I've been living. Because that's all this was. A lie. A fake marriage that I somehow convinced myself could be real. Jake deserves so much better than this. He deserves someone who doesn't come with an ex who shows up drunk and ruins family dinners. Someone who doesn't bring violence and chaos into his daughter's life. Someone who can give him and Lily the peaceful, stable home they both need. Not someone like me, whose very presence seems to invite disaster. The bedroom door opens behind me, and I don't need to turn around to know it's Jake. I can feel his presence filling the room, that magnetic pull he has that always makes me want to move closer to him. But I force myself to keep packing, to focus on folding this shirt properly, even though my hands are shaking too badly to do it right. "Sophie." His voice is rough, strained. "What are you doing?" "Packing." I don't trust myself to look at him. If I see those blue eyes full of concern, I'll lose what little resolve I have left. I need to get back to Westfield Hills. Tonight, if possible. "The hell you do?" The bed dips as he sits down behind me. "Stop packing and talk to me." I shake my head, grabbing another sweater from the dresser. There's nothing to talk about. "I'm sorry, Jake. I'm so incredibly sorry for ruining Thanksgiving, for putting Lily through that, for bringing this mess into your life. You don't deserve any of this." "Sophie, look at me." I can't. The words come out broken, barely a whisper. I can't look at you right now because if I do, I'll fall apart completely, and I need to be strong enough to leave. Why would you leave? There's genuine confusion in his voice, like he can't understand why I'd even consider it. None of this was your fault. A bitter laugh escapes me as I stuff the sweater into the suitcase with more force than necessary. Are you kidding me? Of course it was my fault. Daniel is my ex, my mess, my baggage that I dragged into your perfect life with your perfect daughter. Perfect? Jake's voice rises slightly. You think my life was perfect before you? I was drowning, Sophie. I was a single dad who couldn't figure out how to balance work and parenting, whose daughter was asking Santa for a mommy because she felt like something was missing from her life. You didn't ruin anything. You fixed everything. The tears are coming faster now, hot and relentless. I grab a pair of jeans and fold them with shaking hands. I saw her face, Jake. I saw how scared Lily looked when you punched Daniel. That's not the kind of environment a 6-year-old should be exposed to. You're right. It's not. His honesty cuts through me like a blade. And I messed up by letting my temper get the better of me. But that doesn't mean you should run away. I'm not running away. I spin around to face him and immediately regret it. He looks devastated, his hair disheveled from running his hands through it, his shirt wrinkled from the confrontation downstairs. I'm doing what's best for both of us. You're an incredible man, Jake. You're successful and kind and devoted to your daughter. You deserve someone who enhances your life, not someone who brings drama and chaos wherever she goes. His blue eyes search my face, and I can see him trying to process what I'm saying. Are you seriously suggesting that I'd be better off without you? Yes. The word tastes like poison in my mouth, but I force it out anyway. Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. You deserve someone stable, someone whose past isn't going to show up drunk at family dinners, someone who isn't you. His voice is flat, dangerous. That's what you're really saying, isn't it? That you think I'd want someone who isn't you. I turn back to the suitcase, unable to hold his gaze any longer. This was always temporary anyway. It was a fake marriage, remember? A business arrangement to help us both out for a few weeks. It was never supposed to be this. What the hell is this, Sophie? Real. The word escapes before I can stop it. Raw and honest and terrifying. It was never supposed to feel real. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we haven't said. I grab my toiletry bag from the dresser, my movements becoming more frantic. I need to get out of here before I completely lose my resolve, before I let him convince me that someone like me could actually deserve someone like him. So that's it? Jake's voice is quiet now, which somehow hurts worse than if he'd been shouting. You're just gonna pack up and leave because your piece of trash ex showed up and caused a scene? He's going to keep coming back, Jake. I stuffed the toiletry bag into the suitcase with enough force to probably break something inside it. As long as I'm in this town, he's going to keep showing up and making everyone miserable. I can't stay here knowing that Lily might be exposed to that again. Then we'll get a restraining order. We'll call the cops. We'll handle it together. Together? I laugh, but there's no humor in it. We're not together, Jake. We're two people who entered into an arrangement. Nothing more. Nonsense. He stands up so abruptly that I flinch. You want to tell me that what happened downstairs was just about protecting an arrangement? You want to tell me that the way you looked at me this morning over breakfast was fake? That the way you are with Lily, the way she lights up around you, is all just part of some elaborate performance? I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out his words. It doesn't matter what it was. What matters is that it's over. I'm going back to Westfield Hills tomorrow morning, and you and Lily can go back to your lives without my mess, complicating everything. Sophie. He moves closer, and I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Look at me. No. Look at me and tell me you don't feel anything real between us. Look me in the eye and tell me that leaving is what you actually want, not what you think you should do. I keep my eyes firmly fixed on the suitcase, on the task of packing, on anything except the man behind me, who's slowly dismantling every wall I've tried to build. What I want doesn't matter. What matters is doing what's right for everyone involved. And you think walking away is what's right? I think staying would be selfish. My voice breaks on the last word. I think staying would be me putting my own happiness above what's best for you and Lily.
Chapter 22. Jake. I stand frozen in the middle of our bedroom. Her bedroom, I correct myself bitterly, watching Sophie zip up her suitcase with movements that are too quick, too desperate. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to physically stop her, to grab that damn suitcase and throw it across the room, to pin her against the wall until she listens to reason. But I can't. Because somewhere beneath my frustration and anger, I understand that she's terrified. That look in her eyes when Daniel showed up wasn't just embarrassment or annoyance. It was pure primal fear. The kind that makes people do stupid things like run away from the best thing that's ever happened to them. Sophie, please! I've already called for a ride. She hefts the suitcase off the bed, avoiding my eyes completely. It'll be here in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The words hit me like a physical blow. That's it? You're just going to disappear in 10 minutes? She finally looks at me, and the pain in her brown eyes nearly brings me to my knees. It's better this way, Jake. Clean break. No drawn-out goodbyes that'll just make it harder for everyone. Harder for who? For you. I step closer, desperate to touch her, to ground her somehow. Because walking away sure as hell isn't making anything easier for me or Lily. Lily will understand eventually. She's smart. She'll realize that this is better for her in the long run. Will she? Because right now she's downstairs, asking your mom why you're leaving, and I don't have a good answer for her. Sophie's composure cracks for just a moment, her lower lip trembling before she bites down on it hard. Tell her that sometimes adults have to make difficult decisions, that I care about her very much, but that this is what's best. That's nonsense, and you know it. I grab her wrist as she reaches for the suitcase handle. You're scared. I get it. What happened downstairs was messed up and traumatic, and you're doing what you always do when things get complicated. You're running. She jerks her hand away like my touch burns her. Don't pretend you know me well enough to make judgments about how I handle things. I know you well enough to recognize when the woman I'm falling in love with is about to make the biggest mistake of her life. The words hang between us like a live wire. I hadn't planned to say them, hadn't even fully admitted them to myself until this moment, but there they are. Raw and honest and absolutely true. Sophie goes completely still, her hand frozen on the suitcase handle. Don't say that. Why not? It's true. Because it's not fair. Her voice is barely a whisper. You can't say things like that when I'm trying to do the right thing. The right thing would be staying and fighting for this. The right thing would be trusting that what we have is strong enough to survive one jerk showing up and causing a scene. She shakes her head violently. You don't understand. This isn't just about Daniel. This is about who I am, what I bring into people's lives. I'm chaos, Jake. I'm drama and complications and... You're the woman who taught my daughter how to braid friendship bracelets. You're the woman who makes me coffee exactly the way I like it without me having to ask. You're the woman who fits into my life so perfectly that I can't remember what it felt like before you were here. Tears stream down her face now, but she doesn't bother wiping them away. That's the problem. You can't remember what it was like before because you've convinced yourself this is real. But it's not, Jake. It's a fantasy we've been living for a few weeks, and fantasies always end. A car horn honks outside, and Sophie's eyes close in what looks like relief. That's my ride. Sophie, please. Just think about this for 5 more minutes. That's all I'm asking. She opens her eyes and looks at me one last time, and I see something that looks almost like regret there. I have thought about it. I've thought about nothing else since Daniel walked through that door. And this is the only way! She grabs her suitcase and walks toward the door, and I follow her like a man walking to his own execution. Every step feels wrong. Feels like I'm failing some crucial test that I don't even understand. She heads for the door, and I follow her outside into the cold evening air. The rideshare driver pops the trunk, and Sophie loads her suitcase with practiced efficiency. This is insane, I say one last time. You're throwing away something incredible because you're scared. She pauses with her hand on the car door handle. Maybe I am scared. But maybe being scared is the smart thing to be when you care about someone enough to protect them from yourself. I don't need protecting from you, Sophie. Neither does Lily. Yes, you do. She gets into the car and looks at me through the window. You just don't know it yet. The car pulls away, and I stand there in the driveway, watching the taillights disappear into the darkness, feeling like I've just watched my entire future drive away with them. I stay outside longer than I should, the cold November air cutting through my shirt, hoping against hope that the car will turn around, that Sophie will realize she's making a mistake and come back to finish this conversation like 2 rational adults. But the street stays empty. When I finally go back inside, Lily has disappeared upstairs, and I can hear her bedroom door slam with enough force to rattle the windows. Diane is still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at Sophie's untouched plate of food. She's always done this, Diane says without looking up, ever since she was little. The moment things get difficult or complicated, she finds a way to convince herself that everyone would be better off without her. I slump into the chair across from her, suddenly feeling every one of my 34 years. How the hell am I supposed to fight that? How do I convince someone to stay when they're determined to believe they're not worth staying for? You don't convince her, Diane says, finally meeting my eyes. You just refuse to let her go. What do you mean? I mean, my daughter is hurt and scared and not thinking clearly right now. But she's also stubborn as hell, and once she's made up her mind about something, it takes a pretty significant force to change it. I don't know if I can be that force. I don't know if I have the right to chase after someone who's made it clear they want to leave. Diane reaches across the table and covers my hand with hers. Do you love her? The question hits me like a freight train because the answer is so obvious, so undeniable, that I wonder how I didn't see it sooner. Yeah, I do. Then you have not just the right but the responsibility to fight for her. Because that girl has spent her entire life believing she's not worth fighting for, and it's about time someone proved her wrong. I look up toward the stairs where I can hear Lily moving around in her room, probably crying into her pillow, and something hardens in my chest. This isn't just about me and Sophie anymore. This is about Lily, who's already been through one devastating loss when her mother walked away. I'll be damned if I let her go through another one without putting up a fight. What do I do? I ask Diane. How do I fix this? You remind her that love isn't about being perfect or having a drama-free past. You remind her that the best relationships aren't the easy ones, they're the ones worth fighting for. I nod slowly, a plan already starting to form in my mind. She's probably headed to the airport. The last flight to Westfield Hills doesn't leave until 9:30. Then you better get moving. I stand up and head toward the stairs to grab my keys and tell Lily where I'm going. But Diane's voice stops me. Jake? She's smiling for the first time since Sophie left. Thank you. For what? For loving my daughter the way she deserves to be loved. For not giving up on her when she's ready to give up on herself. As I head toward the door, Diane calls after me one more time. Jake, happy Thanksgiving. I pause, thinking about everything this day has brought. The joy of waking up next to Sophie, the contentment of cooking together as a family, the devastation of watching her leave. Yeah, you too, Diane. You too.
Chapter 23. Sophie. The tears start the moment the car door closes, and I don't even try to stop them. Silent sobs shake my shoulders as we pull away from my mom's driveway, away from the warmth of that house, away from Lily's laughter echoing through the rooms, away from the man who just told me he's falling in love with me. The driver glances at me in the rearview mirror, his kind eyes crinkling with concern. He's older, maybe in his 60s, with graying hair and the weathered hands of someone who's seen a lot of life. "Rough day?" he asks gently, adjusting the volume on his classical music station. I manage a weak laugh that sounds more like a hiccup. You could say that. Airport runs on Thanksgiving usually mean one of two things. Either someone's rushing toward love or running away from it. His observation hits too close to home, and fresh tears spill down my cheeks. Running away? He nods knowingly. Mind if I ask why? I stare out the window at the familiar streets of Somerville sliding past. The corner store where Mom used to buy me candy. The park where I scraped my knee learning to ride a bike. The church where we attended every Christmas Eve service. Everything looks exactly the same as when I left for college, frozen in time like a snow globe of my childhood. Because staying would be selfish, I finally answer. Because I'd just complicate his life and hurt his daughter, and they both deserve better than that. The driver is quiet for a long moment, turning down a street that leads toward the highway. You know, I've been driving people around this town for 23 years. I've seen a lot of folks get in my car, convinced they're doing the noble thing by walking away from love. And most of them spend the rest of their lives regretting it. He meets my eyes in the mirror again. Love ain't supposed to be easy, miss. If it was easy, it wouldn't be worth much. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand, feeling like a child. But what if you're not good for the person you love? What if your presence in their life just brings chaos and pain? Then you work on being better. You don't run away and rob them of the choice to love you anyway. His words settle in my chest like stones, heavy and uncomfortable. I think about Jake's face when I walked out that door. The devastation there. The way his shoulders sagged like I'd physically hit him. I think about Lily upstairs in her room, probably crying because the woman she trusted just abandoned her without explanation. The weight of what I've done crashes over me in waves. I'm not protecting them by leaving. I'm hurting them. I'm doing exactly what Jake's ex-wife did, walking away when things get complicated, leaving destruction in my wake. But it's too late now. The decision is made. The car is moving. And in a few hours, I'll be back in Westfield Hills. Back to my empty home and my demanding job and my carefully constructed life that doesn't include room for messy things like love and commitment and little girls who want to braid friendship bracelets. "Here we are," the driver says as we pull up to the departure drop-off at the airport. "You sure about this, miss?" I stare at the sliding glass doors, watching travelers wheel their suitcases inside with purpose and determination. None of them look like they're making the biggest mistake of their lives. "I'm sure," I lie, handing him cash for the fare along with a generous tip. "Well, if you change your mind, my card's in the door pocket. Name's Frank, and I'll be working until midnight." I nod, taking a business card just in case. I grab my suitcase from the trunk and watch Frank drive away, taking with him the last connection to the life I just walked away from. The November air is bitter cold, cutting through my sweater and making me shiver as I wheel my bag toward the entrance. The automatic doors slide open with a whoosh, and I'm immediately hit with the familiar chaos of holiday travel. Crying babies, stressed parents, business people barking into their phones, elderly couples moving slowly with their walkers. The noise is overwhelming after the quiet intimacy of my mom's house. I check the departure board and confirm my flight information. Gate C7, boarding at 9 p.m. I have almost 2 hours to kill. My feet feel like they're made of lead as I drag my suitcase toward the security checkpoint. Each step takes tremendous effort, like I'm walking through quicksand. The logical part of my brain keeps insisting this is the right choice, the smart choice, the mature choice, but my heart is screaming at me to turn around, to go back, to fight for what Jake and I had. Stop being naive, I tell myself as I join the security line. You had a few good weeks of playing house. That doesn't make it real. That doesn't make it lasting. But even as I think it, I remember the way Jake looked at me this morning when I brought him coffee in bed. The way Lily curled up next to me on the couch last night to watch a movie. The way it felt like coming home every time I walked through that front door. You're being ridiculous, I scold myself. You barely know these people. You've been living in a fantasy, and fantasies always end badly. I hand my ID and boarding pass to the TSA agent, who barely glances at them before waving me through. As I wait for my bag to emerge from the X-ray machine, I catch sight of myself in the reflection of a window. My eyes are red and swollen from crying. My hair is a mess, and I look exactly like what I am. A woman who just made a terrible decision and is too proud to admit it. The departure area is packed with Thanksgiving travelers, most of them looking tired and eager to get home. I find an empty seat near my gate and pull out my phone, staring at the screen without really seeing it. I have 17 missed calls from Jake and 12 text messages I can't bring myself to read. There's also a voicemail that makes my chest ache, just seeing his name on the screen. I delete them all without listening or reading. It's better this way. Cleaner. God, you're pathetic, I think. Watching a family across from me share a bag of airport snacks. The little girl looks about Lily's age, and she's chattering excitedly to her parents about something that happened at their Thanksgiving dinner. Her parents listen with the kind of patient attention that I saw Jake give Lily every single day. A part of me, a small, naive part that I tried to suppress, keeps hoping that Jake will burst through the gate area like some romantic comedy hero, out of breath and desperate to stop me from leaving. That he'll make some grand gesture that proves our connection is worth fighting for. But that's movie, not real life. In real life, when you tell someone you're leaving and you need them to let you go, they respect your decision. They don't chase you through airports making scenes. Besides, I remind myself as I watch the clock tick closer to boarding time, what would he even say? That Daniel showing up doesn't matter? That my history of chaos and drama won't eventually destroy his peaceful life with Lily? The gate agent announces pre-boarding for passengers, with small children and those needing assistance. I watch as young families gather their belongings and form a line, and I think about how Jake and Lily, what could have been between us three? I'm giving all of that up. I'm walking away from a man who makes me laugh until my sides hurt, and a little girl who thinks I hung the moon. I'm choosing to go back to my solitary life in Westfield Hills, where my biggest excitement is landing a new client, and my deepest relationship is with my coffee maker. This is smart, I tell myself firmly. This is self-preservation. This is protecting the people you care about from the inevitable disaster you would bring into their lives. But as I sit here in this uncomfortable airport chair, clutching my boarding pass and watching happy families around me, it doesn't feel smart. It feels like the most stupid thing I've ever done. The gate agent calls for general boarding, and I stand up slowly, my legs shaky and unsteady. This is it. In 10 minutes, I'll be on a plane back to my old life, and this entire experience will become nothing more than a bittersweet memory. As I join the boarding line, moving like a woman walking to her own execution, I can't shake the feeling that I'm about to make a mistake I'll spend the rest of my life regretting, but it's too late now. The choice is made.
Chapter 24. Jake. The rental car's engine roars as I slam my foot on the accelerator, weaving through traffic like a man possessed. Every red light feels like a personal attack, every slow-moving vehicle an obstacle designed specifically to keep me from reaching Sophie. Damn! The word becomes a mantra as I check the dashboard clock. 8:47 p.m. Her flight board's at 9, and I'm still 15 minutes away from the airport if traffic cooperates, which it won't, because the universe apparently has a sick sense of humor. I swerve around a minivan going 10 under the speed limit, earning an angry honk from the driver. Get the hell out of the way! I shout at my windshield, as if that will magically clear the road ahead. My hands grip the steering wheel so tight my knuckles are white. This is insane. I'm driving like a maniac to chase down a woman who explicitly told me to let her go. But I can't. Every fiber of my being rebels against the idea of just letting Sophie walk out of my life without a fight. The image of her face when she left keeps flashing through my mind. The pain there, the way she looked like she was breaking apart, even as she insisted this was what she wanted. That wasn't the face of a woman making a choice she believed in. That was the face of a woman who thought she was protecting everyone by sacrificing her own happiness. Sophie thinks she's damaged goods, thinks she'll bring chaos into our lives. But what she doesn't understand is that she already turned our world upside down in the best possible way. Lily's been happier these past few weeks than I've seen her since her mother left. And me? Christ, I forgot what it felt like to wake up excited about the day ahead, to have someone to share the mundane details of life with, to feel like a complete person instead of just a father going through the motions. A delivery truck cuts me off, and I have to slam on the brakes to avoid rear-ending it. Are you kidding me right now? I lay on the horn, my frustration boiling over. The traffic light ahead turns yellow, and I gun it, barely making it through before it goes red. The car behind me isn't so lucky, and I catch a glimpse of the driver giving me the finger in my rearview mirror. Fair enough. I'm driving like a jerk, but desperate times call for desperate measures. 8:52 p.m. Even if I make it to the airport in the next few minutes, I still have to get through security, find her gate, and somehow convince her that leaving is the worst idea she's ever had. The logical part of my brain knows this is a long shot, but logic has never been my strong suit when it comes to the women I love. Love. Yeah, there it is. The word I couldn't quite bring myself to say earlier. I'm in love with Sophie Harper, completely, irrevocably, stupidly in love with her. I love the way she challenges me, the way she makes Lily laugh, the way she brings light into every room she enters. I love her strength and her vulnerability, her quick wit and her generous heart. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let her walk away without telling her exactly how I feel. The airport exit sign comes into view, and I take the turn at a speed that probably qualifies as reckless endangerment. The rental car's tires squeal in protest, but we stay upright and on the road. Thank God for German engineering. The airport parking garage is a nightmare of confused travelers and slow-moving vehicles. I don't have time for this. Instead, I pull up to the departures drop-off area, where a uniformed traffic enforcement officer immediately starts walking toward my car, his citation book already in hand. I roll down my window and pull out my wallet, counting out several $100 bills. Listen, I know I can't park here, but this is an emergency. This should cover any fines and then some. Can you give me 20 minutes? The officer looks at the cash, then at my face, probably taking in my desperate expression and disheveled appearance. Sir, this is a no parking zone. Please. I add another 100 to the pile. 20 minutes. I'm trying to stop the woman I love from making the biggest mistake of her life. Something in my voice must convince him, because he pockets the money and nods. 20 minutes. If you're not back by then, it's getting towed. Thank you. I'm already out of the car, grabbing the cash I keep in the glove compartment for emergencies. Thank Christ for my paranoid habit of keeping large amounts of cash on hand. The airport is chaos. I push through the crowds toward the security checkpoint, my heart hammering against my ribs. 8:56 p.m. boarding has already started. The TSA line stretches back 50 people deep, all of them moving at the pace of elderly turtles. There's no way I'll make it through in time through normal channels. But normal channels have never been my style anyway. I scan the area until I spot a TSA supervisor, a woman in her 40s with tired eyes and the expression of someone who's dealt with every kind of airport drama imaginable. I approach her with my most charming smile and a discreet fold of cash. "Ma'am, I need your help. I'm trying to stop the woman I love from getting on a plane, and I'm running out of time." She looks at me skeptically. "Sir, you need to go through security like everyone else. I'll pay for a security escort. Whatever it costs." I show her the cash without being obvious about it. This is a romantic emergency, and I'm desperate here. She studies my face for a long moment, probably trying to determine if I'm a terrorist or just an idiot in love. Apparently, I passed the idiot test because she sighs and waves over a security guard. "Marcus, escort this gentleman through. He's got a family emergency." Marcus, a burly guy who looks like he could bench press a small car, nods and leads me around the regular security line. I slip him 100 as we walk, and he doesn't protest. The metal detector beeps when I walk through, probably my keys and phone. But Marcus just waves me on. "Gate information's on the monitors over there," he says, pointing toward the departure boards. I scan the screens frantically until I find it. "Flight 847 to Westfield Hills, Gate C7. Now boarding." My legs carry me through the terminal at a dead sprint, dodging rolling suitcases and slow-walking passengers. Gate C7 feels like it's a mile away, and every second that passes is another second closer to Sophie disappearing from my life forever. I round the corner to the gate area and immediately spot the line of passengers boarding the plane. My eyes search frantically through the crowd until I see her. Sophie, standing in line about halfway to the gate, her shoulders slumped in defeat. "Sophie!" I shout across the crowded gate area, not giving a damn about the scene I'm making. "Sophie, wait!" She turns at the sound of my voice, her eyes wide with shock. For a moment, she just stands there, staring at me like I'm a hallucination. Then she drops her carry-on bag and boarding pass and starts running toward me. We collide in the middle of the gate area, her body crashing into mine with enough force to knock the breath out of both of us. My arms wrap around her automatically, holding her so tight I'm probably bruising her ribs. She smells like tears and the vanilla perfume I've come to associate with home. "Jake," she sobs against my chest. "What are you doing here? How did you—" "I'm in love with you," I interrupt, the words tumbling out in a rush. "I'm completely, stupidly, head over heels in love with you, Sophie Harper. And I don't give a damn what kind of baggage you think you have, or what kind of chaos you think you'll bring into our lives. I love you for exactly who you are, and I'll be damned if I'm going to lose you for anything in this world." She pulls back to look at my face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do you really mean that?" "Every word." I frame her face with my hands, thumbs brushing away her tears. "You're not going to destroy our lives, sweetheart. You're going to make them better. You already have." And then I kiss her, right there in the middle of the airport gate, with dozens of strangers watching and the gate agent calling for final boarding. I kiss her like my life depends on it because, in a way, it does.
Chapter 25. Sophie. His lips crash against mine and the world stops spinning. Everything, the airport chaos, the boarding announcements, the curious stares from other passengers, fades into background noise. There's only Jake, only the desperate way he's holding me like I might disappear if he loosens his grip even slightly. I taste the urgency on his mouth, feel the tremor in his hands as they cup my face. This man must have driven like a maniac just to stop me from leaving. The reality of it hits me like a freight train. He loves me, actually loves me. When we finally break apart, both of us breathing hard, His forehead rests against mine. Those blue eyes search my face with an intensity that makes my knees weak. "We need to go," he says, glancing around the gate area where the final boarding call echoes through the speakers. My car is about to get towed, and I may have left a small fortune with a parking enforcement officer who's probably questioning his life choices right about now. I can't help it. I burst out laughing. The sound bubbles up from somewhere deep in my chest, part hysteria and part pure joy. "You're absolutely insane." "Completely out of my mind," he agrees, grinning at me like he's proud of it. "Now come on, before I have to bribe someone else to get us out of here." I scramble to gather my scattered belongings, boarding pass crumpled on the floor, carry-on bag abandoned near a row of chairs. My hands shake as I stuff everything back together, adrenaline still coursing through my system. Jake takes my bag without asking, his free hand finding mine and threading our fingers together. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final boarding call for Flight 847 to Westfield Hills." The announcement follows us as we walk away from the gate, hand in hand. I should feel some regret about missing my flight, about the hassle of rebooking, about the confusion this will cause at home. Instead, all I feel is relief so profound it's making me lightheaded. We pass through the terminal at a much more reasonable pace than Jake's earlier sprint. He stops at the security checkpoint where the supervisor who helped him earlier is still stationed. "Thank you," he tells her, pressing another bill into her hand. "You have no idea how much this meant to me." She looks at our joined hands and smiles. "Glad it worked out. Next time, maybe plan better." "There won't be a next time," Jake says, squeezing my fingers. "I'm not letting this one get away again." At the TSA checkpoint, he finds the security guard who escorted him through and offers similar thanks, along with what I suspect is probably more money than the guy makes in a week. "Did you seriously bribe airport staff?" I whisper as we head toward the exit. "Of course I did. You think I was going to wait in that TSA line while you flew out of my life?" He says it like it's the most logical thing in the world. I wasn't taking any chances. That's actually kind of romantic, in a completely illegal and morally questionable way. I prefer to think of it as resourceful. We emerge from the terminal into the humid night air, and I immediately spot Jake's rental car, parked brazenly in the no parking zone. The traffic enforcement officer is standing nearby, and when he sees us approaching, he gives Jake a knowing nod. "Worked out for you, I see," the officer says. "Better than I hoped," Jake replies, shaking the man's hand. "Thanks for the grace period. Just don't make a habit of it." Jake opens the passenger door for me, and I slide into the seat, still marveling at the surreal turn my evening has taken. 30 minutes ago, I was preparing to board a plane back to my empty home and my demanding job. Now I'm sitting in a car with the man who just declared his love for me in front of half an airport. He starts the engine and pulls out of the departure area, navigating through the maze of airport traffic with considerably more caution than his earlier arrival suggested. "So," he says once we're on the main road heading back towards Somerville, "I've been thinking, dangerous territory for you?" He shoots me a look that's half amusement, half exasperation. Smart? But seriously, what if we just stayed? Stayed where? Here. Somerville. His hands tighten on the steering wheel and I can see him working through the idea as he speaks. What if we moved here? Started fresh, built a family in your hometown. I stare at him, certain I've misheard. Are you serious? Dead serious. He glances over at me, those blue eyes earnest in the glow of the dashboard lights. Think about it, Sophie. Your mom's here, your roots are here. And after spending so many years away, fighting to make it in your career, maybe it's time to come home. The suggestion hits me like a physical blow. Not painful, but stunning in its unexpectedness. Jake, you have a business to run. Your whole life is in the city. My business can be run from anywhere with an internet connection. Hell, half my meetings are virtual anyway. He reaches over and takes my hand, his thumb tracing circles across my knuckles. And my whole life isn't in the city anymore. It's sitting right here next to me. My throat tightens with emotion. You'd really do that? Leave everything behind and move to small-town Georgia for me? For us, he corrects. For you? For me, for Lily. She loved it here, Sophie. Did you see how happy she was at the festival? How she lit up when your mom started teaching her to bake? That kid's been through enough upheaval. Maybe it's time to give her the kind of stable, community-centered childhood she deserves. I picture Lily's face at the festival, the way she'd clung to my hand as we walked through the booths, her excitement over the smallest things. She had looked happy, genuinely, purely happy in a way I'd rarely seen from her. Your family would love it too, Jake continues, his voice growing more animated as he warms to the idea. Having you close again, being part of their daily lives instead of just holiday visits and phone calls. When's the last time you felt truly at home, Sophie? Not just comfortable or settled, but really, completely at home? The question lodges itself somewhere behind my breastbone. When was the last time? Not in my sterile city home with its carefully curated minimalism. Not in the corporate offices where I spent 60 hours a week climbing ladders that led to increasingly isolated peaks. But here, in my childhood bedroom with the creaky floorboards and faded wallpaper, sitting on Mom's front porch with a glass of sweet tea, watching fireflies blink in the gathering dusk. Walking down Main Street, where half the population still remembers my awkward teenage years and treats me like family anyway. You're really serious about this, I say, studying his profile in the passing streetlights. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. He brings my hand to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to my palm. I love you, Sophie. But more than that, I love the woman you are when you're here, relaxed, open, connected to something bigger than just your own ambition. You're happier here. The words settle into my chest, heavy with truth. I am happier here. Despite the complicated emotions surrounding Dad's death, despite the career uncertainty and the fear of starting over, I felt more like myself these past few weeks than I have in years. It would be a huge change, I say slowly, testing the idea like I'm feeling my way across unstable ground. I'd have to find work here, figure out what I want to do next. You've got time to figure that out. And skills like yours? Hell, you could probably help half the businesses in town level up their marketing. Or start your own consulting firm. The possibilities are endless when you're not trapped in someone else's corporate machine. I lean back against the headrest, mind spinning with possibilities I'd never allowed myself to consider. My mom would cry. Happy tears, but still, she's been trying to get me to move back home for years. Smart woman, your mother? The familiar landmarks of Somerville begin appearing outside the windows. The gas station where I bought candy as a kid. The park where I learned to ride a bike. The library where I'd spent countless summer afternoons lost in books. Each one tugs at something deep in my chest. Memories and belonging tangled together into something that feels surprisingly like hope. What about Lily's school? I ask. Because practical concerns seem safer than the emotional maelstrom swirling through my thoughts. She'll adapt. Kids are resilient, and honestly, the schools here might be exactly what she needs. Smaller classes, teachers who know every student's name, a community that looks out for each other's children. His voice grows softer. She needs stability, Sophie. Real stability, not just expensive private schools and nannies who change every few months. You've really thought this through. I've had 20 minutes of driving like a madman to think it through. But yeah, the more I consider it, the more right it feels. We're approaching the heart of town now, passing the sign that welcomes visitors to Somerville with its cheerful proclamation of population and founding date. Home. The word whispers through my mind with surprising power. It would make your family happy, Jake says quietly. But more importantly, Sophie, I think it would make you happy too.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Jake. The porch light casts a warm glow over the front steps of Sophie's childhood home as I pull into the driveway. My hands are still shaking slightly from the adrenaline rush of the past hour. Christ, I can't believe I actually pulled that off. When I saw Sophie walking toward that gate, something inside me snapped. All my careful control, all my measured responses to life's challenges, gone in an instant. "You okay?" Sophie asks, and I realize I've been gripping the steering wheel like it's the only thing keeping me anchored to reality. Yeah, just processing the fact that I basically turned into a crazy person back there. I turn off the engine and look at her. No regrets, though. Good, because I think we're about to have an interesting conversation with my family. The front door opens before we even make it up the walkway. Diane appears in the doorway, her face a mixture of confusion and concern. She's wearing a pale blue robe over her pajamas, and her graying hair is pulled back in a loose ponytail. "Sophie? I thought you were on a plane." Her eyes shift between us, taking in our joined hands and probably the slightly wild look in my eyes. "What happened?" "Mom, we need to talk," Sophie says, and something in her tone makes Diane step back to let us inside. "Rachel!" Diane calls toward the back of the house. "Can you come out here?" Rachel emerges from her bedroom, wearing yoga pants and an oversized t-shirt. Her hair is in a messy bun, and she's holding her phone like she was in the middle of texting someone. When she sees us, her eyebrows shoot up. "Wait, weren't you supposed to be flying back to—" She stops mid-sentence, studying our faces. "Oh, something big happened, didn't it?" "Language," Diane says automatically, then immediately waves her hand dismissively. "Actually, forget I said that. Sit down, both of you. You're making me nervous." We settle onto the familiar couch in the living room, the same one where I'd sat just a few hours ago feeling like my world was ending. Diane takes the armchair across from us, while Rachel perches on the edge of the coffee table. Sophie takes a deep breath, and I feel her hand tighten in mine. Oh, this is it. The moment where we either come clean about everything or keep living this elaborate lie we've built. My chest feels tight with anticipation. "Mom, Rachel, there's something we need to tell you about our marriage." Sophie's voice is steady, but I can feel the tension radiating from her. It's complicated. "How complicated are we talking?" Rachel asks, and I can practically see the wheels turning in her head. "Like, you eloped too quickly complicated, or you're secretly related complicated." "Jesus, Rachel," Sophie mutters, then looks at her mother. "We're not actually married." The silence that follows could be cut with a knife. Diane's face goes through a series of expressions: confusion, surprise, and something that might be understanding. Rachel just stares at us like we've grown second heads. "I'm sorry." "What now?" Rachel finally manages. I clear my throat, figuring it's my turn to dive into this mess. What Sophie means is that our marriage started as an arrangement. Fake. Sophie needed a husband before coming back to her dad's funeral, since she didn't want to field questions about why she's still single after all these years. Fake, Diane repeats slowly, like she's testing the word. You two have been pretending to be married this entire time? Not pretending, exactly, Sophie says quickly. The feelings are real. Everything you've seen between us, that's all genuine. It's just that, well, we were only neighbors back in Westfield Hills, and Jake was just trying to help me with a favor. Rachel leans forward, her expression shifting from shock to something approaching fascination. So you're telling me you two entered into some kind of arrangement marriage, then actually fell in love? Pretty much, I say, and the simple admission feels like a weight lifting off my chest. I know how it sounds, but it sounds like the plot of every romance novel I've ever read. Rachel interrupts, then grins. Are you kidding me? This is amazing. Rachel, Diane says sharply, but there's no real reproach in her voice. She's looking at Sophie with an expression I can't quite read. How long have you been? How long has this been going on? Right after Dad died, Sophie admits. The feelings part, that's more recent. Much more recent. Diane is quiet for a long moment, her hands folded in her lap. When she finally speaks, her voice is gentle. Is this why you've seemed so conflicted lately? Why you've been so torn about going back to your job? Sophie nods, and I can see her fighting back tears. I didn't know how to tell you. I was afraid you'd be disappointed, or angry that I lied to you. Oh, sweetheart. Diane moves from her chair to the couch, pulling Sophie into a hug. I could never be disappointed in you for finding love, no matter how unconventional the circumstances. Even if those circumstances involved basically lying to your entire family? Sophie asks, her voice muffled against her mother's shoulder. Honey, I've known something was different about this situation from the moment you called to tell me you were married, Diane says, stroking Sophie's hair. You don't just up and marry someone without telling your family unless there's more to the story. Rachel is grinning like Christmas morning. So wait, let me get this straight. You two had an arranged marriage situation, then fell in love for real, and now what? You're staying together? We're staying together, I confirm, looking at Sophie. And actually, we're thinking about making some bigger changes too. What kind of changes? Diane asks, though something in her expression suggests she already has an idea. I take a deep breath. This part feels almost as nerve-wracking as the confession about our fake marriage. We're considering moving here. To Somerville. Permanently. The reaction is immediate and dramatic. Diane's face lights up like I've just told her she's won the lottery. Rachel drops her phone with a small clatter. Are you serious? Diane asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Dead serious, Sophie says. Jake thinks it would be good for Lily. Good for all of us. And honestly, I'm starting to think he might be right. Oh my God, Diane breathes, and now she really is crying. Happy tears, just like Sophie predicted. Sophie, that would be... I've wanted you to come home for so long, but I never wanted to pressure you. You didn't pressure me, Mom. This is our choice. Sophie reaches for my hand again, threading our fingers together. Jake's business can be run remotely, and I'm ready for a change. A big change. Rachel is practically bouncing in her seat. This is insane in the best possible way. Sophie, you'd really give up the city life? The corporate ladder and all that? I think the corporate ladder has been giving me up for a while now, Sophie says with a rueful smile. I've been miserable there, Rachel. I just didn't want to admit it. Diane wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, still beaming. What about Lily? How does she feel about potentially moving? We haven't told her yet, I admit, but she loved it here during the festival. She's been through a lot of changes lately, and I think the stability of a small town might be exactly what she needs. And the schools here are excellent, Diane adds eagerly. Small class sizes, teachers who really know their students. Mrs. Green is still teaching 3rd grade, and she's wonderful with children who need extra attention. The enthusiasm in her voice makes my chest warm. This is what family support looks like. Immediate, unconditional excitement for our happiness. It's something I've never really experienced before, and the magnitude of it catches me off guard. "You're really okay with all of this?" Sophie asks, gesturing between us. "The fake marriage thing doesn't bother you?" "Sweetheart, I don't care if you two met in a business meeting or on a reality TV show," Diane says firmly. "What matters is that you love each other and you're building something real together. The rest is just details." Rachel nods enthusiastically. "Besides, it's kind of romantic in a weird way. Like fate intervening through paperwork and legal loopholes." "Only you would find the romance in legal loopholes," Sophie says, but she's smiling. "Hey, I work with what I've got." Rachel grins back at her sister. "So when would this big move happen?" "Because I'm definitely going to need time to process having my sister back home permanently." "We're still figuring out the details," I say. "But probably sooner rather than later. Once we make the decision, I don't want to drag it out." Diane claps her hands together, the sound sharp with excitement. "Oh, this is wonderful! Sophie, we could have Sunday dinners again. Regular Sunday dinners, not just holiday visits. And Lily could help me in the garden, learn to bake properly." The joy radiating from her is infectious, and I find myself grinning despite the exhaustion creeping in around the edges of my adrenaline crash. This is what Sophie has been missing. This unconditional love and acceptance, the sense of belonging that comes from being truly known by the people who matter most. "We should probably call it a night," Sophie says, glancing at the clock on the mantel. "It's been a hell of an evening." "That's an understatement," I mutter, thinking about the chaos at the airport, the desperate drive, the moment when I thought I might have lost her forever. As we stand to head upstairs, Diane catches my arm. "Jake, thank you." "For what?" "For bringing my daughter home," she says simply. "For loving her enough to chase her through an airport and for giving her a reason to stay." The sincerity in her voice hits me harder than I expected. She's worth chasing, Mrs. Harper. She's worth everything.
Chapter 27. Sophie. The smell of Mom's coffee and the sound of birds chirping outside her kitchen window wake me before my alarm. For a moment, I forget where I am. Then the events of last night come rushing back. The airport. Jake chasing me down like some romantic hero from a movie. The confession to my family. The decision to stay. I stretch in my childhood bed, feeling lighter than I have in months, maybe years. When I pad downstairs in my pajamas, I find Jake already dressed and sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, scrolling through his phone. He looks up when he hears my footsteps, and the smile that spreads across his face makes my heart skip. "Morning, beautiful." "Morning yourself, stalker." I pour myself coffee and settle into the chair beside him. "Sleep okay?" "Better than I have in weeks." He sets his phone down and reaches for my hand. "No second thoughts about yesterday?" "None whatsoever." The certainty in my voice surprises even me. "You?" "Just one." My stomach drops. "What?" "I should have chased you sooner." His thumb traces circles on my palm. "Should have told you how I felt before you ever left." Relief floods through me. "Well, you made up for it with the dramatic airport scene. Very cinematic." Glad to know my emotional breakdown was entertaining. It was perfect. I lean over to kiss him, tasting coffee and morning and the promise of everything we're building together. The sound of little feet thundering down the stairs interrupts us. Lily appears in the kitchen doorway, wearing polka dot pajamas and bedhead that would make a punk rocker jealous. She's carrying her favorite stuffed elephant under one arm. "Daddy, Sophie." She launches herself between us and Jake scoops her up onto his lap. Someone's in a good mood this morning, I observe, ruffling her already chaotic hair. Grandma Diane made pancakes, and she said I could put chocolate chips in mine. Lily bounces excitedly. "Can we have chocolate chip pancakes at home too?" Jake and I exchange a look. Here's our opening. "Actually, Lilybug, Sophie and I wanted to talk to you about something," Jake says, his voice gentle but serious enough to get her attention. "Are we in trouble?" She looks between us with wide eyes. "No, sweetheart, nothing like that." I reach over to smooth down a particularly rebellious curl. "We wanted to ask you about something important." Mom appears in the kitchen doorway, takes one look at our little family huddle, and quietly retreats. Smart woman. "Lily, how would you feel if we stayed here?" Jake asks. "Not just for a visit, but if we moved to Somerville permanently?" Lily's eyes get even wider. "Like forever and ever?" "Like forever and ever," I confirm. "You'd go to school here, make new friends, live in a house with a big yard where you could play outside. And Grandma Diane would be close by?" Lily's voice is full of hope. "Very close by," Jake says. "You could see her whenever you wanted." Lily considers this with the seriousness of a 6-year-old contemplating world peace. She fidgets with her elephant's ears, a sure sign she's thinking hard. "Would you and Sophie still be married?" she asks finally. My heart stutters. Here it is. The moment where we have to explain that our marriage wasn't real from the start, that we've been living a lie, that... "Yes," Jake says simply. "Sophie and I would still be married. We'd be a real family." The relief that washes over me is so strong I almost laugh out loud. He's not going to complicate this for her, not going to burden a 6-year-old with the messy adult details of how we got here. All that matters is where we're going. A real family? Lily's voice is barely a whisper, like she's afraid saying it too loud might make it disappear. "The realest family," I tell her, and I mean it with every fiber of my being. Lily's face transforms, lighting up like Christmas morning and her birthday rolled into one. "Really? We'd all live together and be a family forever?" "If that's what you want," Jake says. "Yes!" Lily shouts, throwing her arms around both of us. "Yes, yes, yes." I want that more than anything. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and I find myself laughing as she squeezes us tight. This little girl who stole my heart from the moment I met her is going to be my daughter, not through biology or adoption papers, but through choice and love and the daily decision to show up for each other. "I never want us to separate," Lily continues, her voice muffled against Jake's shoulder. "Not ever, ever, ever." "Never," Jake agrees, his voice thick with emotion. "We're staying together, Lilybug. All 3 of us." Lily pulls back to look at both of us, her blue eyes shining. "Can we get a dog too? Since we'll have a big yard?" "We'll see," Jake says automatically, then catches my amused look. "I mean, maybe. We'll talk about it." "And can I help Grandma Diane with her garden? She showed me her tomatoes yesterday and they're so pretty." "Of course you can help with the garden," I tell her. "Grandma Diane would love that." Lily bounces in Jake's lap, unable to contain her excitement. "This is the best day ever. Wait until I tell Emma about having a big yard and a garden and getting to see Grandma Diane all the time." The pure joy radiating from her settles something deep in my chest. This is right. This decision, this leap we're taking together, it's the right choice for all of us. "So you're really okay with leaving your friends in Westfield Hills?" I ask, wanting to make sure she's thought this through as much as a 6-year-old can. Lily nods vigorously. I can make new friends here. And maybe some of my old friends can come visit. We could have sleepovers in our new house. Our new house, Jake repeats, testing the words. Damn, that sounds good. Daddy said a bad word, Lily stage whispers to me. I heard, I whisper back conspiratorially. Should we make him put money in the swear jar? What swear jar? Jake asks suspiciously. The one we're going to start when we move here, Lily announces. Sophie told me about it yesterday. Every time someone says a bad word, they have to put money in the jar, and then we use it for something fun. Jake groans. Great. I'm going to go broke in the first week. Then you better clean up your language, I tease, then turn back to Lily. Are you sure about this, sweetheart? Moving is a big change. I'm sure. Lily's voice is confident, no trace of hesitation. I like changes when they're good changes. And this is the goodest change ever. The best change, Jake corrects gently. The bestest. Lily counters with a grin. I wrap my arms around both of them, this makeshift family that somehow became the most real thing in my life. Group hug. We squeeze tight, and I breathe in the moment. Jake's cologne, Lily's strawberry shampoo, the lingering smell of pancakes from the kitchen. This is what happiness feels like, I realize. Not the fleeting high of a work accomplishment or the temporary satisfaction of a problem solved, but this steady, warm certainty that I'm exactly where I belong. When do we move? Lily asks, pulling back just enough to look at us. Soon, Jake says. We need to find a house first, and Daddy needs to arrange some things with work, but soon. Can we look at houses today? Lily's excitement is boundless. I want to see where we're going to live. We can drive around and look at neighborhoods, I suggest. Get a feel for what's available. This is really happening, Jake says, more to himself than to us. We're really doing this. We're really doing this, I confirm, and the words feel like a promise. A commitment not just to this move, but to this life we're choosing together. Lily claps her hands. I'm going to tell Grandma Diane. She's going to be so happy. She scrambles off Jake's lap and races toward the kitchen, her elephant trailing behind her. We can hear her excited chatter as she finds Mom, probably interrupting whatever quiet morning ritual Mom had going. Jake and I sit in the sudden quiet, hands still linked, the magnitude of what we've just committed to settling around us. No going back now, he says. No going back, I agree, and I've never been more certain of anything in my life. This is it. This is our future. Somerville, a house with a big yard, Sunday dinners with my family, Lily growing up surrounded by people who love her unconditionally, Jake building his business here, me figuring out what comes next professionally, both of us learning how to be partners in every sense of the word. The sound of Lily's delighted squeals from the kitchen makes us both smile. Think your mom's ready to be a full-time grandmother? Jake asks. Are you kidding? She's probably already planning Lily's birthday party for next year. Good, Jake says, squeezing my hand. Lily deserves to be spoiled by her grandmother. She deserves all of this, I say, gesturing toward the sounds of happiness coming from the kitchen. Family, stability, people who love her just because she exists. We all deserve this, Jake corrects gently. You most of all. The simple statement hits me harder than it should. For so long, I've been focused on what I could achieve, what I could prove, what I could build through sheer force of will and determination. But this sense of belonging, of being loved not for what I accomplish, but for who I am, this is what I've been missing. This is what home feels like.
Chapter 28. Jake. The late November air bites at our faces as we walk down Maple Street. Lily skipping between Sophie and me like she's conducting some invisible orchestra. The trees are mostly bare now, their skeletal branches reaching toward a gray sky that threatens snow. It's the kind of day that makes you want to be inside with hot chocolate and a fire, but Lily's enthusiasm is infectious enough to keep us moving. That one. Lily points to a Victorian house with gingerbread trim and a wraparound porch. It looks like a fairy tale house. Sophie laughs, her breath visible in the cold air. It's beautiful, but I think it might be a little too much house for us. There's no such thing as too much house, I counter, studying the property. Look at that yard. Lily could have a swing set back there, maybe a tree house. The image forms unbidden in my mind. Lily at 10, 12, 15, running through that yard with friends, learning to ride a bike on the wide sidewalk out front. Sophie and I watching from the porch, her hand resting on her rounded belly as we wait for baby number 2. The thought stops me in my tracks. Where the hell did that come from? Daddy. Lily tugs on my jacket. You okay? Yeah, Bug. Just thinking. I force myself back to the present, but the image lingers. Sophie pregnant with my child, Lily excited about being a big sister, a house full of laughter and chaos and love. Christ. We just decided to stay together yesterday, and I'm already planning our entire reproductive future. What kind of house do you want, Sophie? Lily asks as we continue down the street. Sophie considers this seriously, which is one of the things I love about her. She never dismisses Lily's questions as unimportant. I want a house with big windows so we get lots of light, and a kitchen where we can all cook together. Oh, yes, I want to learn how to make cookies, Lily says. And pancakes. And everything. A kitchen big enough for all of us, I add, picturing lazy Sunday mornings with flour on every surface, and Lily standing on a step stool to reach the counter. Maybe a toddler in a high chair banging a spoon and getting more food on the floor than in their mouth. There. I go again. We turn onto Oak Avenue, where the houses are more modest but still charming. Sophie points to a white colonial with black shutters and a red front door. Now that's more reasonable, she says. Look at those flower beds. I bet they're gorgeous in the spring. It needs work, I observe, noting the paint peeling on the porch railings and the way one of the gutters sags slightly. I like projects, Sophie says, and something in her voice makes me look at her more closely. She's studying the house with intensity, like she's already mentally redesigning the landscaping. Can we look inside? Lily asks. It's not for sale, sweetheart, Sophie explains. We're just getting ideas about what we like. But I really, really like this one, Lily insists. It feels happy. She's not wrong. There's something welcoming about the house, something that speaks of family dinners and homework at the kitchen table and Christmas mornings with too many presents under the tree. And maybe a nursery in that upstairs corner room with the big window facing east, perfect for morning light. Earth to Jake, Sophie says, waving a hand in front of my face. You're doing that thing again. What thing? The thing where you stare off into space and get this weird expression on your face. Lily giggles. Daddy's daydreaming. Are you thinking about work? Something like that, I mutter, but Sophie's watching me with those perceptive brown eyes that see too much. We walk in comfortable silence for a while, Lily occasionally darting ahead to examine interesting leaves or pointing out houses she particularly likes. The cold is starting to seep through my jacket, but I'm reluctant to suggest we head back. These moments, the three of us together, no agenda beyond enjoying each other's company, feel precious in a way that makes my chest tight. What about you, Daddy? Lily asks suddenly. What kind of house do you want? The question catches me off guard. What do I want? For so long, my focus has been on giving Lily stability, security, the kind of childhood I never had. The house was just a means to that end. Safe neighborhood, good schools, enough space for her to grow. But now, With Sophie beside me and the possibility of a real future stretching out ahead of us, I want more. I want a house where we can be loud, I say finally. Where Lily can have friends over for sleepovers, and we don't have to worry about disturbing anyone. Where we can have barbecues in the backyard, and Sophie can have a garden if she wants one. I've never had my own garden, Sophie admits, but I think I'd like to try. Mom always said I inherited Dad's green thumb, she continues, then stops abruptly, like the mention of her father caught her by surprise. I reach for her hand, squeezing gently. He'd love knowing you're staying here, building a life in Somerville. She nods, but doesn't trust herself to speak. Lily, oblivious to the emotional undercurrent, bounces ahead to examine a house with a particularly elaborate Halloween display still up from last month. And I want space for more kids, I find myself saying, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. Sophie's hand tightens in mine. More kids? I mean, if you want, someday. We don't have to decide anything now, but I'm fumbling this spectacularly. Lily would be an amazing big sister. Yes, Lily shouts, apparently possessing supernatural hearing when it comes to conversations about siblings. I want a baby brother, or a baby sister, or both. Sophie laughs, but there's something careful in her expression. That's a big conversation for another day. Right, of course. I'm getting ahead of myself. But am I? The image of Sophie cradling our baby feels as real as the cold air stinging my face. Lily teaching a toddler to walk in our backyard. Sophie singing lullabies in the middle of the night. Family vacations where we need a bigger car because there are more of us. A house full of love and chaos and the kind of mess that comes from actually living instead of just existing. I'm getting cold, Lily announces, interrupting my domestic fantasies. Can we get hot chocolate now? Excellent idea, Sophie says, clearly grateful for the subject change. There's a coffee shop on Main Street that makes the best hot chocolate in town. We head toward downtown, Lily chattering about marshmallows and whipped cream while Sophie and I walk in silence. I can practically hear the wheels turning in her head, processing my comment about more kids, probably wondering if I'm some kind of lunatic who goes from fake marriage to planning a whole damn dynasty in the span of 24 hours. Maybe I am a lunatic. Or maybe I'm just a man who's finally found something worth fighting for, worth building a life around. The coffee shop, Brewed Awakening, according to the cheerful sign out front, is warm and welcoming, with mismatched furniture and local art covering the walls. The barista, a college-aged kid with purple hair and a genuine smile, greets Sophie by name. Sophie Harper! I heard you were back in town. The usual? Make it 3 hot chocolates instead, Sophie says. This is Jake and Lily. Awesome! Kids hot chocolate with extra marshmallows. Please, Lily says, practically vibrating with excitement. We find a table by the window, and I watch Sophie help Lily out of her jacket, smoothing down her hair with automatic maternal gestures that make my chest ache. She's going to be an incredible mother to our children. Our children. There I go again, planning a future that exists only in my imagination. But maybe that's okay. Maybe it's time I started believing in happy endings.
Chapter 29. Sophie. The kitchen smells like home. Sage and butter, cinnamon and cloves, all the scents that wrap around you like Mom's old quilt. I stand at the counter, mashing sweet potatoes while watching Jake attempt to help Lily arrange dinner rolls in a basket. His large hands dwarf the delicate task, but his patience with her careful placement of each roll makes my heart do that fluttering thing I'm still getting used to. Not like that, Daddy, Lily says with the authority of a 6-year-old pastry chef. They have to be in a circle so everyone can reach them. My mistake, Jake says solemnly. Clearly, I have much to learn about proper roll arrangement. Rachel snorts from where she's carving the turkey. Listen to the expert, Jake. She's been helping Mom with dinner since she got here. The easy banter fills the spaces that Ethan's presence had poisoned just days ago. This is how Thanksgiving should be. warm and chaotic, full of laughter and the comfortable rhythm of family working together. Not the tense, walking on eggshells disaster we'd endured when my drunk ex decided to crash our celebration and air our dirty laundry in front of everyone. "Sophie, honey, can you grab the gravy boat from the china cabinet?" Mom calls from the stove, where she's stirring something that smells like heaven. I wipe my hands on the dish towel, one of the same ones Mom's had for 20 years, faded but soft from countless washings. The china cabinet stands in the dining room like a sentinel, displaying the good dishes we only use for special occasions. The gravy boat sits on the second shelf, part of the set Grandma Helen left us when she passed. "Remember when you broke the matching sugar bowl?" Rachel asks, appearing beside me with the turkey platter. "I was 8. I protest. And you're the one who dared me to see if I could reach it." "Details," she says with a grin that hasn't changed since we were kids. George emerges from the living room, where he's been banished after Mom caught him trying to help by eating half the stuffing straight from the dish. "The football game's getting good if anyone's interested." "We're interested in eating," Mom says, appearing in the doorway with her hands on her hips, "which we can't do until everything's on the table." Jake steps forward. "What can I do to help, Mrs. Harper?" "Call me Diane, for goodness sake, and you can carry that turkey to the table before George decides he needs to sample the dark meat." "I was just checking to make sure it was done," George protests, but his sheepish expression gives him away. The dining room table groans under the weight of our feast. Mom's brought out the good tablecloth, the one with tiny embroidered flowers that I remember tracing with my finger as a child, while the adults talked over coffee and pie. The centerpiece is a simple arrangement of fall leaves and pine cones that Lily helped gather yesterday, and somehow it's more beautiful than any expensive floral display. We take our seats, Jake helping Lily into her chair before settling beside me. His hand finds mine under the table, fingers intertwining in a gesture that's becoming as natural as breathing. Across from us, Rachel and George engage in their usual pre-meal negotiations about who gets the drumstick, while Mom surveys her domain with the satisfaction of a general whose battle plan has come together flawlessly. "Should we say grace?" Mom asks. And there's a moment of hesitation as we all remember the last time we tried this, when Ethan's slurred interruptions had turned blessing into chaos. "I want to say it," Lily announces, and the adults exchange glances. Her earnest little face is so hopeful that nobody has the heart to refuse. We join hands around the table, forming a circle of connection that feels stronger than it did days ago. Lily's small voice fills the quiet room. "Thank you for this food, and for my daddy, and for Sophie, who makes the best pancakes, and for Grandma Diane, who taught me how to make pie crust, and for Rachel and George, who are really funny, and for—" She pauses, taking a deep breath. "For getting to have a real family dinner without any mean people." The simple honesty of her words hits me square in the chest. Jake's hand tightens around mine, and I catch Mom wiping at her eyes with her free hand. "Amen," we murmur together, and the word carries more weight than usual. The conversation flows as easily as Mom's wine, moving from Jake's plans for expanding his business to Rachel's latest photography projects, to George's ongoing battle with the raccoons, who've decided his bird feeder is an all-you-can-eat buffet. Lily regales us with stories from school, complete with dramatic reenactments of playground politics that have us all laughing. "Mrs. Miranda says I'm a natural storyteller," she announces proudly. "She wants me to write a book about my adventures." "What kind of adventures?" I ask, serving myself more of Mom's famous green bean casserole. "Well, there was the time I rescued a butterfly with a broken wing, and when I helped Daddy find his keys that he lost in the couch cushions. Oh, and the great crayon mystery from last week." "The great crayon mystery?" Rachel asks, clearly intrigued. Lily launches into an elaborate tale involving missing art supplies, suspicious classmates, and a plot twist involving the class hamster that has us all hanging on her every word. Her animated gestures and serious expression as she describes her detective work make me picture her as a teenager, regaling us with stories of school plays and first dates and all the milestone moments I hope to witness. The thought surprises me with its intensity. Somewhere between the sweet potatoes and Lily's storytelling, the idea of missing any part of her growing up has become unthinkable. This little girl, who arranges dinner rolls with scientific precision and sees adventure in everyday life, has worked her way so deeply into my heart that I can't imagine a future without her bright chatter filling our home. Our home. When did I start thinking of it that way? "Sophie," Rachel says, waving a hand in front of my face. "You're doing that thing where you stare off into space with a dopey expression." "I was listening," I protest, but Jake's amused expression suggests my attention had wandered more than I realized. "I was telling everyone about how you taught me to make French toast," Lily continues, "and how you let me crack the eggs, even though I got shells in the bowl the first time." "Shell-free eggs are overrated anyway," George says solemnly. Adds texture. Mom refills wine glasses while Rachel starts clearing empty plates, and I realize we've somehow managed to devour most of the meal while I was lost in thoughts of future family dinners. The easy rhythm of cleaning up begins, with Jake helping Lily carry dishes to the kitchen while George and I tackle the leftover logistics. "This is how it should be," Mom says quietly, appearing beside me as we wrap the remaining turkey. "Family together, no drama, just peace." Her words hang in the air, carrying the weight of what we've all been through. Not just Ethan's intrusion, but Dad's death, the uncertainty of what comes next. But right now, in this moment, there's only the warmth of being surrounded by people who love us unconditionally. "Sophie," Lily calls from the living room, where she's commandeered the coffee table for what appears to be an important project involving construction paper and glitter. "Can you help me make a thankful tree? I want to write down everything good that happened this year." I catch Jake's eye across the room, and his smile holds all the same hope and possibility that's been building in my chest since we decided to stop pretending this was all fake. "I'd love to help," I tell her, settling onto the floor beside her craft supplies. "What are you thankful for?" She considers this with the seriousness of a scholar contemplating world peace. "Everything," she says finally, "but especially that you decided to stay."
Chapter 30. Jake. The house settles into its evening rhythm around us as Sophie closes the guest bedroom door with a soft click. We've been sharing this room for weeks now, but tonight feels different. The weight of Lily's words at dinner hangs between us like a promise neither of us has spoken aloud yet. Sophie leans against the door, watching me with those warm brown eyes that have become my anchor in ways I never expected. "Your mom's going to spoil Lily rotten with that second piece of pie," I say, pulling my sweater over my head. "She's allowed to be spoiled by grandmothers. It's in the rule book." Sophie moves away from the door, her fingers working the buttons of her cardigan. Besides, after everything she's been through, she deserves all the spoiling she can get. The casual intimacy of undressing together still catches me off guard sometimes. 3 months ago, I was a single dad with no interest in complicating my life with a relationship. Now I can't imagine going to sleep without Sophie's warmth beside me, can't picture mornings without her terrible bedhead, and the way she steals my coffee when she thinks I'm not looking. "Come here," I say, holding out my hand. She steps into my arms like she belongs there, which she does. Her skin is warm from the day's cooking and laughter, and she smells like vanilla and something uniquely her that makes my chest tighten with want. The kiss starts gentle, almost reverent, but Sophie's hands fist in my shirt and to pull me closer, deepening it until I can taste the wine from dinner and something else that's purely her. Her tongue slides against mine, and all the careful control I've maintained throughout the day starts to crumble. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Well, let's return to the story. We should probably get cleaned up, she says eventually, but neither of us moves to break the connection. In a minute, I murmur against her skin. Just let me hold you for a minute. Her arms tighten around me in response, and I know she feels it too. This perfect moment of peace and contentment that I want to stretch into forever. Outside, I can hear her mom and Rachel laughing about something in the kitchen, the sound mixing with the steady rhythm of Sophie's heartbeat beneath my ear. This is what happiness feels like, I realize. Not the rush of closing a business deal or the satisfaction of a successful acquisition, but this quiet intimacy with the woman I love in a house full of people who've become family.